Book 7. We are told by historians of old, that Ingild had 4 sons, of whom 3 perished in war, while Olaf alone reigned after his father, but some say that Olaf was the son of Ingild's sister, though this opinion is doubtful. Posterity has but an uncertain knowledge of his deeds, which are dim with the dust of antiquity. Nothing but the last counsel of his wisdom has been rescued by tradition. For when he was in the last grip of death he took thought for his sons Frode and Harold, and bade them have royal sway, one over the land and the other over the sea, and receive these several powers, not in prolonged possession, but in yearly rotation. Thus their share in the rule was made equal, but Frode, who was the first to have control of the affairs of the sea, earned disgrace from his continual defeats in roving. His calamity was due to his sailors being newly married, and preferring nuptial joys at home to the toils of foreign warfare. After a time Harold, the younger son, received the rule of the sea, and chose soldiers who were unmarried, fearing to be baffled like his brother. Fortune favored his choice, for he was as glorious a rover as his brother was inglorious. And this earned him his brother's hatred. Moreover, their queens, Signa and Ulfhild, one of whom was the daughter of Suward, king of Sweden, the other of Karl, the governor of Gothland, were continually wrangling as to which was the nobler, and broke up the mutual fellowship of their husbands. Hence Harold and Frode, when their common household was thus shattered, divided up the goods they held in common, and gave more heed to the wrangling altercations of the women than to the duties of brotherly affection. Moreover, Frode, judging that his brother's glory was a disgrace to himself and brought him into contempt, ordered one of his household to put him to death secretly. For he saw that the man of whom he had the advantage in years was surpassing him in courage. When the deed was done, he had the agent of his treachery privily slain, lest the accomplice should betray the crime. Then, in order to gain the credit of innocence and escape the brand of crime, he ordered a full inquiry to be made into the mischance that had cut off his brother so suddenly. But he could not manage, by all his arts, to escape silent condemnation in the thoughts of the common people. He afterwards asked Karl, who had killed Harold. And Karl replied that it was deceitful in him to ask a question about something which he knew quite well. These words earned him his death, for Frode thought that he had reproached him covertly with fratricide. After this, the lives of Harold and Halfdan, the sons of Harold by Signa the daughter of Karl, were attempted by their uncle. But the guardians devised a cunning method of saving their wards. For they cut off the claws of wolves and tied them to the soles of their feet, and then made them run along many times so as to harrow up the mud near their dwelling, as well as the ground, then covered with snow, and give the appearance of an attack by wild beasts. Then they killed the children of some bondwomen, tore their bodies into little pieces, and scattered their mangled limbs all about. So when the youths were looked for in vain, the scattered limbs were found, the tracks of the beasts were pointed out, and the ground was seen besmeared with blood. It was believed that the boys had been devoured by ravening wolves. And hardly anyone was suffered to doubt so plain a proof that they were mangled. The belief in this spectacle served to protect the wards. They were presently shut up by their guardians in a hollow oak, so that no trace of their being alive should get abroad, and were fed for a long time under pretense that they were dogs. And were even called by hounds' names, to prevent any belief getting abroad that they were hiding. 9. Frode alone refused to believe in their death, and he went and inquired of a woman skilled in divination where they were hid. So potent were her spells, that she seemed able, at any distance, to perceive anything, however intricately locked away, and to summon it out to light. She declared that one Ragnar had secretly undertaken to rear them, and had called them by the names of dogs to cover the matter. When the young men found themselves dragged from their hiding by the awful force of her spells, and brought before the eyes of the enchantress, loath to be betrayed by this terrible and imperious compulsion, they flung into her lap a shower of gold which they had received from their guardians. When she had taken the gift, she suddenly feigned death, and fell like one lifeless. Her servants asked the reason why she fell so suddenly, and she declared that the refuge of the sons of Harold was inscrutable. For their wondrous might qualified even the most awful effects of her spells. Thus she was content with a slight benefit, and could not bear to await a greater reward at the king's hands. After this Ragnar, finding that the belief concerning himself and his wards was becoming rife in common talk, took them, both away into Funen. Here he was taken by Frode, and confessed that he had put the young men in safe keeping. And he prayed the king to spare the wards whom he had made fatherless, and not to think it a piece of good fortune to be guilty of 2 unnatural murders. By this speech he changed the king's cruelty into shame. And he promised that if they attempted any plots in their own land, he would give information to the king. Thus he gained safety for his wards, and lived many years in freedom from terror. When the boys grew up, they went to Zealand, and were bidden by their friends to avenge their father. They vowed that they and their uncle should not both live out the year. When Ragnar found this out, he went by night to the palace, prompted by the recollection of his covenant, and announced that he was come privily to tell the king something he had promised. But the king was asleep, and he would not suffer them to wake him up, because Frode had been used to punish any disturbance of his rest with the sword. So mighty a matter was it thought of old to break the slumbers of a king by untimely intrusion. Frode heard this from the sentries in the morning, and when he perceived that Ragnar had come to tell him of the treachery, he gathered together his soldiers, and resolved to forestall deceit by ruthless measures. Harald's sons had no help for it but to feign madness. For when they found themselves suddenly attacked, they began to behave like maniacs, as if they were distraught. And when Frode thought that they were possessed, he gave up his purpose, thinking it shameful to attack with the sword those who seemed to be turning the sword against themselves. But he was burned to death by them on the following night, and was punished as befitted a fratricide. For they attacked the palace, and first crushing the queen with a mass of stones and then, having set fire to the house, they forced Frode to crawl into a narrow cave that had been cut out long before, and into the dark recesses of tunnels. Here he lurked in hiding and perished, stifled by the reek and smoke. After Frode was killed, Halfdan reigned over his country about 3 years, and then, handing over his sovereignty to his brother Harald as deputy, went roving, and attacked and ravaged Åland and the neighboring isles, which are severed from contact with Sweden by a winding sound. Here in the winter he beached and entrenched his ships, and spent 3 years on the expedition. After this he attacked Sweden, and destroyed its king in the field. Afterwards he prepared to meet the king's grandson Eric, the son of his own uncle Frode, in battle. And when he heard that Eric's champion, Hakon, was skillful in blunting swords with his spells, he fashioned, to use for clubbing, a huge mace studded with iron knobs, as if he would prevail by the strength of wood over the power of sorcery. Then, for he was conspicuous beyond all others for his bravery, amid the hottest charges of the enemy, he covered his head with his helmet, and, without a shield, poised his club. And with the help of both hands whirled it against the bulwark of shields before him. No obstacle was so stout but it was crushed to pieces by the blow of the mass that smote it. Thus he overthrew the champion, who ran against him in the battle, with a violent stroke of his weapon. But he was conquered notwithstanding, and fled away into Helsingland, where he went to one Witalf, who had served of old with Harald, to seek tendance for his wounds. This man had spent most of his life in camp. But at last, after the grievous end of his general, he had retreated into this lonely district, where he lived the life of a peasant, and rested from the pursuits of war. Often struck himself by the missiles of the enemy, he had gained no slight skill in leechcraft by constantly tending his own wounds. But if anyone came with flatteries to seek his aid, instead of curing him he was accustomed to give him something that would secretly injure him, thinking it somewhat nobler to threaten than to wheedle for benefits. When the soldiers of Eric menaced his house, in their desire to take Halfdan, he so robbed them of the power of sight that they could neither perceive the house nor trace it with certainty, though it was close to them. So utterly had their eyesight been dulled by a decisive mist. When Halfdan had by this man's help regained his full strength, he summoned Thor, a champion of notable capacity, and proclaimed war against Eric. But when the forces were led out on the other side, and he saw that Eric was superior in numbers, he hid a part of his army, and instructed it to lie in ambush among the bushes by the wayside, in order to destroy the enemy by an ambuscade as he marched through the narrow part of the path. Eric foresaw this, having reconnoitred his means of advancing, and thought he must withdraw for fear, if he advanced along the track he had intended, of being hard-pressed by the tricks of the enemy among the steep windings of the hills. They therefore joined battle, force against force, in a deep valley, enclosed all round by lofty mountain ridges. Here Halfdan, when he saw the line of his men wavering, climbed with Thor up a crag covered with stones and, uprooting boulders, rolled them down upon the enemy below. And the weight of these as they fell crushed the line that was drawn up in the lower position. Thus he regained with stones the victory which he had lost with arms. For this deed of prowess he received the name of Byargram, rock strong, a word which seems to have been compounded from the name of his fierceness and of the mountains. He soon gained so much esteem for this among the Swedes that he was thought to be the son of the great Thor, and the people bestowed divine honors upon him, and judged him worthy of public libation. But the souls of the conquered find it hard to rest, and the insolence of the beaten ever struggles towards the forbidden thing. So it came to pass that Eric, in his desire to repair the losses incurred in flight, attacked the districts subject to Halfdan. Even Denmark he did not exempt from this harsh treatment. For he thought it a most worthy deed to assail the country of the man who had caused him to be driven from his own. And so, being more anxious to inflict injury than to repel it, he set Sweden free from the arms of the enemy. When Halfdan heard that his brother Harold had been beaten by Eric in 3 battles, and slain in the 4th, he was afraid of losing his empire. He had to quit the land of the Swedes and go back to his own country. Thus Eric regained the kingdom of Sweden all the more quickly, that he quitted it so lightly. Had fortune wished to favor him in keeping his kingdom as much as she had in regaining it, she would in no wise have given him into the hand of Halfdan. This capture was made in the following way: when Halfdan had gone back into Sweden, he hid his fleet craftily, and went to meet Eric with 2 vessels. Eric attacked him with 10. And Halfdan, sailing through sundry winding channels, stole back to his concealed forces. Eric pursued him too far, and the Danish fleet came out on the sea. Thus Eric was surrounded. But he rejected the life, which was offered him under condition of thraldom. He could not bear to think more of the light of day than liberty, and chose to die rather than serve. Lest he should seem to love life so well as to turn from a slave into a freeman, and that he might not court with newborn obeisance the man whom fortune had just before made only his equal. So little knows virtue how to buy life with dishonor. Wherefore he was put in chains, and banished to a place haunted by wild beasts, an end unworthy of that lofty spirit. Halfdan had thus become sovereign of both kingdoms, and graced his fame with a triple degree of honor. For he was skillful and eloquent in composing poems in the fashion of his country, and he was no less notable as a valorous champion than as a powerful king. But when he heard that 2 active rovers, Toke and Anund, were threatening the surrounding districts, he attacked and routed them in a sea fight. For the ancients thought that nothing was more desirable than glory which was gained, not by brilliancy of wealth, but by address in arms. Accordingly, the most famous men of old were so minded as to love seditions, to renew quarrels, to loathe ease, to prefer fighting to peace, to be rated by their valor and not by their wealth, to find their greatest delight in battles, and their least in banquetings. But Halfdan was not long to seek for a rival. A certain Siwold, of most illustrious birth, related with lamentation in the assembly of the Swedes the death of Frode and his queen, and inspired in almost all of them such a hatred of Halfdan, that the vote of the majority granted him permission to revolt. Nor was he content with the mere goodwill of their voices, but so won the heart of the commons by his crafty canvassing that he induced almost all of them to set with their hands the royal emblem on his head. Siwold had 7 sons, who were such clever sorcerers that often, inspired with the force of sudden frenzy, they would roar savagely, bite their shields, swallow hot coals, and go through any fire that could be piled up. And their frantic passion could only be checked by the rigor of chains, or propitiated by slaughter of men. With such a frenzy did their own sanguinary temper, or else the fury of demons, inspire them. When Halfdan had heard of these things while busy roving, he said it was right that his soldiers, who had hitherto spent their rage upon foreigners, should now smite with the steel the flesh of their own countrymen. And that they who had been used to labor to extend their realm should now avenge its wrongful seizure. On Halfdan approaching, Siwald sent him ambassadors and requested him, if he was as great in act as in renown, to meet himself and his sons in single combat, and save the general peril by his own. When the other answered, that a combat could not lawfully be fought by more than 2 men, Siwald said, that it was no wonder that a childless bachelor should refuse the proffered conflict, since his nature was void of heat, and had struck a disgraceful frost into his soul and body. Children, he added, were not different from the man who begot them, since they drew from him their common principle of birth. Thus he and his sons were to be accounted as one person, for nature seemed in a manner to have bestowed on them a single body. Halfdan, stung with this shameful affront, accepted the challenge, meaning to wipe out with noble deeds of valor such an insulting taunt upon his celibacy. And while he chanced to be walking through a shady woodland, he plucked up by the roots all oak that stuck in his path, and, by simply stripping it of its branches, made it look like a stout club. Having this trusty weapon, he composed a short song as follows. Behold! The rough burden which I bear with straining crest, shall unto crests bring wounds and destruction. Never shall any weapon of leafy wood crush the Goths with direr augury. It shall shatter the towering strength of the knotty neck, and shall bruise the hollow temples with the mass of timber. The club which shall quell the wild madness of the land shall be no less fatal to the Swedes. Breaking bones, and brandished about the mangled limbs of warriors, the stock I have wrenched off shall crush the backs of the wicked, crush the hearts of our kindred, shed the blood of our countrymen, and be a destructive pest upon our land. When he had said this, he attacked Siwald and his 7 sons, and destroyed them, their force and bravery being useless against the enormous mass of his club. At this time one Hardbin, who came from Helsingland, gloried in kidnapping and ravishing princesses, and used to kill any man who hindered him in his lusts. He preferred high matches to those that were lowly. And the more illustrious the victims he could violate, the more noble he thought himself. No man escaped unpunished who durst measure himself with Hardbin in valor. He was so huge, that his stature reached the measure of 9 ells. He had 12 champions dwelling with him, whose business it was to rise up and to restrain his fury with the aid of bonds, whenever the rage came on him that foreboded of battle. These men asked Halfdan to attack Hardbin and his champions man by man, and he not only promised to fight, but assured himself the victory with most confident words. When Hardbin heard this, a demoniacal frenzy suddenly took him. He furiously bit and devoured the edges of his shield, he kept gulping down fiery coals, he snatched live embers in his mouth and let them pass down into his entrails, he rushed through the perils of crackling fires. And at last, when he had raved through every sort of madness, he turned his sword with raging hand against the hearts of 6 of his champions. It is doubtful whether this madness came from thirst for battle or natural ferocity. Then with the remaining band of his champions he attacked Halfdan, who crushed him with a hammer of wondrous size, so that he lost both victory and life. Paying the penalty both to Halfdan, whom he had challenged, and to the kings whose offspring he had violently ravished. Fortune never seemed satisfied with the trying of Halfdan's strength, and used to offer him unexpected occasions for fighting. It so happened that Egthar, a Finlander, was harrying the Swedes on a roving raid. Halfdan, having found that he had 3 ships, attacked him with the same number. Night closed the battle, so that he could not conquer him. But he challenged Egthar next day, fought with and overthrew him. He next heard that Grim, a champion of immense strength, was suing, under threats of a duel, for Thorhild, the daughter of the chief Hathor, and that her father had proclaimed that he who put the champion out of the way should have her. Halfdan, though he had reached old age a bachelor, was stirred by the promise of the chief as much as by the insolence of the champion, and went to Norway. When he entered it, he blotted out every mark by which he could be recognized, disguising his face with splashes of dirt, and when he came to the spot of the battle, drew his sword first. And when he knew that it had been blunted by the glance of the enemy, he cast it on the ground, drew another from the sheath, with which he attacked Grim, cutting through the meshes on the edge of his cuirass, as well as the lower part of his shield. Grim wondered at the deed, and said, "I cannot remember an old man who fought more keenly," and, instantly drawing his sword, he pierced through and shattered the target that was opposed to his blade. But as his right arm tarried on the stroke, Halfdan, without wavering, met and smote it swiftly with his sword. The other, notwithstanding, clasped his sword with his left hand, and cut through the thigh of the striker, revenging the mangling of his own body with a slight wound. Halfdan, now conqueror, allowed the conquered man to ransom the remnant of his life with a sum of money. He would not be thought shamefully to rob a maimed man, who could not fight, of the pitiful remainder of his days. By this deed he showed himself almost as great in saving as in conquering his enemy. As a prize for this victory he won Thorhild in marriage, and had by her a son Asmund, from whom the kings of Norway treasure the honor of being descended. Retracing the regular succession of their line down from Halfdan. After this, Ebbe, a rover of common birth, was so confident of his valor, that he was moved to aspire to a splendid marriage. He was a suitor for Sigrid, the daughter of Ingwin, king of the Goths, and moreover demanded half the Gothic kingdom for her dowry. Halfdan was consulted whether the match should be entertained, and advised that a feigned consent should be given, promising that he would balk the marriage. He also gave instructions that a seat should be allotted to himself among the places of the guests at table. Ingwin approved the advice. And Halfdan, utterly defacing the dignity of his royal presence with an unsightly and alien disguise, and coming by night on the wedding feast, alarmed those who met him, for they marveled at the coming of a man of such superhuman stature. When Halfdan entered the palace, he looked round on all and asked, who was he that had taken the place next to the king? Upon Ebbe replying that the future son-in-law of the king was next to his side, Halfdan asked him, in the most passionate language, what madness, or what demons, had brought him to such wantonness as to make bold to unite his contemptible and filthy race with a splendid and illustrious line, or to dare to lay his peasant finger upon the royal family, and, not content even with such a claim, to aspire, as it seemed, to a share even in the kingdom of another. Then he bade Ebbe fight him, saying that he must get the victory before he got his wish. The other answered that the night was the time to fight with monsters, but the day the time with men. But Halfdan, to prevent him shirking the battle by pleading the hour, declared that the moon was shining with the brightness of daylight. Thus he forced Ebbe to fight, and felled him, turning the banquet into a spectacle, and the wedding into a funeral. Some years passed, and Halfdan went back to his own country, and being childless he bequeathed the royal wealth by will to Ingwin, and appointed him king. Ingwin was afterwards overthrown in war by a rival named Ragnald, and he left a son Siwald. Siwald's daughter, Sigrid, was of such excellent modesty, that though a great concourse of suitors wooed her for her beauty, it seemed as if she could not be brought to look at one of them. Confident in this power of self-restraint, she asked her father for a husband who by the sweetness of his blandishments should be able to get a look back from her. For in old time among us the self-restraint of the maidens was a great subduer of wanton looks, lest the soundness of the soul should be infected by the license of the eyes. And women desired to avouch the purity of their hearts by the modesty of their faces. Then one Otter, the son of Ebb, kindled with confidence in the greatness either of his own achievements, or of his courtesy in eloquent address, stubbornly and ardently desired to woo the maiden. And though he strove with all the force of his wit to soften her gaze, no device whatever could move her downcast eyes, and, marveling at her persistence in her indomitable rigor, he departed. A giant desired the same thing, but, finding himself equally foiled, he suborned a woman. And she, pretending friendship for the girl, served her for a while as her handmaid, and at last enticed her far from her father's house, by cunningly going out of the way. Then the giant rushed upon her and bore her off into the closest fastnesses of a ledge on the mountain. Others think that he disguised himself as a woman, treacherously continued his devices so as to draw the girl away from her own house, and in the end carried her off. When Otter heard of this, he ransacked the recesses of the mountain in search of the maiden, found her, slew the giant, and bore her off. But the assiduous giant had bound back the locks of the maiden, tightly twisting her hair in such a way that the matted mass of tresses was held in a kind of curled bundle. Nor was it easy for anyone to unravel their plaited tangle, without using the steel. Again, he tried with divers allurements to provoke the maiden to look at him. And when he had long laid vain siege to her listless eyes, he abandoned his quest, since his purpose turned out so little to his liking. But he could not bring himself to violate the girl, loath to defile with ignoble intercourse one of illustrious birth. She then wandered long, and sped through divers desert and circuitous paths, and happened to come to the hut of a certain huge woman of the woods, who set her to the task of pasturing her goats. Again Otter granted her his aid to set her free, and again he tried to move her, addressing her in this fashion: "Wouldst thou rather hearken to my counsels, and embrace me even as I desire, than be here and tend the flock of rank goats? Spurn the hand of thy wicked mistress, and flee hastily from thy cruel taskmistress, that thou mayst go back with me to the ships of thy friends and live in freedom. Quit the care of the sheep entrusted to thee. Scorn to drive the steps of the goats, share my bed, and fitly reward my prayers. O thou whom I have sought with such pains, turn again thy listless beams, for a little while, it is an easy gesture, lift thy modest face. I will take thee hence, and set thee by the house of thy father, and unite thee joyfully with thy loving mother, if but once thou wilt show me thine eyes stirred with soft desires. Thou, whom I have borne so oft from the prisons of the giants, pay thou some due favor to my toil of old, pity my hard endeavors, and be stern no more. For why art thou become so distraught and brainsick, that thou wilt choose to tend the flock of another, and be counted among the servants of monsters, sooner than encourage our marriage troth with fitting and equal consent?" But she, that she might not suffer the constancy of her chaste mind to falter by looking at the world without, restrained her gaze, keeping her lids immovably rigid. How modest, then, must we think, were the women of that age, when, under the strongest provocations of their lovers, they could not be brought to make the slightest motion of their eyes. So when Otter found that even by the merits of his double service he could not stir the maiden's gaze towards him, he went back to the fleet, wearied out with shame and chagrin. Sigrid, in her old fashion, ran far away over the rocks, and chanced to stray in her wanderings to the abode of Ebb, where, ashamed of her nakedness and distress, she pretended to be a daughter of paupers. The mother of Otter saw that this woman, though bestained and faded, and covered with a meagre cloak, was the scion of some noble stock, and took her, and with honorable courtesy kept her by her side in a distinguished seat. For the beauty of the maiden was a sign that betrayed her birth, and her telltale features echoed her lineage. Otter saw her, and asked why she hid her face in her robe. Also, in order to test her mind more surely, he feigned that a woman was about to become his wife, and, as he went up into the bride bed, gave Sigrid the torch to hold. The lights had almost burnt down, and she was hard put to it by the flame coming closer, but she showed such an example of endurance that she was seen to hold her hand motionless, and might have been thought to feel no annoyance from the heat. For the fire within mastered the fire without, and the glow of her longing soul deadened the burn of her scorched skin. At last Otter bade her look to her hand. Then, modestly lifting her eyes, she turned her calm gaze upon him. And straightway, the pretended marriage being put away, went up unto the bride bed to be his wife. Seiwold afterward seized Otter, and thought that he ought to be hanged for defiling his daughter. But Sigrid at once explained how she had happened to be carried away, and not only brought Otter back into the king's favor, but also induced her father himself to marry Otter's sister. After this a battle was fought between Seiwold and Ragnald in Zealand, warriors of picked valor being chosen on both sides. For 3 days they slaughtered one another. But so great was the bravery of both sides, that it was doubtful how the victory would go. Then Otter, whether seized with weariness at the prolonged battle, or with desire of glory, broke, despising death, through the thickest of the foe, cut down Ragnald among the bravest of his soldiers, and won the Danes a sudden victory. This battle was notable for the cowardice of the greatest nobles. For the whole mass fell into such a panic, that 40 of the bravest of the Swedes are said to have turned and fled. The chief of these, Starkad, had been used to tremble at no fortune, however cruel, and no danger, however great. But some strange terror stole upon him, and he chose to follow the flight of his friends rather than to despise it. I should think that he was filled with this alarm by the power of heaven, that he might not think himself courageous beyond the measure of human valor. Thus the prosperity of mankind won't ever to be incomplete. Then all these warriors embraced the service of King Hakon, the mightiest of the rovers, like remnants of the war drifting to him. After this Siwald was succeeded by his son Sigar, who had sons Siwald, Alf, and Alger, and a daughter Signa. All excelled the rest in spirit and beauty, and devoted himself to the business of a rover. Such a grace was shed on his hair, which had a wonderful dazzling glow, that his locks seemed to shine silvery. At the same time Siward, the king of the Goths, is said to have had 2 sons, Weimund and Austin, and a daughter Alfhild, who showed almost from her cradle such faithfulness to modesty that she continually kept her face muffled in her robe, lest she should cause her beauty to provoke the passion of another. Her father banished her into very close keeping, and gave her a viper and a snake to rear, wishing to defend her chastity by the protection of these reptiles when they came to grow up. For it would have been hard to pry into her chamber when it was barred by so dangerous a bolt. He also enacted that if any man tried to enter it, and failed, he must straightway yield his head to be taken off and impaled on a stake. The terror which was thus attached to wantonness chastened the heated spirits of the young men. Alf, the son of Sigar, thinking that peril of the attempt only made it nobler, declared himself a wooer, and went to subdue the beasts that kept watch beside the room of the maiden. Inasmuch as, according to the decree, the embraces of the maiden were the prize of their subduer. Alf covered his body with a blood-stained hide in order to make them more frantic against him. Girt with this, as soon as he had entered the doors of the enclosure, he took a piece of red-hot steel and the tongs, and plunged it into the yawning throat of the viper, which he laid dead. Then he flung his spear full into the gaping mouth of the snake as it wound and writhed forward, and destroyed it. And when he demanded the gage which was attached to victory by the terms of the covenant, Siward answered that he would accept that man only for his daughter's husband, of whom she made a free and decided choice. None but the girl's mother was stiff against the wooer's suit, and she privately spoke to her daughter in order to search her mind. The daughter warmly praised her suitor for his valor. Whereon the mother upbraided her sharply, that her chastity should be unstrung, and she be captivated by charming looks, and because, forgetting to judge his virtue, she cast the gaze of a wanton mind upon the flattering lures of beauty. Thus Alfhild was led to despise the young dame, whereupon she exchanged woman's for man's attire, and, no longer the most modest of maidens, began the life of a warlike rover. Enrolling in her service many maidens who were of the same mind, she happened to come to a spot where a band of rovers were lamenting the death of their captain, who had been lost in war. They made her their rover captain for her beauty, and she did deeds beyond the valor of woman. Alf made many toilsome voyages in pursuit of her, and in winter happened to come on a fleet of the Blackmen. The waters were at this time frozen hard, and the ships were caught in such a mass of ice that they could not get on by the most violent rowing. But the continued frost promised the prisoners a safer way of advance. And Alf ordered his men to try the frozen surface of the sea in their brogues, after they had taken off their slippery shoes, so that they could run over the level ice more steadily. The Blackmen supposed that they were taking to flight with all the nimbleness of their heels, and began to fight them, but their steps tottered exceedingly and they gave back, the slippery surface under their soles making their footing uncertain. But the Danes crossed the frozen sea with safer steps, and foiled the feeble advance of the enemy, whom they conquered, and then turned and sailed to Finland. Here they chanced to enter a rather narrow gulf, and, on sending a few men to reconnoiter, they learnt that the harbor was being held by a few ships. For Alfhild had gone before them with her fleet into the same narrows. And when she saw the strange ships afar off, she rode in swift haste forward to encounter them, thinking it better to attack the foe than to await them. Alf's men were against attacking so many ships with so few. But he replied that it would be shameful if anyone should report to Alfhild that his desire to advance could be checked by a few ships in the path, for he said that their record of honors ought not to be tarnished by such a trifle. The Danes wondered whence their enemies got such grace of bodily beauty and such supple limbs. So, when they began the sea fight, the young man Alf leapt on Alfhild's prow, and advanced towards the stern, slaughtering all that withstood him. His comrade Borger struck off Alfhild's helmet, and, seeing the smoothness of her chin, saw that he must fight with kisses and not with arms, that the cruel spears must be put away, and the enemy handled with gentler dealings. So Alf rejoiced that the woman whom he had sought over land and sea in the face of so many dangers was now beyond all expectation in his power, whereupon he took hold of her eagerly, and made her change her man's apparel for a woman's. And afterwards begot on her a daughter, Gurid. Also Borger wedded the attendant of Alfhild, Groa, and had by her a son, Harold, to whom the following age gave the surname Hildeland. And that no one may wonder that this sex labored at warfare, I will make a brief digression, in order to give a short account of the estate and character of such women. There were once women among the Danes who dressed themselves to look like men, and devoted almost every instant of their lives to the pursuit of war, that they might not suffer their valor to be unstrung or dulled by the infection of luxury. For they abhorred all dainty living, and used to harden their minds and bodies with toil and endurance. They put away all the softness and light-mindedness of women, and inured their womanish spirit to masculine ruthlessness. They sought, moreover, so zealously to be skilled in warfare, that they might have been thought to have unsexed themselves. Those especially, who had either force of character or tall and comely persons, used to enter on this kind of life. These women, therefore, just as if they had forgotten their natural estate, and preferred sternness to soft words, offered war rather than kisses, and would rather taste blood than busses. And went about the business of arms more than that of amours. They devoted those hands to the lance which they should rather have applied to the loom. They assailed men with their spears whom they could have melted with their looks, they thought of death and not of dalliance. Now I will cease to wander, and will go back to my theme. In the early spring, Alf and Alger, who had gone back to sea roving, were exploring the sea in various directions, when they lighted with 100 ships upon Helwyn, Hagbard, and Hammond, sons of the kinglet Hammond. These they attacked, and only the twilight stayed their blood-wearied hands, and in the night the soldiers were ordered to keep truce. On the morrow this was ratified for good by a mutual oath. For such loss had been suffered on both sides in the battle of the day before that they had no force left to fight again. Thus, exhausted by quality of valor, they were driven perforce to make peace. About the same time Hildegisl, a Teuton of noble birth, relying on his looks and his rank, sued for Signa, the daughter of Sigar. But she scorned him, chiefly for his insignificance, inasmuch as he was not brave, but wished to adorn his fortunes with the courage of other people. But this woman was inclined to love Hakon, chiefly for the high renown of his great deeds. For she thought more of the brave than the feeble, she admired notable deeds more than looks, knowing that every allurement of beauty is mere dross when reckoned against simple valor, and cannot weigh equal with it in the balance. For there are maids that are more charmed by the fame than by the face of their lovers, who go not by the looks, but by the mind, and whom naught but regard for a man's spirit can kindle to pledge their own troth. Now Hagbard, going to Denmark with the sons of Sigar, gained speech of their sister without their knowledge, and in the end induced her to pledge her word to him that she would secretly become his mistress. Afterwards, when the waiting women happened to be comparing the honorable deeds of the nobles, she preferred Hakon to Hildegisl, declaring that the latter had nothing to praise but his looks. While in the case of the other a wrinkled visage was outweighed by a choice spirit. Not content with this plain kind of praise, she is said to have sung as follows. This man lacks fairness, but shines with foremost courage, measuring his features by his force. For the lofty soul redeems the shortcoming of harsh looks, and conquers the body's blemish. His look flashes with spirit, his face, notable in its very harshness, delights in fierceness. He who strictly judges character praises not the mind for the fair hue, but rather the complexion for the mind. This man is not prized for beauty, but for brave daring and war-won honor. While the other is commended by his comely head and radiant countenance and crest of lustrous locks. Vile is the empty grace of beauty, self-confounded the deceptive pride of comeliness. Valor and looks are swayed by different inclinations, one lasts on, the other perishes. Empty red and white brings in vice, and is frittered away little by the lightly gliding years. But courage plants firmer the hearts devoted to it, and does not slip and straightway fall. The voice of the multitude is beguiled by outward good, and forsakes the rule of right. But I praise virtue at a higher rate, and scorn the grace of comeliness. This utterance fell on the ears of the bystanders in such a way, that they thought she praised Hagbard under the name of Hakon. And Hildegisel, vexed that she preferred Hagbard to himself, bribed a certain blind man, Bolwis, to bring the sons of Sigar and the sons of Hammon to turn their friendship into hatred. For King Sigar had been used to transact almost all affairs by the advice of two old men, one of whom was Bolwis. The temper of these two men was so different, that one used to reconcile folk who were at feud, while the other loved to sunder in hatred those who were bound by friendship, and by estranging folk to fan pestilent quarrels. So Bolwis began by reviling the sons of Hammon to the sons of Sigar, in lying slanders, declaring that they never used to preserve the bonds of fellowship loyally, and that they must be restrained by war rather than by league. Thus the alliance of the young men was broken through, and while Hagbard was far away, the sons of Sigar, Alf and Alger, made an attack, and Helwyn and Hammond were destroyed by the harbor which is called Hammond's Bay. Hagbard then came up with fresh forces to avenge his brothers, and destroyed them in battle. Hildegisel slunk off with a spear through both buttocks, which was the occasion for a jeer at the Teutons, since the ugliness of the blow did not fail to brand it with disgrace. Afterwards Hagbard dressed himself in woman's attire, and, as though he had not wronged Sigar's daughter by slaying her brothers, went back to her alone, trusting in the promise he had from her. And feeling more safe in her loyalty than alarmed by reason of his own misdeed. Thus does lust despise peril. And, not to lack a pretext for his journey, he gave himself out as a fighting maid of Hakon, saying that he took an embassy from him to Sigar. And when he was taken to bed at night among the handmaids, and the woman who washed his feet were wiping them, they asked him why he had such hairy legs, and why his hands were not at all soft to touch. He answered, "What wonder that the soft hollow of my foot should harden, and that long hairs should stay on my shaggy leg, when the sand has so often smitten my soles beneath, and the briars have caught me in mid-step. Now I scour the forest with leaping, now the waters with running. Now the sea, now the earth, now the wave is my path. Nor could my breast, shut in bonds of steel, and wont to be beaten with lance and missile, ever have been soft to the touch, as with you who are covered by the mantle or the smooth gown. Not the distaff or the wolfrails, but spears dripping from the slaughter, have served for our handling." Signa did not hesitate to back up his words with like dissembling, and replied that it was natural that hands which dealt more in wounds than wolves, and in battle than in tasks of the house should show the hardness that befitted their service. And that, unenfeebled with the pliable softness of women, they should not feel smooth to the touch of others. For they were hardened partly by the toils of war, partly by the habit of seafaring. For, said she, the warlike handmaid of Hakon did not deal in woman's business, but had been wont to bring her right hand blood-stained with hurling spears and flinging missiles. It was no wonder, therefore, if her soles were hardened by the immense journeys she had gone. And that, when the shores she had scoured so often had bruised them with their rough and broken shingle, they should toughen in a horny stiffness, and should not feel soft to the touch like theirs, whose steps never strayed, but who were forever cooped within the confines of the palace. Hagbard received her as his bedfellow, under plea that he was to have the couch of honor. And, amid their converse of mutual delight, he addressed her slowly in such words as these. "If thy father takes me and gives me to bitter death, wilt thou ever, when I am dead, forget so strong a troth, and again seek the marriage plight? For if the chance should fall that way, I can hope for no room for pardon, nor will the father who is to avenge his son spare or have pity. For I stripped thy brothers of their power on the sea and slew them. And now, unknown to thy father, as though I had done naught before counter to his will, I hold thee in the couch we share. Say, then, my one love, what manner of wish wilt thou show when thou lackest the accustomed embrace?" Signa answered, "Trust me, dear, I wish to die with thee, if fate brings thy turn to perish first, and not to prolong my span of life at all, when once dismal death has cast thee to the tomb. For if thou chance to close thy eyes for ever, a victim to the maddened attack of the men-at-arms. By whatsoever doom thy breath be cut off, by sword or disease, by sea or soil, I forswear every wanton and corrupt flame, and vow myself to a death like thine. That they who were bound by one marriage union may be embraced in one and the same punishment. Nor will I quit this man, though I am to feel the pains of death. I have resolved he is worthy of my love who gathered the first kisses of my mouth, and had the first fruits of my delicate youth. I think that no vow will be surer than this, if speech of woman have any loyalty at all. This speech so quickened the spirit of Hagbard, that he found more pleasure in her promise than peril in his own going away, to his death. The serving women betrayed him. And when Sigar's men-at-arms attacked him, he defended himself long and stubbornly, and slew many of them in the doorway. But at last he was taken, and brought before the assembly, and found the voices of the people divided over him. For very many said that he should be punished for so great an offense, but Bilwis, the brother of Bolwis, and others, conceived a better judgment, and advised that it would be better to use his stout service than to deal with him too ruthlessly. Then Bolwis came forward and declared that it was evil advice which urged the king to pardon when he ought to take vengeance, and to soften with unworthy compassion his righteous impulse to anger. For how could Sigar, in the case of this man, feel any desire to spare or pity him, when he had not only robbed him of the double comfort of his sons, but had also bestained him with the insult of deflowering his daughter? The greater part of the assembly voted for this opinion. Hagbard was condemned, and a gallows tree planted to receive him. Hence it came about that he who at first had hardly one sinister voice against him was punished with general harshness. Soon after the queen handed him a cup, and, bidding him assuage his thirst, vexed him with threats after this manner. Now, insolent Hagbard, whom the whole assembly has pronounced worthy of death. Now to quench thy thirst thou shalt give thy lips liquor to drink in a cup of horn. Wherefore cast away fear, and, at this last hour of thy life, taste with bold lips the deadly goblet. That, having drunk it, thou mayst presently land by the dwellings of those below, passing into the sequestered palace of Sterndis, giving thy body to the gibbet and thy spirit to Orcus. Then the young man took the cup offered him, and is said to have made answer as follows. With this hand, wherewith I cut off thy twin sons, I will take my last taste, yea the draught of the last drink. Now not unavenged shall I go to the Elysian regions, not unchastising to the stern ghosts. For these men have first been shut in the dens of Tartarus by a slaughter wrought by my endeavors. This right hand was wet with blood that was yours, this hand robbed thy children of the years of their youth, children whom thy womb brought to light, but the deadly sword spared it not then. Infamous woman, raving in spirit, hapless, childless mother, no years shall restore to thee the lost, no time and no day whatsoever shall save thy child from the starkness of death, or redeem him. Thus he avenged the queen's threats of death by taunting her with the youths whom he had slain, and, flinging back the cup at her, drenched her face with the sprinkled wine. Meantime Signa asked her weeping women whether they could endure to bear her company in the things which she purposed. They promised that they would carry out and perform themselves whatsoever their mistress should come to wish, and their promise was loyally kept. Then, drowned in tears, she said that she wished to follow in death the only partner of her bed that she had ever had. And ordered that, as soon as the signal had been given from a place of watch, torches should be put to the room, then that halters should be made out of their robes. And to these they should proffer their throats to be strangled, thrusting away the support to the feet. They agreed, and that they might blench the less at death, she gave them a draught of wine. After this Hagbard was led to the hill, which afterwards took its name from him, to be hanged. Then, to test the loyalty of his true love, he told the executioners to hang up his mantle, saying that it would be a pleasure to him if he could see the likeness of his approaching death rehearsed in some way. The request was granted. And the watcher on the outlook, thinking that the thing was being done to Hagbard, reported what she saw to the maidens who were shut within the palace. They quickly fired the house, and thrusting away the wooden support under their feet, gave their necks to the noose to be writ-hen. So Hagbard, when he saw the palace wrapped in fire, and the familiar chamber blazing, said that he felt more joy from the loyalty of his mistress than sorrow at his approaching death. He also charged the bystanders to do him to death, witnessing how little he made of his doom by a song like this. Swiftly, O warriors! Let me be caught and lifted into the air. Sweet, O my bride! Is it for me to die when thou hast gone? I perceive the crackling in the house ruddy with flames, and the love, long promised, declares our troth. Behold, thy covenant is fulfilled with no doubtful vows, since thou sharest my life and my destruction. We shall have one end, one bond after our troth, and somewhere our first love will live on. Happy am I, that have deserved to have joy of such a consort, and not to go basely alone to the gods of Tartarus. Then let the knot gripe the midst of the throat, naught but pleasure the last doom shall bring. Since there remains a sure hope of the renewal of love, and a death which will soon have joys of its own. Either country is sweet. In both worlds shall be held in honor the repose of our souls together, our equal truth in love. For, see now, I welcome the doom before me, since not even among the shades does very love suffer the embrace of its partner to perish. And as he spoke the executioners strangled him. And, that none may think that all traces of antiquity have utterly disappeared, a proof of the aforesaid event is afforded by local marks yet existing. For the killing of Hagbard gave his name to the stead, and not far from the town of Sigar there is a place to be seen, where a mound a little above the level, with the appearance of a swelling in the ground, looks like an ancient homestead. Moreover, a man told Absalon that he had seen a beam found in the spot, which a countryman struck with his plowshare as he burrowed into the clods. Hakon, the son of Hammond, heard of this. But when he was seen to be on the point of turning his arms from the Irish against the Danes in order to avenge his brother, Hakon the Zealander, the son of Wigger, and Starkad deserted him. They had been his allies from the death of Ragnald up to that hour, one, because he was moved by regard for friendship, the other by regard for his birth, so that different reasons made both desire the same thing. Now patriotism diverted Hakon, of Zealand, from attacking his country, for it was apparent that he was going to fight his own people, while all the rest warred with foreigners. But Starkad forbore to become the foe of the aged Sigar, whose hospitality he had enjoyed, lest he should be thought to wrong one who deserved well of him. For some men pay such respect to hospitality that, if they can remember ever to have experienced kindly offices from folk, they cannot be thought to inflict any annoyance on them. But Hakon thought the death of his brother a worse loss than the defection of his champions. And, gathering his fleet into the haven called Herwig in Danish, and in Latin hosts bite, he drew up his men. And posted his line of foot soldiers in the spot where the town built by Esbern now defends with its fortifications those who dwell hard by, and repels the approach of barbarous savages. Then he divided his forces in three, and sent on 2/3 of his ships, appointing a few men to row to the river Susa. This force was to advance on a dangerous voyage along its winding reaches, and to help those on foot if necessary. He marched in person by land with the remainder, advancing chiefly over wooded country to escape notice. Part of this path, which was once closed up with thick woods, is now land ready for the plough, and fringed with a scanty scrub. And, in order that when they got out into the plain they might not lack the shelter of trees, he told them to cut and carry branches. Also, that nothing might burden their rapid march, he bade them cast away some of their clothes, as well as their scabbards, and carry their swords naked. In memory of this event he left the mountain and the ford a perpetual name. Thus by his night march he eluded 2 pickets of sentries, but when he came upon the third, a scout, observing the marvelous event, went to the sleeping room of Sigar, saying that he brought news of a portentous thing. For he saw leaves and shrubs like men walking. Then the king asked him how far off was the advancing forest, and when he heard that it was near, he added that this prodigy boded his own death. Hence the marsh where the shrubs were cut down was styled in common parlance Deadly Marsh. Therefore, fearing the narrow passages, he left the town, and went to a level spot which was more open, there to meet the enemy in battle. Sigar fought unsuccessfully, and was crushed and slain at the spot that is called in common speech Wellbrunna, but in Latin the spring of corpses or carnage. Then Hakon used his conquest to cruel purpose, and followed up his good fortune so wickedly, that he lusted for an indiscriminate massacre, and thought no forbearance should be shown to rank or sex. Nor did he yield to any regard for compassion or shame, but stained his sword in the blood of women, and attacked mothers and children in one general and ruthless slaughter. Siwald, the son of Sigar, had thus far stayed under his father's roof. But when he heard of this, he mustered an army in order to have his vengeance. So Hakon, alarmed at the gathering of such numbers, went back with a third of his army to his fleet at Herwig, and planned to depart by sea. But his colleague, Hakon, surnamed the Proud, thought that he ought himself to feel more confidence at the late victory than fear at the absence of Hakon, and, preferring death to flight, tried to defend the remainder of the army. So he drew back his camp for a little, and for a long time waited near the town of Axelstead, for the arrival of the fleet, blaming his friends for their tardy coming. For the fleet that had been sent into the river had not yet come to anchor in the appointed harbor. Now the killing of Sigar and the love of Siwald were stirring the temper of the people one and all, so that both sexes devoted themselves to war, and you would have thought that the battle did not lack the aid of women. On the morrow Hakon and Siwald met in an encounter and fought 2 whole days. The combat was most frightful, both generals fell, and victory graced the remnants of the Danes. But, in the night after the battle, the fleet, having penetrated the Susa, reached the appointed haven. It was once possible to row along this river. But its bed is now choked with solid substances, and is so narrowed by its straits that few vessels can get in, being prevented by its sluggishness and contractedness. At daybreak, when the sailors saw the corpses of their friends, they heaped up, in order to bury the general, a barrow of notable size, which is famous to this day, and is commonly named Hakon's How. But Borger, with Scanian chivalry, suddenly came up and slaughtered a multitude of them. When the enemy were destroyed, he manned their ships, which now lacked their rowers, and hastily, with breathless speed, pursued the son of Hammond. He encountered him, and ill fortune befell Hakon, who fled in hasty panic with 3 ships to the country of the Scots, where, after 2 years had gone by, he died. All these perilous wars and fortunes had so exhausted the royal line among the Danes, that it was found to be reduced to Gurid alone, the daughter of Alf, and granddaughter of Sigar. And when the Danes saw themselves deprived of their usual high-born sovereigns, they committed the kingdom to men of the people, and appointed rulers out of the commons, assigning to Ostmer the regency of Skane, and that of Zealand to Hunding. On Hain they conferred the lordship of Funen, while in the hands of Rorik and Hathor they put the supreme power of Jutland, the authority being divided. Therefore, that it may not be unknown from what father sprang the succeeding line of kings, some matters come to my mind which must be glanced at for a while in a needful digression. They say that Gunnar, the bravest of the Swedes, was once at feud with Norway for the most weighty reasons, and that he was granted liberty to attack it, but that he turned this liberty into license by the greatest perils, and fell, in the first of the raids he planned, upon the district of Jather, which he put partly to the sword and partly to the flames. Forbearing to plunder, he rejoiced only in passing through the paths that were covered with corpses, and the blood-stained ways. Other men used to abstain from bloodshed, and love pillage more than slaughter. But he preferred bloodthirstiness to booty, and liked best to wreak his deadly pleasure by slaughtering men. His cruelty drove the islanders to forestall the impending danger by a public submission. Moreover, Ragnald, the king of the Northmen, now in extreme age, when he heard how the tyrant busied himself, had a cave made and shut up in it his daughter Droda, giving her due attendance, and providing her maintenance for a long time. Also he committed to the cave some swords which had been adorned with the choicest smithcraft, besides the royal household gear, so that he might not leave the enemy to capture and use the sword, which he saw that he could not wield himself. And, to prevent the cave being noticed by its height, he leveled the hump down to the firmer ground. Then he set out to war. But being unable with his aged limbs to go down into battle, he leaned on the shoulders of his escort and walked forth propped by the steps of others. So he perished in the battle, where he fought with more ardor than success, and left his country a sore matter for shame. For Gunnar, in order to punish the cowardice of the conquered race by terms of extraordinary baseness, had a dog set over them as a governor. What can we suppose to have been his object in this action, unless it were to make a haughty nation feel that their arrogance was being more signally punished when they bowed their stubborn heads before a yapping hound? To let no insult be lacking, he appointed governors to look after public and private affairs in its name, and he appointed separate ranks of nobles to keep continual and steadfast watch over it. He also enacted that if any one of the courtiers thought it contemptible to do allegiance to their chief, and omitted offering most respectful homage to its various goings and comings as it ran hither and thither, he should be punished with loss of his limbs. Also Gunnar imposed on the nation a double tribute, one to be paid out of the autumn harvest, the other in the spring. Thus he burst the bubble conceit of the Norwegians, to make them feel clearly how their pride was gone, when they saw it forced to do homage to a dog. When he heard that the king's daughter was shut up in some distant hiding place, Gunnar strained his wits in every nerve to track her out. Hence, while he was himself conducting the search with others, his doubtful ear caught the distant sound of a subterranean hum. Then he went on slowly, and recognized a human voice with greater certainty. He ordered the ground underfoot to be dug down to the solid rock, and when the cave was suddenly laid open, he saw the winding tunnels. The servants were slain as they tried to guard the now uncovered entrance to the cave, and the girl was dragged out of the hole, together with the booty therein concealed. With great foresight, she had consigned at any rate her father's swords to the protection of a more secret place. Gunnar forced her to submit to his will, and she bore a son Hildiger. This man was such a rival to his father in cruelty, that he was ever thirsting to kill, and was bent on nothing but the destruction of men, panting with a boundless lust for bloodshed. Outlawed by his father on account of his unbearable ruthlessness, and soon after presented by Alvar with a government, he spent his whole life in arms, visiting his neighbors with wars and slaughters. Nor did he, in his estate of banishment, relax his accustomed savagery a whir, but would not change his spirit with his habitation. Meanwhile Borger, finding that Gunnar had married Droda, the daughter of Ragnald, by violence, took from him both life and wife, and wedded Droda himself. She was not an unwilling bride. She thought it right for her to embrace the avenger of her parent. For the daughter mourned her father, and could never bring herself to submit with any pleasure to his murderer. This woman and Borger had a son Halfdan, who through all his early youth was believed to be stupid, but whose later years proved illustrious for the most glorious deeds, and famous for the highest qualities that can grace life. Once, when a stripling, he mocked in boyish fashion at a champion of noble repute, who smote him with a buffet, whereupon Halfdan attacked him with the staff he was carrying and killed him. This deed was an omen of his future honors. He had hitherto been held in scorn, but henceforth throughout his life he had the highest honor and glory. The affair, indeed, was a prophecy of the greatness of his deeds in war. At this period, Hroth, a Ruthenian rover, almost destroyed our country with his rapine and cruelty. His harshness was so notable that, while other men spared their prisoners utter nakedness, he did not think it uncomely to strip of their coverings even the privy parts of their bodies. Wherefore we are wont to this day to call all severe and monstrous acts of rapine Hrothran, Hroth's robbery. He used also sometimes to inflict the following kind of torture: fastening the men's right feet firmly to the earth, he tied the left feet to boughs for the purpose that when these should spring back the body would be rent asunder. Hain, prince of Funen, wishing to win honor and glory, tried to attack this man with his sea forces, but took to flight with one attendant. It was in reproach of him that the proverb arose, "The cock, Hain, fights better on its own dunghill." Then Borger, who could not bear to see his countrymen perishing any longer, encountered Hroth. Together they fought and together they perished. It is said that in this battle Halfdan was sorely stricken, and was for some time feeble with the wounds he had received. One of these was inflicted conspicuously on his mouth, and its scar was so manifest that it remained as an open blotch when all the other wounds were healed. For the crushed portion of the lip was so ulcerated by the swelling, that the flesh would not grow out again and mend the noisome gash. This circumstance fixed on him a most insulting nickname. Although wounds in the front of the body commonly bring praise and not ignominy. So spiteful a colour does the belief of the vulgar sometimes put upon men's virtues. Meanwhile Gurid, the daughter of Alf, seeing that the royal line was reduced to herself alone, and having no equal in birth whom she could marry, proclaimed a vow imposing chastity on herself, thinking it better to have no husband than to take one from the commons. Moreover, to escape outrage, she guarded her room with a chosen band of champions. Once Halfdan happened to come to see her. The champions, whose brother he had himself slain in his boyhood, were away. He told her that she ought to loose her virgin zone, and exchange her austere chastity for deeds of love. That she ought not to give in so much to her inclination for modesty as to be too proud to make a match, and so by her service repair the fallen monarchy. So he bade her look on himself, who was of eminently illustrious birth, in the light of a husband, since it appeared that she would only admit pleasure for the reason he had named. Gurid answered that she could not bring her mind to ally the remnants of the royal line to a man of meaner rank. Not content with reproaching his obscure birth, she also taunted his unsightly countenance. Halfdan rejoined that she brought against him two faults, one that his blood was not illustrious enough, another, that he was blemished with a cracked lip whose scar had never healed. Therefore he would not come back to ask for her before he had wiped away both marks of shame by winning glory in war. Halfdan entreated her to suffer no man to be privy to her bed until she heard certain tidings either of his return or his death. The champions, whom he had bereaved of their brother long ago, were angry that he had spoken to Gurid, and tried to ride after him as he went away. When he saw it, he told his comrades to go into ambush, and said he would encounter the champions alone. His followers lingered, and thought it shameful to obey his orders, but he drove them off with threats, saying that Gurid should not find that fear had made him refuse to fight. Presently he cut down an oak tree and fashioned it into a club, fought the 12 single-handed, and killed them. After their destruction, not content with the honors of so splendid an action, and meaning to do one yet greater, he got from his mother the swords of his grandfather, one of which was called Lusing, and the other Whiting, after the sheen of its well-whetted point. But when he heard that war was raging between Alvar, the king of Sweden, and the Ruthenians, Russians, he instantly went to Russia, offered help to the natives, and was received by all with the utmost honor. Alvar was not far off, there being only a little ground to cross to cover the distance between the two. Alvar's soldier Hildiger, the son of Gunnar, challenged the champions of the Ruthenians to fight him. But when he saw that Halfdan was put up against him, though knowing well that he was Halfdan's brother, he let natural feeling prevail over courage, and said that he, who was famous for the destruction of 70 champions, would not fight with an untried man. Therefore he told him to measure himself in enterprises of lesser moment, and thenceforth to follow pursuits fitted to his strength. He made this announcement not from distrust in his own courage, but in order to preserve his uprightness. For he was not only very valiant, but also skilled at blunting the sword with spells. For when he remembered that Halfdan's father had slain his own, he was moved by two feelings, the desire to avenge his father, and his love for his brother. He therefore thought it better to retire from the challenge than to be guilty of a very great crime. Halfdan demanded another champion in his place, slew him when he appeared, and was soon awarded the palm of valor even by the voice of the enemy, being accounted by public acclamation the bravest of all. On the next day he asked for 2 men to fight with, and slew them both. On the 3rd day he subdued 3, on the 4th he overcame 4 who met him, and on the 5th he asked for 5. When Halfdan conquered these, and when the 8th day had been reached with an equal increase in the combatants and in the victory, he laid low 11 who attacked him at once. Hildiger, seeing that his own record of honors was equalled by the greatness of Halfdan's deeds, could not bear to decline to meet him any longer. And when he felt that Halfdan had dealt him a deadly wound with a sword wrapped in rags, he threw away his arms, and, lying on the earth, addressed his brother as follows. It is pleasing to pass an hour away in mutual talk. And, while the sword rests, to sit a little on the ground and while away the time by speaking in turn, and keep ourselves in good heart. Time is left for our purpose, our 2 destinies have a different lot. One is surely doomed to die by a fatal weird, while triumph and glory and all the good of living await the other in better years. Thus our omens differ, and our portions are distinguished. Thou art a son of the Danish land, I of the country of Sweden. Once, Droda thy mother had her breast swell for thee, she bore me, and by her I am thy foster brother. Lo now, there perishes a righteous offspring, who had the heart to fight with savage spears, brothers born of a shining race charge and bring death on one another. While they long for the height of power, they lose their days, and, having now received a fatal mischief in their desire for a scepter, they will go to Styx in a common death. Fast by my head stands my Swedish shield, which is adorned with, as, a fresh mirror of diverse chasing, and ringed with layers of marvelous fretwork. There a picture of really hues shows slain nobles and conquered champions, and the wars also and the notable deed of my right hand. In the midst is to be seen, painted in bright relief, the figure of my son, whom this hand bereft of his span of life. He was our only heir, the only thought of his father's mind, and given to his mother with comfort from above. An evil lot, which heaps years of ill fortune on the joyous, chokes mirth in mourning, and troubles our destiny. For it is lamentable and wretched to drag out a downcast life, to draw breath through dismal days and to chafe at foreboding. But whatsoever things are bound by the prophetic order of the fates, whatsoever are shadowed in the secrets of the divine plan, whatsoever are foreseen and fixed in the course of the destinies. No change of what is transient shall cancel these things. When he had thus spoken, Halfdan condemned Hildiger for sloth in avowing so late their bond of brotherhood. He declared he had kept silence that he might not be thought a coward for refusing to fight, or a villain if he fought. And while intent on these words of excuse, he died. But report had given out among the Danes that Hildiger had overthrown Halfdan. After this, Siwar, a Saxon of very high birth, began to be a suitor for Gurid, the only survivor of the royal blood among the Danes. Secretly she preferred Halfdan to him, and imposed on her wooer the condition that he should not ask her in marriage till he had united into one body the kingdom of the Danes, which was now torn limb from limb, and restored by arms what had been wrongfully taken from her. Siwar made a vain attempt to do this, but as he bribed all the guardians, she was at last granted to him in betrothal. Halfdan heard of this in Russia through traders, and voyaged so hard that he arrived before the time of the wedding rites. On their first day, before he went to the palace, he gave orders that his men should not stir from the watches appointed them till their ears caught the clash of the steel in the distance. Unknown to the guests, he came and stood before the maiden, and, that he might not reveal his meaning to too many by bare and common speech, he composed a dark and ambiguous song as follows. As I left my father's scepter, I had no fear of the wiles of woman's device nor of female subtlety. When I overthrew 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and soon 5, and next 6, then 7, and also 8, yea 11 single-handed, triumphant in battle. But neither did I then think that I was to be shamed with the taint of disgrace, with thy frailness to thy word and thy beguiling pledges. Gurid answered, my soul wavered in suspense, with slender power over events, and shifted about with restless fickleness. The report of thee was so fleeting, so doubtful, borne on uncertain stories, and parched by doubting heart. I feared that the years of thy youth had perished by the sword. Could I withstand singly my elders and governors, when they forbade me to refuse that thing, and pressed me to become a wife? My love and my flame are both yet unchanged, they shall be mate and match to thine, nor has my troth been disturbed, but shall have faithful approach to thee. For my promise has not yet beguiled thee at all, though I, being alone, could not reject the counsel of such manifold persuasion, nor oppose their stern bidding in the matter of my consent to the marriage bond. Before the maiden had finished her answer, Halfdan had already run his sword through the bridegroom. Not content with having killed one man, he massacred most of the guests. Staggering tipsily backwards, the Saxons ran at him, but his servants came up and slaughtered them. After this Halfdan took Gurid to wife. But finding in her the fault of barrenness, and desiring much to have offspring, he went to Ups in order to procure fruitfulness for her. And being told in answer, that he must make atonement to the shades of his brother if he would raise up children, he obeyed the oracle, and was comforted by gaining his desire. For he had a son by Gurid, to whom he gave the name of Harold. Under his title Halfdan tried to restore the kingdom of the Danes to its ancient estate, as it was torn asunder by the injuries of the chiefs, but, while fighting in Zealand, he attacked Weseat, a very famous champion, in battle, and was slain. Gurid was at the battle in man's attire, from love for her son. She saw the event, the young man fought hotly, but his companions fled, and she took him on her shoulders to a neighboring wood. Weariness, more than anything else, kept the enemy from pursuing him, but one of them shot him as he hung, with an arrow, through the hinder parts, and Harold thought that his mother's care brought him more shame than help. Harold, being of great beauty and unusual size, and surpassing those of his age in strength and stature, received such favor from Odin, whose oracle was thought to have been the cause of his birth. That steel could not injure his perfect soundness. The result was, that shafts which wounded others were disabled from doing him any harm. Nor was the boon unrequited, for he is reported to have promised to Odin all the souls which his sword cast out of their bodies. He also had his father's deeds recorded for a memorial by craftsmen on a rock in Bleaking, whereof I have made mention. After this, hearing that Weseat was to hold his wedding in Skane, he went to the feast disguised as a beggar. And when all were sunken in wine and sleep, he battered the bride chamber with a beam. But Weseat, without inflicting a wound, so beat his mouth with a cudgel, that he took out 2 teeth. But 2 grinders unexpectedly broke out afterwards and repaired their loss, an event which earned him the name of Hildetand, which some declare he obtained on account of a prominent row of teeth. Here he slew Weseat, and got the sovereignty of Skane. Next he attacked and killed Hathor in Jutland, and his fall is marked by the lasting name of the town. After this he overthrew Hunding and Rorik, seized Lair, and reunited the dismembered realm of Denmark into its original shape. Then he found that Asmund, the king of the Wicars, had been deprived of his throne by his elder sister. And, angered by such presumption on the part of a woman, went to Norway with a single ship, while the war was still undecided, to help him. The battle began. And, clothed in a purple cloak, with a coif broidered with gold, and with his hair bound up, he went against the enemy trusting not in arms, but in his silent certainty of his luck, insomuch that he seemed dressed more for a feast than a fray. But his spirit did not match his attire. For, though unarmed and only adorned with his emblems of royalty, he outstripped the rest who bore arms, and exposed himself, lightly armed as he was, to the hottest perils of the battle. For the shafts aimed against him lost all power to hurt, as if their points had been blunted. When the other side saw him fighting unarmed, they made an attack, and were forced for very shame into assailing him more hotly. But Harold, whole in body, either put them to the sword, or made them take to flight, and thus he overthrew the sister of Asmund, and restored him his kingdom. When Asmund offered him the prizes of victory, he said that the reward of glory was enough by itself, and demeaned himself as greatly in refusing the gifts as he had in earning them. By this he made all men admire his self-restraint as much as his valor, and declared that the victory should give him a harvest not of gold but glory. Meantime Alvar, the king of the Swedes, died leaving sons Olaf, Ing, and Ingild. One of these, Ing, dissatisfied with the honors his father bequeathed him, declared war with the Danes in order to extend his empire. And when Harold wished to inquire of oracles how this war would end, an old man of great height, but lacking one eye, and clad also in a hairy mantle, appeared before him, and declared that he was called Odin, and was versed in the practice of warfare. And he gave him the most useful instruction how to divide up his army in the field. Now he told him, whenever he was going to make war with his land forces, to divide his whole army into 3 squadrons, each of which he was to pack into 20 ranks. The center squadron, however, he was to extend further than the rest by the number of 20 men. This squadron he was also to arrange in the form of the point of a cone or pyramid, and to make the wings on either side slant off obliquely from it. He was to compose the successive ranks of each squadron in the following way: the front should begin with 2 men, and the number in each succeeding rank should only increase by 1. He was, in fact, to post a rank of 3 in the second line, 4 in the third, and so on behind. And thus, when the men mustered, all the succeeding ranks were to be manned at the same rate of proportion, until the end of the edge that made the junction of men came down to the wings. Each wing was to be drawn up in 10 lines from that point. Likewise after these squadrons he was to put the young men, equipped with lances, and behind these to set the company of aged men, who would support their comrades with what one might call a veteran valor if they faltered. Next, a skillful reckoner should attach wings of slingers to stand behind the ranks of their fellows and attack the enemy from a distance with missiles. After these he was to enroll men of any age or rank indiscriminately, without heed of their estate. Moreover, he was to draw up the rear like the vanguard, in 3 separated divisions, and arranged in ranks similarly proportioned. The back of this, joining on to the body in front, would protect it by facing in the opposite direction. But if a sea battle happened to occur, he should withdraw a portion of his fleet, which when he began the intended engagement, was to cruise round that of the enemy, wheeling to and fro continually. Equipped with this system of warfare, he forestalled matters in Sweden, and killed Ing and Olaf as they were making ready to fight. Their brother in guild sent messengers to beg a truce, on pretense of his ill health. Harold granted his request, that his own valor, which had learnt to spare distress, might not triumph over a man in the hour of lowliness and dejection. When Ingild afterwards provoked Harold by wrongfully ravishing his sister, Harold vexed him with long and indecisive war, but then took him into his friendship, thinking it better to have him for ally than for enemy. After this he heard that Olaf, king of the Thrones, had to fight with the maidens Stikla and Rusula for the kingdom. Much angered at this arrogance on the part of women, he went to Olaf unobserved, put on dress which concealed the length of his teeth, and attacked the maidens. He overthrew them both, leaving to 2 harbors a name akin to theirs. It was then that he gave a notable exhibition of valor, for defended only by a shirt under his shoulders, he fronted the spears with unarmed breast. When Olaf offered Harold the prize of victory, he rejected the gift, thus leaving it a question whether he had shown a greater example of bravery or self-control. Then he attacked a champion of the Frisian nation, named Ub, who was ravaging the borders of Jutland and destroying numbers of the common people. And when Harold could not subdue him to his arms, he charged his soldiers to grip him with their hands, throw him on the ground, and to bind him while thus overpowered. Thus he only overcame the man and mastered him by a shameful kind of attack, though a little before he thought he would inflict a heavy defeat on him. But Harold gave him his sister in marriage, and thus gained him for his soldier. Harold made tributaries of the nations that lay along the Rhine, levying troops from the bravest of that race. With these forces he conquered Sclavonia in war, and caused its generals, Duck and Dow, because of their bravery, to be captured, and not killed. These men he took to serve with him, and, after overcoming Aquitania, soon went to Britain, where he overthrew the king of the Humbrians, and enrolled the smartest of the warriors he had conquered, the chief of whom was esteemed to be Orm, surnamed the Briton. The fame of these deeds brought champions from divers parts of the world, whom he formed into a band of mercenaries. Strengthened by their numbers, he kept down insurrections in all kingdoms by the terror of his name, so that he took out of their rulers all courage to fight with one another. Moreover, no man durst assume any sovereignty on the sea without his consent, for of old the state of the Danes had the joint lordship of land and sea. Meantime Ingild died in Sweden, leaving only a very little son, Ring, whom he had by the sister of Harold. Harold gave the boy guardians, and put him over his father's kingdom. Thus, when he had overcome princes and provinces, he passed 50 years in peace. To save the minds of his soldiers from being melted into sloth by this inaction, he decreed that they should assiduously learn from the champions the way of parrying and dealing blows. Some of these were skilled in a remarkable manner of fighting, and used to smite the eyebrow on the enemy's forehead with an infallible stroke. But if any man, on receiving the blow, blinked for fear, twitching his eyebrow, he was at once expelled the court and dismissed the service. At this time Ole, the son of Seward and of Harold's sister, came to Denmark from the land of Norway in the desire to see his uncle. Since it is known that he had the first place among the followers of Harold, and that after the Swedish war he came to the throne of Denmark, it bears somewhat on the subject to relate the traditions of his deeds. Ole, then, when he had passed his 10th to his 15th year with his father, showed incredible proofs of his brilliant gifts both of mind and body. Moreover, he was so savage of countenance that his eyes were like the arms of other men against the enemy, and he terrified the bravest with his stern and flashing glance. He heard the tidings that Gun, ruler of Telemark, with his son Grim, was haunting as a robber the forest of Etheskog, which was thick with underbrush and full of gloomy glens. The offense moved his anger. Then he asked his father for a horse, a dog, and such armor as could be got, and cursed his youth, which was suffering the right season for valor to slip sluggishly away. He got what he asked, and explored the aforesaid wood very narrowly. He saw the footsteps of a man printed deep on the snow, for the rime was blemished by the steps, and betrayed the robber's progress. Thus guided, he went over a hill, and came on a very great river. This effaced the human tracks he had seen before, and he determined that he must cross. But the mere mass of water, whose waves ran down in a headlong torrent, seemed to forbid all crossing. For it was full of hidden reefs, and the whole length of its channel was turbid with a kind of whirl of foam. Yet all fear of danger was banished from Ole's mind by his impatience to make haste. So valor conquered fear, and rashness scorned peril. Thinking nothing hard to do if it were only to his mind, he crossed the hissing eddies on horseback. When he had passed these, he came upon defiles surrounded on all sides with swamps, the interior of which was barred from easy approach by the pinnacle of a bank in front. He took his horse over this, and saw an enclosure with a number of stalls. Out of this he turned many horses, and was minded to put in his own, when a certain Talk, a servant of Gun, angry that a stranger should wax so insolent, attacked him fiercely, but Ole foiled his assailant by simply opposing his shield. Thinking it a shame to slay the fellow with the sword, he seized him, shattered him limb by limb, and flung him across into the house whence he had issued in his haste. This insult quickly aroused Gun and Grim. They ran out by different side doors, and charged Ole both at once, despising his age and strength. He wounded them fatally. And, when their bodily powers were quite spent, Grim, who could scarce muster a final gasp, and whose force was almost utterly gone, with his last pants composed this song. Though we be weak in frame, and the loss of blood has drained our strength, since the life-breath, now drawn out by my wound, scarce quivers softly in my pierced breast, I counsel that we should make the battle of our last hour glorious with dauntless deeds, that none may say that a combat has anywhere been bravelier waged or harder fought, and that our wild strife while we bore arms may, when our weary flesh has found rest in the tomb, win us the wage of immortal fame. Let our first stroke crush the shoulder blades of the foe, let our steel cut off both his hands. So that, when Stygian Pluto has taken us, a like doom may fall on Ole also, and a common death tremble over three, and one urn cover the ashes of three. Here Grim ended. But his father, rivaling his indomitable spirit, and wishing to give some exhortation in answer to his son's valiant speech, thus began. What though our veins be wholly bloodless, and in our frail body the life be brief? Yet our last fight be so strong and strenuous that it suffer not the praise of us to be brief also. Therefore aim the javelin first at the shoulders and arms of the foe, so that the work of his hands may be weakened, and thus when we are gone three shall receive a common sepulchre, and one urn alike for three shall cover our united dust. When he had said this, both of them, resting on their knees, for the approach of death had drained their strength, made a desperate effort to fight Ole hand to hand, in order that, before they perished, they might slay their enemy also, counting death as nothing if only they might envelope their slayer in a common fall. Ole slew one of them with his sword, the other with his hound. But even he gained no bloodless victory. For though he had been hitherto unscathed, now at last he received a wound in front. His dog diligently licked him over, and he regained his bodily strength, and soon, to publish sure news of his victory, he hung the bodies of the robbers upon gibbets in wide view. Moreover, he took the stronghold, and put in secret keeping all the booty he found there, in reserve for future use. At this time the arrogant wantonness of the brothers Skate and Hiale waxed so high that they would take virgins of notable beauty from their parents and ravish them. Hence it came about that they formed the purpose of seizing Esa, the daughter of Olaf, prince of the worms. And bade her father, if he would not have her serve the passion of a stranger, fight either in person, or by some deputy, in defense of his child. When Ole had news of this, he rejoiced in the chance of a battle, and borrowing the attire of a peasant, went to the dwelling of Olaf. He received one of the lowest places at table. And when he saw the household of the king in sorrow, he called the king's son closer to him, and asked why they all wore so lamentable a face. The other answered, that unless someone quickly interposed to protect them, his sister's chastity would soon be outraged by some ferocious champions. Ole next asked him what reward would be received by the man who devoted his life for the maiden. Olaf, on his son asking him about this matter, said that his daughter should go to the man who fought for her, and these words, more than anything, made Ole long to encounter the danger. Now the maiden was wont to go from one guest to another in order to scan their faces narrowly, holding out a light that she might have a surer view of the dress and character of those who were entertained. It is also believed that she divined their lineage from the lines and features of the face, and could discern any man's birth by sheer shrewdness of vision. When she stood and fixed the scrutiny of her gaze upon Olaf, she was stricken with the strange awfulness of his eyes, and fell almost lifeless. But when her strength came slowly back, and her breath went and came more freely, she again tried to look at the young man, but suddenly slipped and fell forward, as though distraught. A third time also she strove to lift her closed and downcast gaze, but suddenly tottered and fell, unable not only to move her eyes, but even to control her feet, so much can strength be palsied by amazement. When Olaf saw it, he asked her why she had fallen so often. She averred that she was stricken by the savage gaze of the guest, that he was born of kings. And she declared that if he could balk the will of the ravishers, he was well worthy of her arms. Then all of them asked Ole, who was keeping his face muffled in a hat, to fling off his covering, and let them see something by which to learn his features. Then, bidding them all lay aside their grief, and keep their heart far from sorrow, he uncovered his brow, and he drew the eyes of all upon him in marvel at his great beauty. For his locks were golden and the hair of his head was radiant. But he kept the lids close over his pupils, that they might not terrify the beholders. All were heartened with the hope of better things, the guests seemed to dance and the courtiers to leap for joy. The deepest melancholy seemed to be scattered by an outburst of cheerfulness. Thus hope relieved their fears, the banquet wore a new face, and nothing was the same, or like what it had been before. So the kindly promise of a single guest dispelled the universal terror. Meanwhile Hiale and Skate came up with 10 servants, meaning to carry off the maiden then and there, and disturbed all the place with their noisy shouts. They called on the king to give battle, unless he produced his daughter instantly. Ole at once met their frenzy with the promise to fight, adding the condition that no one should stealthily attack an opponent in the rear, but should only combat in the battle face to face. Then, with his sword called Log T, he felled them all, single-handed, an achievement beyond his years. The ground for the battle was found on an isle in the middle of a swamp, not far from which is a stead that serves to memorize this slaughter, bearing the names of the brothers Hiale and Skate together. So the girl was given him as prize of the combat, and bore him a son Omund. Then he gained his father-in-law's leave to revisit his father. But when he heard that his country was being attacked by Thor, with the help of Toast Sacrificer, and Leota, surnamed, he went to fight them, content with a single servant, who was dressed as a woman. When he was near the house of Thor, he concealed his own and his attendants' swords in hollowed staves. And when he entered the palace, he disguised his true countenance, and feigned to be a man broken with age. He said that with Seward he had been king of the beggars, but that he was now in exile, having been stubbornly driven forth by the hatred of the king's son Ole. Presently many of the courtiers greeted him with the name of king, and began to kneel and offer him their hands in mockery. He told them to bear out in deeds what they had done in jest. And, plucking out the swords which he and his man kept shut in their staves, attacked the king. So some aided Ole, taking it more as jest than earnest, and would not be false to the loyalty which they mockingly yielded him. But most of them, breaking their idle vow, took the side of Thor. Thus arose an internecine and undecided fray. At last Thor was overwhelmed and slain by the arms of his own folk, as much as by these of his guests. And Leota, wounded to the death, and judging that his conqueror, Ol, was as keen in mind as he was valorous in deeds, gave him the name of the Vigorous, and prophesied that he should perish by the same kind of trick as he had used with Thor. For, without question he should fall by the treachery of his own house. And, as he spoke, he suddenly passed away. Thus we can see that the last speech of the dying man expressed by its shrewd divination the end that should come upon his conqueror. After these deeds Old did not go back to his father till he had restored peace to his house. His father gave him the command of the sea, and he destroyed 70 sea kings in a naval battle. The most distinguished among these were Burwil and Werwil, Thorwil, Nef and Wunf, Redward, Rand and Erand. By the honor and glory of this exploit he excited many champions, whose whole heart's desire was for bravery to join in alliance with him. He also enrolled into a bodyguard the wild young warriors who were kindled with a passion for glory. Among these he received Starkad with the greatest honor, and cherished him with more friendship than profit. Thus fortified, he checked, by the greatness of his name, the wantonness of the neighboring kings, in that he took from them all their forces and all liking and heart for mutual warfare. After this he went to Harold, who made him commander of the sea, and at last he was transferred to the service of Ring. At this time one Brun was the sole partner and confidant of all Harold's counsels. To this man both Harold and Ring, whenever they needed a secret messenger, used to entrust their commissions. This degree of intimacy he obtained because he had been reared and fostered with them. But Brun, amid the toils of his constant journeys to and fro, was drowned in a certain river, and Odin, disguised under his name and looks, shook the close union of the kings by his treacherous embassage. And he sowed strife so guilefully that he engendered in men, who were bound by friendship and blood, a bitter mutual hate, which seemed unappeasable except by war. Their dissensions first grew up silently. At last both sides betrayed their leanings, and their secret malice burst into the light of day. So they declared their feuds, and 7 years passed in collecting the materials of war. Some say that Harold secretly sought occasions to destroy himself, not being moved by malice or jealousy for the crown, but by a deliberate and voluntary effort. His old age and his cruelty made him a burden to his subjects. He preferred the sword to the pangs of disease, and liked better to lay down his life in the battlefield than in his bed, that he might have an end in harmony with the deeds of his past life. Thus, to make his death more illustrious, and go to the nether world in a larger company, he longed to summon many men to share his end, and he therefore of his own will prepared for war, in order to make food for future slaughter. For these reasons, being seized with as great a thirst to die himself as to kill others, and wishing the massacre on both sides to be equal, he furnished both sides with equal resources. But let Ring have a somewhat stronger force, preferring he should conquer and survive him. Book 8. Starkad was the first to set in order in Danish speech the history of the Swedish War, a conflict whereof he was himself a mighty pillar, the said history being rather an oral than a written tradition. He set forth and arranged the course of this war in the mother tongue according to the fashion of our country, but I purpose to put it into Latin, and will first recount the most illustrious princes on either side. For I have felt no desire to include the multitude, which are even past exact numbering. And my pen shall relate first those on the side of Harold, and presently those who served under Ring. Now the most famous of the captains that mustered to Harold are acknowledged to have been Sweyn and Somber, Sam, Amber and Eli, Ruthi of Funen, Salgard and Ro, Hrothgar, whom his long beard distinguished by a nickname. Besides these, Skok the Scanian, and Alf the son of Ag, to whom are joined Ulwer the Broad, and Nepi the Old. Besides these there was Gard, founder of the town Stang. To these are added the kinsfolk or bound followers of Harold, Blend, Blang. The dweller in furthest Thule, Ten and Brand, whose surname was Crum, Bitling. Allied with these were Thorgai, with Thorwig, Tatar, Tit, and Hjalte. These men voyaged to Lair with bodies armed for war, but they were also mighty in excellence of wit. And their trained courage matched their great stature, for they had skill in discharging arrows both from bow and catapult, and at fighting their foe as they commonly did, man to man, and also at readily stringing together verse in the speech of their country, so zealously had they trained mind and body alike. Now out of Lair came Horter, Jort, and Bori, Borger or Borny, and also Belgi and Begod. To whom were added Bari and Toli. Now out of the town of Sle, under the captains Hatha, Hyde, and Wisna, with Hacken cut cheek came Tummy the sailmaker. On these captains, who had the bodies of women, nature bestowed the souls of men. Webiorg was also inspired with the same spirit, and was attended by Bo, Bui, Brahmason and Brett the Jute, thirsting for war. In the same throng came Orm of England, of the Frisian, Ari the One-Eyed, and Alf Goder. Next in the count came Dow the Fat and Duck the Sclav, Wisna, a woman, filled with sternness, and a skilled warrior. Was guarded by a band of Sclavs, her chief followers were Bari and Nisli. But the rest of the same company had their bodies covered by little shields, and used very long swords and targets of ski hue, which, in time of war, they either cast behind their backs or gave over to the baggage-bearers, while they cast away all protection to their breasts, and exposed their bodies to every peril, offering battle with drawn swords. The most illustrious of these were Tolker and Emi. After these, Toki of the province of Wahin was conspicuous together with Otrit surnamed the Young. Hatha, guarded by a retinue of very active men, brought an armed company to the war, the chiefs of whom were Grim and Grensley, next to whom are named Gir the Livonian, Haim also and Hunger, Humblai and Biari, bravest of the princes. These men often fought duels successfully, and won famous victories far and wide. The maidens I have named, in fighting as well as courteous array, led their land forces to the battlefield. Thus the Danish army mustered company by company. There were 7 kings, equal in spirit but differing in allegiance, some defending Harold, and some Ring. Moreover, the following went to the side of Harold: Homi and Hosethel, Isethel, him, Hastin and Hythin, Hadin, the Slight, also Dahar, Dag, named Grensky, and Harold Olafson also. From the province of Alund came Har and Hurlwar, Hurleaf, with Hothbrod, surnamed the Furious. These fought in the Danish camp. But from Imisland arrived Humnahi, and Harold. They were joined by Haki and by Sigmund and Surkr the sons of Beman, all coming from the north. All these were retainers of the king, who befriended them most generously. For they were held in the highest distinction by him, receiving swords adorned with gold, and the choicest spoils of war. There came also the sons of Gondal the Old, who were in the intimate favor of Harold by reason of ancient allegiance. Thus the sea was studded with the Danish fleet, and seemed to interpose a bridge, uniting Zealand to Skane. To those that wished to pass between those provinces, the sea offered a short road on foot over the dense mass of ships. But Harold would not have the Swedes unprepared in their arrangements for war, and sent men to Ring to carry his public declaration of hostilities, and notify the rupture of the mediating peace. The same men were directed to prescribe the place of combat. These then whom I have named were the fighters for Harold. Now, on the side of Ring were numbered Ulf, Agi, Aki, Windar, Eywind, Egil the One-Eyed, Goder, Hildi, Gudrialfsson, Styr the Stout, and Tolo, Stein, who lived by the Weenick Mere. To these were joined Gerd the Glad and Gromer, Glum, from Wormland. After these are reckoned the dwellers north on the Elbe, Saxo the Splitter, Solly the Goth, Thord the Stumbler, Thrander Bignose, Grundy, Adi, Grinder, Tovi, Kall, Byarki, Hogni the Clever, Roker the Swart. Now these scorned fellowship with the common soldiers, and had formed themselves into a separate rank apart from the rest of the company. Besides these are numbered Ronny Hildesson and Lyeth Guthi, Huljot Godi, Sven the Top Shorn, Saknar Sodi, Rethur, Hridar, Hawk, and Rolf the Uxorius, woman lover. Massed with these were Ring Adilson and Harold who came from Thotten district. Joined to these were Wallstein of Wick, Thorolf the Thick, then Gel the Tall, Hun, Solway, Burwill the Pale, Borger and Scumber, Scum. But from Telemark came the bravest of all, who had most courage but least arrogance, Thorleif the Stubborn, Thorkill the Gute, Gothlander, Grettir the Wicked and the lover of invasions. Next to these came Had the Hard and Rolder, Rolled, Toe Joint. From Norway we have the names of Thrand of Thranjum, Thok, Thor, of Moor, Rafn the White, Half, War, Bjarni, Blihar, Blig, surnamed Snub-Nosed, Bjorn from the district of Sogni. Findar, Finn, born in the Firth, Bersi born in the town F, I, Alu, Seward Boarhead, Eric the Storyteller, Holmstein the White, Hrut Rawi, or Vafi, the Doubter, Erling surnamed Snake. Now from the province of Jather came Odd the Englishman, Alf the Far Wanderer, Inar the Paunched, and Uor surnamed Thryag. Now from Thule, Iceland, came Mar the Red, born and bred in the district called Midfirth. Gromber the Aged, Gram Brundaluk, Brindok. Grim from the town of Skier, born in Skagafjord. Next came Berg the Seer, accompanied by Bragi and Raffenkel. Now the bravest of the Swedes were these, Arwaki, Keklakarl, Kelkakarl, Krok the Peasant, from Akr, Gudfast and Gumi from Gislamark. These were kindred of the god Frey, and most faithful witnesses to the gods. Ingi, Ingwi, also, and Oli, Alvar, Foki, all sons of Elric, Alrek, embraced the service of Ring. They were men ready of hand, quick in counsel, and very close friends of Ring. They likewise held the god Frey to be the founder of their race. Amongst these from the town of Sigtun also came Sigmund, a champion advocate, versed in making contracts of sale and purchase. Besides him Frosty surnamed Bull, allied with him was Alf the Lofty, proud, from the district of Ups. This man was a swift spear thrower, and used to go in the front of the battle. Ol had a bodyguard in which were 7 kings, very ready of hand and of counsel, namely, Holti, Hendil, Holmar, Louis, Leif, and Haim. With these was enrolled Regnald the Russian, the grandson of Radbard, and Sibold also furrowed the sea with 11 light ships. Lisi, the conqueror of the Pannonians, Huns, fitted with a sail his swift galley ringed with gold. Thririkr, Eric Helsing, sailed in a ship whose prows were twisted like a dragon. Also Thryger, Trigv, and Torwil sailed and brought 12 ships jointly. In the entire fleet of Ring there were 2,500 ships. The fleet of Gotland was waiting for the Swedish fleet in the harbour named Garnum. So Ring led the land force, while Ol was instructed to command the fleet. Now the Goths were appointed a time and a place between Wick and Warren for the conflict with the Swedes. Then was the sea to be seen furrowed up with prows, and the canvas unfurled upon the masts cut off the view over the ocean. The Danes had so far been distressed with bad weather, but the Swedish fleet had a fair voyage, and had reached the scene of battle earlier. Here Ring disembarked his forces from his fleet, and then massed and prepared to draw up in line both these and the army he had himself conducted overland. When these forces were at first loosely drawn up over the open country, it was found that one wing reached all the way to Warren. The multitude was confused in its places and ranks. But the king rode round it, and posted in the van all the smartest and most excellently armed men, led by Ol, Regnald, and Wivel. Then he massed the rest of the army on the 2 wings in a kind of curve. With the sons of Alrek and Trigg, he ordered to protect the right wing, while the left was put under the command of Lisi. Moreover, the wings and the masses were composed mainly of a close squadron of Kurlanders and of Esthonians. Last stood the line of slingers. Meantime the Danish fleet, favoured by kindly winds, sailed, without stopping, for 12 days, and came to the town, stead, of Kalmar. The wind-blown sails covering the waters were a marvel. And the canvas stretched upon the yards blotted out the sight of the heavens. For the fleet was augmented by the Sclavs and the Livonians and 7,000 Saxons. But the Scanians, knowing the country, were appointed as guides and scouts to those who were going over the dry land. So when the Danish army came upon the Swedes, who stood awaiting them, Ring told his men to stand quietly until Harold had drawn up his line of battle, bidding them not to sound the signal before they saw the king settled in his chariot beside the standards, for he said he should hope that an army would soon come to grief which trusted in the leading of a blind man. Harold, moreover, he said, had been seized in extreme age with the desire of foreign empire, and was as witless as he was sightless. Wealth could not satisfy a man who, if he looked to his years, ought to be well nigh contented with a grave. The Swedes therefore were bound to fight for their freedom, their country, and their children, while the enemy had undertaken the war in rashness and arrogance. Moreover, on the other side, there were very few Danes, but a mass of Saxons and other unmanly peoples stood arrayed. Swedes and Norwegians should therefore consider, how far the multitudes of the north had always surpassed the Germans and the Sclavs. They should therefore despise an army which seemed to be composed more of a mass of fickle offscourings than of a firm and stout soldiery. By this harangue of King Ring he kindled high the hearts of the soldiers. Now Brun, being instructed to form the line on Harold's behalf, made the front in a wedge, posting Hatha on the right flank, putting Hakon in command of the left, and making Wisna standard-bearer. Harold stood up in his chariot and complained, in as loud a voice as he could, that Ring was requiting his benefits with wrongs, that the man who had got his kingdom by Harold's own gift was now attacking him. So that Ring neither pitied an old man nor spared an uncle, but set his own ambitions before any regard for Harold's kinship or kindness. So he bade the Danes remember how they had always won glory by foreign conquest, and how they were more wont to command their neighbors than to obey them. He adjured them not to let such glory as theirs to be shaken by the insolence of a conquered nation, nor to suffer the empire, which he had won in the flower of his youth, to be taken from him in his outworn age. Then the trumpets sounded, and both sides engaged in battle with all their strength. The skies seemed to fall suddenly on the earth, fields and woods to sink into the ground, all things were confounded, and old chaos come again. Heaven and earth mingling in one tempestuous turmoil, and the world rushing to universal ruin. For, when the spear-throwing began, the intolerable clash of arms filled the air with an incredible thunder. The steam of the wounds suddenly hung a mist over the sky, the daylight was hidden under the hail of spears. The help of the slingers was of great use in the battle. But when the missiles had all been flung from hand or engines, they fought with swords or iron-shod maces, and it was now at close quarters that most blood was spilt. Then the sweat streamed down their weary bodies, and the clash of the swords could be heard afar. Starkad, who was the first to set forth the history of this war in the telling, fought foremost in the fray, and relates that he overthrew the nobles of Harold, Hun and Eli, Hort and Bugha, and cut off the right hand of Wisna. He also relates that one Roa, with two others, Nepi and Gardar, fell wounded by him in the field. To these he adds the father of Skok, whose name is not given. He also declares that he cast Hakon, the bravest of the Danes, to the earth, but received from him such a wound in return that he had to leave the war with his lung protruding from his chest, his neck cleft to the center, and his hand deprived of one finger. So that he long had a gaping wound, which seemed as if it would never either scar over or be curable. The same man witnesses that the maiden Webiorg, fought against the enemy and felled Soth the champion. While she was threatening to slay more champions, she was pierced through by an arrow from the bowstring of Thorkill, a native of Telemark. For the skilled archers of the Gotlanders strung their bows so hard that the shafts pierced through even the shields, nothing proved more murderous. For the arrow points made their way through hauberk and helmet as if they were men's defenseless bodies. Meanwhile of the Frisian, who was the readiest of Harold's soldiers, and of notable bodily stature, slew 25 picked champions, besides 11 whom he had wounded in the field. All these were of Swedish or Gothic blood. Then he attacked the vanguard and burst into the thickest of the enemy, driving the Swedes struggling in a panic every way with spear and sword. It had all but come to a flight, when Hagder, rolled, and Grettir attacked the champion, emulating his valor, and resolving at their own risk to retrieve the general ruin. But, fearing to assault him at close quarters, they accomplished their end with arrows from afar, and thus Ub was riddled by a shower of arrows, no one daring to fight him hand to hand. 144 arrows had pierced the breast of the warrior before his bodily strength failed and he bent his knee to the earth. Then at last the Danes suffered a great defeat, owing to the Thranes and the dwellers in the province of Dala. For the battle began afresh by reason of the vast mass of the archers, and nothing damaged our men more. But when Harold, being now blind with age, heard the lamentable murmur of his men, he perceived that fortune had smiled on his enemies. So, as he was riding in a chariot armed with scythes, he told Brun, who was treacherously acting as charioteer, to find out in what manner Ring had his line drawn up. Brun's face relaxed into something of a smile, and he answered that he was fighting with a line in the form of a wedge. When the king heard this he began to be alarmed, and to ask in great astonishment from whom Ring could have learnt this method of disposing his line, especially as Odin was the discoverer and imparter of this teaching. And none but himself had ever learnt from him this new pattern of warfare. At this Brun was silent, and it came into the king's mind that here was Odin, and that the god whom he had once known so well was now disguised in a changeful shape, in order either to give help or withhold it. Presently he began to beseech him earnestly to grant the final victory to the Danes, since he had helped them so graciously before, and to fill up his last kindness to the measure of the first. Promising to dedicate to him as a gift the spirits of all who fell. But Brun, utterly unmoved by his entreaties, suddenly jerked the king out of the chariot, battered him to the earth, plucked the club from him as he fell, whirled it upon his head, and slew him with his own weapon. Countless corpses lay round the king's chariot, and the horrid heap overtopped the wheels, the pile of carcasses rose as high as the pole. For about 12,000 of the nobles of Ring fell upon the field. But on the side of Harold about 30,000 nobles fell, not to name the slaughter of the commons. When Ring heard that Harold was dead, he gave the signal to his men to break up their line and cease fighting. Then under cover of truce he made treaty with the enemy, telling them that it was vain to prolong the fray without their captain. Next he told the Swedes to look everywhere among the confused piles of carcasses for the body of Harold, that the corpse of the king might not wrongfully lack its due rights. So the populace set eagerly to the task of turning over the bodies of the slain, and over this work half the day was spent. At last the body was found with the club, and he thought that propitiation should be made to the shade of Harold. So he harnessed the horse on which he rode to the chariot of the king, decked it honorably with a golden saddle, and hallowed it in his honor. Then he proclaimed his vows, and added his prayer that Harold would ride on this and outstrip those who shared his death in their journey to Tartarus, and that he would pray Pluto, the lord of Orcus, to grant a calm abode there for friend and foe. Then he raised a pyre, and bade the Danes fling on the gilded chariot of their king as fuel to the fire. And while the flames were burning the body cast upon them, he went round the mourning nobles and earnestly charged them that they should freely give arms, gold, and every precious thing to feed the pyre in honor of so great a king, who had deserved so nobly of them all. He also ordered that the ashes of his body, when it was quite burnt, should be transferred to an urn, taken to Lair, and there, together with the horse and armor, receive a royal funeral. By paying these due rites of honor to his uncle's shade, he won the favor of the Danes, and turned the hate of his enemies into goodwill. Then the Danes besought him to appoint Heitha over the remainder of the realm. But, that the fallen strength of the enemy might not suddenly rally, he severed Skane from the mass of Denmark, and put it separately under the governorship of Ole, ordering that only Zealand and the other lands of the realm should be subject to Heitha. Thus the changes of fortune brought the Empire of Denmark under the Swedish rule. So ended the Bravik War. But the Zealanders, who had had Harold for their captain, and still had the picture of their former fortune hovering before their minds, thought it shameful to obey the rule of a woman, and appealed to Oeli not to suffer men that had been used to serve under a famous king to be kept under a woman's yoke. They also promised to revolt to him if he would take up arms to remove their ignominious lot. Ole, tempted as much by the memory of his ancestral glory as by the homage of the soldiers, was not slow to answer their entreaties. So he summoned Heitha, and forced her by threats rather than by arms to quit every region under her control except Jutland, and even Jutland he made a tributary state, so as not to allow a woman the free control of a kingdom. He also begot a son whom he named Omund. But he was given to cruelty, and showed himself such an unrighteous king, that all who had found it a shameful thing to be ruled by a queen now repented of their former scorn. 12 generals, whether moved by the disasters of their country, or hating Ol for some other reason, began to plot against his life. Among these were Hleni, Adel, Thot, and Withen, the last of whom was a Dane by birth, though he held a government among the Sclavs. Moreover, not trusting in their strength and their cunning to accomplish their deed, they bribed Starkad to join them. He was prevailed to do the deed with the sword, he undertook the bloody work, and resolved to attack the king while at the bath. In he went while the king was washing, but was straightway stricken by the keenness of his gaze and by the restless and quivering glare of his eyes. His limbs were palsied with sudden dread. He paused, stepped back, and stayed his hand and his purpose. Thus he who had shattered the arms of so many captains and champions could not bear the gaze of a single unarmed man. But Ol, who well knew about his own countenance, covered his face, and asked him to come closer and tell him what his message was, for old fellowship and long-tried friendship made him the last to suspect treachery. But Starkad drew his sword, leapt forward, thrust the king through, and struck him in the throat as he tried to rise. 120 marks of gold were kept for his reward. Soon afterwards he was smitten with remorse and shame, and lamented his crimes so bitterly, that he could not refrain from tears if it happened to be named. Thus his soul, when he came to his senses, blushed for his abominable sin. Moreover, to atone for the crime he had committed, he slew some of those who had inspired him to it, thus avenging the act to which he had lent his hand. Now the Danes made Omund, the son of Ol, king, thinking that more heed should be paid to his father's birth than to his deserts. Omund, when he had grown up, fell in nowise behind the exploits of his father. For he made it his aim to equal or surpass the deeds of Ol. At this time a considerable tribe of the Northmen, Norwegians, was governed by Ring, and his daughter Esa's great fame commended her to Omund, who was looking out for a wife. But his hopes of wooing her were lessened by the peculiar inclination of Ring, who desired no son-in-law but one of tried valor, for he found as much honor in arms as others think lies in wealth. Omund therefore, wishing to become famous in that fashion, and to win the praise of valor, endeavored to gain his desire by force, and sailed to Norway with a fleet, to make an attempt on the throne of Ring under plea of hereditary right. Odd, the chief of Jather, who declared that Ring had assuredly seized his inheritance, and lamented that he harried him with continual wrongs, received Omund kindly. Ring, in the meantime, was on a roving raid in Ireland, so that Omund attacked a province without a defender. Sparing the goods of the common people, he gave the private property of Ring over to be plundered, and slew his kinsfolk. Odd also having joined his forces to Omund. Now, among all his divers and manifold deeds, he could never bring himself to attack an inferior force, remembering that he was the son of a most valiant father, and that he was bound to fight armed with courage, and not with numbers. Meanwhile Ring had returned from roving, and when Omund heard he was back, he set to and built a vast ship, whence, as from a fortress, he could rain his missiles on the enemy. To manage this ship he enlisted Homid and Thol the rowers, the soils of Adel the Scanian, one of whom was instructed to act as steersman, while the other was to command at the prow. Ring lacked neither skill nor dexterity to encounter them. For he showed only a small part of his forces, and caused the enemy to be attacked on the rear. Omund, when told of his strategy by Odd, sent men to overpower those posted in ambush, telling Adel the Scanian to encounter Ring. The order was executed with more rashness than success, and Adel, with his power defeated and shattered, fled beaten to Skane. Then Omund recruited his forces with the help of Odd, and drew up his fleet to fight on the open sea. Adel at this time had true visions of the Norwegian war in his dreams, and started on his voyage in order to make up for his flight as quickly as possible, and delighted Omund by joining him on the eve of battle. Trusting in his help, Omund began to fight with equal confidence and success. For, by fighting himself, he retrieved the victory which he had lost when his servants were engaged. Ring, wounded to the death, gazed at him with faint eyes, and, beckoning to him with his hand, as well as he could, for his voice failed him, he besought him to be his son-in-law, saying that he would gladly meet his end if he left his daughter to such a husband. Before he could receive an answer he died. Omund wept for his death, and gave Homund, whose trusty help he had received in the war, in marriage to one of the daughters of Ring, taking the other himself. At the same time the Amazon Rusla, whose prowess in warfare exceeded the spirit of a woman, had many fights in Norway with her brother, Thrond, for the sovereignty. She could not endure that Omund rule over the Norwegians, and she had declared war against all the subjects of the Danes. Omund, when he heard of this, commissioned his most active men to suppress the rising. Rusla conquered them, and, waxing haughty on her triumph, was seized with overweening hopes, and bent her mind upon actually acquiring the sovereignty of Denmark. She began her attack on the region of Halland, but was met by Homund and Thode, whom the king had sent over. Beaten, she retreated to her fleet, of which only 30 ships managed to escape, the rest being taken by the enemy. Thrond encountered his sister as she was eluding the Danes, but was conquered by her and stripped of his entire army. He fled over the Dovrefjeld without a single companion. Thus she, who had first yielded before the Danes, soon overcame her brother, and turned her flight into a victory. When Omund heard of this, he went back to Norway with a great fleet, first sending Homund and Thole by a short and secret way to rouse the people of Telemark against the rule of Rusla. The end was that she was driven out of her kingdom by the commons, fled to the isles for safety, and turned her back, without a blow, upon the Danes as they came up. The king pursued her hotly, caught up her fleet on the sea, and utterly destroyed it. The enemy suffered mightily, and he won a bloodless victory in splendid spoils. But Rusla escaped with a very few ships, and rode ploughing the waves furiously. But, while she was avoiding the Danes, she met her brother and was killed. So much more effectual for harm are dangers unsurmised, and chance sometimes makes the less alarming evil worse than that which threatens. The king gave Thrond a governorship for slaying his sister, put the rest under tribute, and returned home. At this time Thoreas, and Bjorn, the most active of the soldiers of Rusla, were roving in Ireland. But when they heard of the death of their mistress, whom they had long ago sworn to avenge, they hotly attacked Omund, and challenged him to a duel, which it used to be accounted shameful for a king to refuse. For the fame of princes of old was reckoned more by arms than by riches. So Homund and Thole came forward, offering to meet in battle the men who had challenged the king. Omund praised them warmly, but at first declined for very shame to allow their help. At last, hard besought by his people, he brought himself to try his fortune by the hand of another. We are told that Br fell in this combat, while Thoreas left the battle severely wounded. The king, having first cured him of his wounds, took him into his service, and made him prince, earl, over Norway. Then he sent ambassadors to exact the usual tribute from the Sklavs. These were killed, and he was even attacked in Jutland by a Sclavish force. But he overcame 7 kings in a single combat, and ratified by conquest his accustomed right to tribute. Meantime, Starkad, who was now worn out with extreme age, and who seemed to be past military service and the calling of a champion, was loath to lose his ancient glory through the fault of Eld. And thought it would be a noble thing if he could make a voluntary end, and hasten his death by his own free will. Having so often fought nobly, he thought it would be mean to die a bloodless death. And, wishing to enhance the glory of his past life by the luster of his end, he preferred to be slain by some man of gallant birth rather than await the tardy shaft of nature. So shameful was it thought that men devoted to war should die by disease. His body was weak, and his eyes could not see clearly, so that he hated to linger any more in life. In order to buy himself an executioner, he wore hanging on his neck the gold which he had earned for the murder of Ole. Thinking there was no fitter way of atoning for the treason he had done than to make the price of Ole's death that of his own also, and to spend on the loss of his own life what he had earned by the slaying of another. This, he thought, would be the noblest use he could make of that shameful price. So he girded him with 2 swords, and guided his powerless steps leaning on 2 staves. One of the common people, seeing him, thinking two swords superfluous for the use of an old man, mockingly asked him to make him a present of one of them. Starkad, holding out hopes of consent, bade him come nearer, drew the sword from his side, and ran him through. This was seen by a certain Hathor, whose father Hlen Starkad had once killed in repentance for his own impious crime. Hatfire was hunting game with his dogs, but now gave over the chase, and bade two of his companions spur their horses hard and charge at the old man to frighten him. They galloped forward, and tried to make off, but were stopped by the staves of Starkad, and paid for it with their lives. Hathor, terrified by the sight, galloped up closer, and saw who the old man was, but without being recognized by him in turn. And asked him if he would like to exchange his sword for a carriage. Starkad replied that he used in old days to chastise jeerers, and that the insolent had never insulted him unpunished. But his sightless eyes could not recognize the features of the youth, so he composed a song, wherein he should declare the greatness of his anger, as follows. As the unreturning waters sweep down the channel. So, as the years run by, the life of man flows on never to come back, fast gallops the cycle of doom, child of old age who shall make an end of all. Old age smites alike the eyes and the steps of men, robs the warrior of his speech and soul, tarnishes his fame by slow degrees, and wipes out his deeds of honor. It seizes his failing limbs, chokes his panting utterance, and numbs his nimble wit. When a cough is taken, when the skin itches with the scab, and the teeth are numb and hollow, and the stomach turns squeamish, then old age banishes the grace of youth, covers the complexion with decay, and sows many a wrinkle in the dusky skin. Old age crushes noble arts, brings down the memorials of men of old, and scorches ancient glories up, shatters wealth, hungrily gnaws away the worth and good of virtue, turns athwart and disorders all things. I myself have felt the hurtful power of injurious age, dim-sighted, and hoarse in my tones and in my chest, and all helpful things have turned to my hurt. Now my body is less nimble, and I prop it up, leaning my faint limbs on the support of staves. Sightless I guide my steps with two sticks, and follow the short path which the rod shows me, trusting more in the leading of a stalk than in my eyes. None takes any charge of me, and no man in the ranks brings comfort to the veteran, unless, perchance, Hathor is here, and succors his shattered friend. Whomsoever Hathor once thinks worthy of his duteous love, that man he attends continually with even zeal, constant to his purpose, and fearing to break his early ties. He also often pays fit rewards to those that have deserved well in war, and fosters their courage. He bestows dignities on the brave, and honors his famous friends with gifts. Free with his wealth, he is fain to increase with bounty the brightness of his name, and to surpass many of the mighty. Nor is he less in war, his strength is equal to his goodness, he is swift in the fray, slow to waver, ready to give battle. And he cannot turn his back when the foe bears him hard. But for me, if I remember right, fate appointed at my birth that wars I should follow and in war I should die, that I should mix in broils, watch in arms, and pass a life of bloodshed. I was a man of camps, and rested not, hating peace, I grew old under thy standard, O war god, in utmost peril, conquering fear, I thought it comely to fight, shameful to loiter, and noble to kill and kill again, to be for ever slaughtering. Oft have I seen the stern kings meet in war, seen shield and helmet bruised, and the fields redden with blood, and the cuirass broken by the spear point, and the corslets all around giving at the thrust of the steel. And the wild beasts battening on the unburied soldier. Here, as it chanced, one that attempted a mighty thing, a strong-handed warrior, fighting against the press of the foe, smote through the mail that covered my head, pierced my helmet, and plunged his blade into my crest. This sword also hath often been driven by my right hand in war, and, once unsheathed, hath cleft the skin and bitten into the skull. Hathor, in answer, sang as follows. Whence comest thou, who art used to write the poems of thy land, leaning thy wavering steps on a frail staff? Or whither dost thou speed, who art the readiest bard of the Danish muse? All the glory of thy great strength is faded and lost, the hue is banished from thy face, the joy is gone out of thy soul, the voice has left thy throat, and is hoarse and dull, thy body has lost its former stature. The decay of death begins, and has wasted thy features and thy force. As a ship wearies, buffeted by continual billows, even so old age, gendered by a long course of years, brings forth bitter death. And the life falls when its strength is done, and suffers the loss of its ancient lot. Famous old man, who has told thee that thou mayst not duly follow the sports of youth, or fling balls, or bite and eat the nut. I think it were better for thee now to sell thy sword, and buy a carriage wherein to ride often, or a horse easy on the bit, or at the same cost to purchase a light cart. It will be more fitting for beasts of burden to carry weak old men, when their steps fail them. The wheel, driving round and round, serves for him whose foot totters feebly. But if perchance thou art loath to sell the useless steel, thy sword, if it be not for sale, shall be taken from thee and shall slay thee. Starcad answered, Wretch, thy glib lips scatter idle words, unfit for the ears of the good. Why seek the gifts to reward that guidance, which thou shouldst have offered for naught? Surely I will walk afoot, and will not basely give up my sword and by the help of a stranger. Nature has given me the right of passage, and hath bidden me trust in my own feet. Why mock and jeer with insolent speech at him whom thou shouldst have offered to guide upon his way? Why give to dishonor my deeds of old, which deserve the memorial of fame? Why requite my service with reproach? Why pursue with jeers the old man mighty in battle, and put to shame my unsurpassed honors and illustrious deeds, belittling my glories and girding at my prowess? For what valor of thine dost thou demand my sword, which thy strength does not deserve? It befits not the right hand or the unwarlike side of a herdsman, who is wont to make his peasant music on the pipe, to see to the flock, to keep the herds in the fields. Surely among the henchmen, close to the greasy pot, thou dippest thy crust in the bubbles of the foaming pan, drenching a meager slice in the rich, oily fat, and stealthily, with thirsty finger, licking the warm juice. More skilled to spread thy accustomed cloak on the ashes, to sleep on the hearth, and slumber all day long, and go busily about the work of the reeking kitchen, than to make the brave blood flow with thy shafts in war. Men think thee a hater of the light and a lover of a filthy hole, a wretched slave of thy belly, like a whelp who licks the coarse grain, husk and all. By heaven, thou didst not try to rob me of my sword when thrice at great peril I fought for the son of Ol. For truly, in that array, my hand either broke the sword or shattered the obstacle, so heavy was the blow of the smiter. What of the day when I first taught them, to run with wood-shod feet over the shore of the Curlanders, and the path bestrewn with countless points? For when I was going to the fields studded with calthrops, I guarded their wounded feet with clogs below them. After this I slew Haim, who fought me mightily. And soon, with the captain Rin the son of Flebuc, I crushed the Curlanders, yea, or all the tribes Esthonia breeds, and thy peoples, O Semgala. Then I attacked the men of Telemark, and took thence my head bloody with bruises, shattered with mallets, and smitten with the welded weapons. Here first I learned how strong was the iron wrought on the anvil, or what valor the common people had. Also it was my doing that the Teutons were punished, when, in avenging my lord, I laid low over their cups thy sons, O Swerding, who were guilty of the wicked slaughter of Frode. Not less was the deed when, for the sake of a beloved maiden, I slew 9 brethren in one fray, witness the spot, which was consumed by the bowels that left me, and brings not forth the grain anew on its scorched sod. And soon, when Ker the captain made ready a war by sea, with a noble army we beat his serried ships. Then I put Waski to death, and punished the insolent smith by slashing his hinder parts. And with the sword I slew Weeseen, who from the snowy rocks blunted the spears. Then I slew the 4 sons of Lur, and the champions of Permland, and then having taken the chief of the Irish race, I rifled the wealth of Dublin. And our courage shall ever remain manifest by the trophies of Bravalla. Why do I linger? Countless are the deeds of my bravery, and when I review the works of my hands I fail to number them to the full. The whole is greater than I can tell. My work is too great for fame, and speech serves not for my doings. So sang Starcad. At last, when he found by their talk that Hathor was the son of Hlen, and saw that the youth was of illustrious birth, he offered him his throat to smite, bidding him not to shrink from punishing the slayer of his father. He promised him that if he did so he should possess the gold which he had himself received from Hlen. And to enrage his heart more vehemently against him, he is said to have harangued him as follows. Moreover, Hathor, I robbed thee of thy father Hlen, requite me this, I pray, and strike down the old man who longs to die. Aim at my throat with the avenging steel. For my soul chooses the service of a noble smiter, and shrinks to ask its doom at a coward's hand. Righteously may a man choose to forestall the ordinance of doom. What cannot be escaped it will be lawful also to anticipate. The fresh tree must be fostered, the old one hewn down. He is nature's instrument who destroys what is near its doom and strikes down what cannot stand. Death is best when it is sought, and when the end is loved, life is wearisome. Let not the troubles of age prolong a miserable lot. So saying, he took money from his pouch and gave it him. But Hathor, desiring as much to enjoy the gold as to accomplish vengeance for his father, promised that he would comply with his prayer, and would not refuse the reward. Starkad eagerly handed him the sword, and at once stooped his neck beneath it, counseling him not to do the smiter's work timidly, or use the sword like a woman. And telling him that if, when he had killed him, he could spring between the head and the trunk before the corpse fell, he would be rendered proof against arms. It is not known whether he said this in order to instruct his executioner or to punish him, for perhaps, as he leapt, the bulk of the huge body would have crushed him. So Hathor smote sharply with the sword and hacked off the head of the old man. When the severed head struck the ground, it is said to have bitten the earth, thus the fury of the dying lips declared the fierceness of the soul. But the smiter, thinking that the promise hid some treachery, warily refrained from leaping. Had he done so rashly, perhaps he would have been crushed by the corpse as it fell, and have paid with his own life for the old man's murder. But he would not allow so great a champion to lie unsepulchred, and had his body buried in the field that is commonly called Rolung. Now Omund, as I have heard, died most tranquilly, while peace was unbroken, leaving 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest of these, Seward, came to the throne by right of birth, while his brother Budle was still of tender years. At this time Goder, king of the Swedes, conceived boundless love for one of the daughters of Omund, because of the report of her extraordinary beauty, and entrusted one Ebb, the son of Sib, with the commission of asking for the maiden. Ebb did his work skillfully, and brought back the good news that the girl had consented. Nothing was now lacking to Goder's wishes but the wedding. But, as he feared to hold this among strangers, he demanded that his betrothed should be sent to him in charge of Ebb, whom he had before used as envoy. Ebb was crossing Halland with a very small escort, and went for a night's lodging to a country farm, where the dwellings of 2 brothers faced one another on the 2 sides of a river. Now these men used to receive folk hospitably and then murder them, but were skillful to hide their brigandage under a show of generosity. For they had hung on certain hidden chains, in a lofty part of the house, an oblong beam like a press, and furnished it with a steel point. They used to lower this in the night by letting down the fastenings, and cut off the heads of those that lay below. Many had they beheaded in this way with the hanging mass. So when Ebb and his men had been feasted abundantly, the servants laid them out of bed near the hearth, so that by the swing of the treacherous beam they might mow off their heads, which faced the fire. When they departed, Ebb, suspecting the contrivance slung overhead, told his men to feign slumber and shift their bodies, saying that it would be very wholesome for them to change their place. Now among these were some who despised the orders which the others obeyed, and lay unmoved, each in the spot where he had chanced to lie down. Then towards the murk of night the heavy hanging machine was set in motion by the doers of the treachery. Loosened from the knots of its fastening, it fell violently on the ground, and slew those beneath it. Thereupon those who had the charge of committing the crime brought in a light, that they might learn clearly what had happened, and saw that Ebb, on whose especial account they had undertaken the affair, had wisely been equal to the danger. He straightway set on them and punished them with death. And also, after losing his men in the mutual slaughter, he happened to find a vessel, crossed a river full of blocks of ice, and announced to Goder the result, not so much of his mission as of his mishap. Goder judged that this affair had been inspired by Seward, and prepared to avenge his wrongs by arms. Seward, defeated by him in Halland, retreated into Jutland, the enemy having taken his sister. Here he conquered the common people of the Sclavs, who ventured to fight without a leader, and he won as much honor from this victory as he had got disgrace by his flight. But a little afterwards, the men whom he had subdued when they were ungeneraled, found a general and defeated Seward in Funen. Several times he fought them in Jutland, but with ill success. The result was that he lost both Skane and Jutland, and only retained the middle of his realm without the head, like the fragments of some body that had been consumed away. His son Jarmeric, Eormunrek, with his child sisters, fell into the hands of the enemy. One of these was sold to the Germans, the other to the Norwegians, for in old-time marriages were matters of purchase. Thus the kingdom of the Danes, which had been enlarged with such valor, made famous by such ancestral honors, and enriched by so many conquests, fell, all by the sloth of one man. From the most illustrious fortune and prosperity into such disgrace that it paid the tribute which it used to exact. But Seward, too often defeated and guilty of shameful flights, could not endure, after that glorious past, to hold the troubled helm of state any longer in this shameful condition of his land. And, fearing that living longer might strip him of his last shred of glory, he hastened to win an honorable death in battle. For his soul could not forget his calamity, it was fain to cast off its sickness, and was racked with weariness of life. So much did he abhor the light of life in his longing to wipe out his shame. So he mustered his army for battle, and openly declared war with one Simon, who was governor of Skane under Goder. This war he pursued with stubborn rashness. He slew Simon, and ended his own life amid a great slaughter of his foes. Yet his country could not be freed from the burden of the tribute. Jarmeric, meantime, with his foster brother of the same age as himself, Gun, was living in prison, in charge of Ismar, the king of the Sclavs. At last he was taken out and put to agriculture, doing the work of a peasant. So actively did he manage this matter that he was transferred and made master of the royal slaves. As he likewise did this business most uprightly, he was enrolled in the band of the king's retainers. Here he bore himself most pleasantly as courtiers use, and was soon taken into the number of the king's friends and obtained the first place in his intimacy. Thus, on the strength of a series of great services, he passed from the lowest estate to the most distinguished height of honor. Also, loath to live a slack and enfeebled youth, he trained himself to the pursuits of war, enriching his natural gifts by diligence. All men loved Jarmeric, and only the queen mistrusted the young man's temper. A sudden report told them that the king's brother had died. Ismar, wishing to give his body a splendid funeral, prepared a banquet of royal bounty to increase the splendor of the obsequies. But Jarmeric, who used at other times to look after the household affairs together with the queen, began to cast about for means of escape, for a chance seemed to be offered by the absence of the king. For he saw that even in the lap of riches he would be the wretched thrall of a king, and that he would draw, as it were, his very breath on sufferance and at the gift of another. Moreover, though he held the highest offices with the king, he thought that freedom was better than delights, and burned with a mighty desire to visit his country and learn his lineage. But, knowing that the queen had provided sufficient guards to see that no prisoner escaped, he saw that he must approach by craft where he could not arrive by force. So he plaited one of those baskets of rushes and withies, shaped like a man, with which countrymen used to scare the birds from the corn, and put a live dog in it. Then he took off his own clothes, and dressed it in them, to give a more plausible likeness to a human being. Then he broke into the private treasury of the king, took out the money, and hid himself in places of which he alone knew. Meantime Gun, whom he had told to conceal the absence of his friend, took the basket into the palace and stirred up the dog to bark, and when the queen asked what this was, he answered that Jarmeric was out of his mind and howling. She, beholding the effigy, was deceived by the likeness, and ordered that the madman should be cast out of the house. Then Gun took the effigy out and put it to bed, as though it were his distraught friend. But towards night he plied the watch bountifully with wine and festal mirth, cut off their heads as they slept, and set them at their groins, in order to make their slaying more shameful. The queen, roused by the din, and wishing to learn the reason of it, hastily rushed to the doors. But while she unwarily put forth her head, the sword of Gun suddenly pierced her through. Feeling a mortal wound, she sank, turned her eyes on her murderer, and said, "Had it been granted me to live unscathed, no screen or treachery should have let thee leave this land unpunished." A flood of such threats against her slayer poured from her dying lips. Then Jarmeric, with Gun, the partner of his noble deed, secretly set fire to the tent wherein the king was celebrating with a banquet the obsequies of his brother. All the company were overcome with liquor. The fire filled the tent and spread all about, and some of them, shaking off the torpor of drink, took horse and pursued those who had endangered them. But the young men fled at first on the beasts they had taken, and at last, when these were exhausted with their long gallop, took to flight on foot. They were all but caught, when a river saved them. For they crossed a bridge, of which, in order to delay the pursuer, they first cut the timbers down to the middle, thus making it not only unequal to a burden, but ready to come down. Then they retreated into a dense morass. The Sclavs pressed on them hard and, not foreseeing the danger, unwarily put the weight of their horses on the bridge, the flooring sank, and they were shaken off and flung into the river. But, as they swam up to the bank, they were met by Gun and Jarmeric, and either drowned or slain. Thus the young men showed great cunning, and did a deed beyond their years, being more like sagacious old men than runaway slaves, and successfully achieving their shrewd design. When they reached the strand they seized a vessel chance threw in their way, and made for the deep. The barbarians who pursued them, tried, when they saw them sailing off, to bring them back by shouting promises after them that they should be kings if they returned. For, by the public statute of the ancients, the succession was appointed to the slayers of the kings. As they retreated, their ears were long deafened by the Sclavs obstinately shouting their treacherous promises. At this time Budle, the brother of Seward, was regent over the Danes, who forced him to make over the kingdom to Jarmeric when he came, so that Budle fell from a king into a common man. At the same time Goder charged Sib with debauching his sister, and slew him. Sib's kindred, much angered by his death, came wailing to Jarmeric, and promised to attack Goder with him, in order to avenge their kinsman. They kept their promise well, for Jarmeric, having overthrown Goder by their help, gained Sweden. Thus, holding the sovereignty of both nations, he was encouraged by his increased power to attack the Sclavs, 40 of whom he took and hung with a wolf tied to each of them. This kind of punishment was assigned of old to those who slew their own kindred. But he chose to inflict it upon enemies, that all might see plainly, just from their fellowship with ruthless beasts, how grasping they had shown themselves towards the Danes. When Jarmeric had conquered the country, he posted garrisons in all the fitting places, and departing thence, he made a slaughter of the Sems and the Curlanders, and many nations of the east. The Sclavs, thinking that this employment of the king gave them a chance of revolting, killed the governors whom he had appointed, and ravaged Denmark. Jarmeric, on his way back from roving, chanced to intercept their fleet, and destroyed it, a deed which added honor to his roll of conquests. He also put their nobles to death in a way that one would weep to see. Namely, by first passing thongs through their legs, and then tying them to the hoofs of savage bulls, then hounds set on them and dragged them into miry swamps. This deed took the edge off the valor of the Sclavs, and they obeyed the authority of the king in fear and trembling. Jarmeric, enriched with great spoils, wished to provide a safe storehouse for his booty, and built on a lofty hill a treasure-house of marvelous handiwork. Gathering sods, he raised a mound, laying a mass of rocks for the foundation, and girt the lower part with a rampart, the center with rooms, and the top with battlements. All round he posted a line of sentries without a break. For huge gates gave free access on the four sides, and into this lordly mansion he heaped all his splendid riches. Having thus settled his affairs at home, he again turned his ambition abroad. He began to voyage, and speedily fought a naval battle with 4 brothers whom he met on the high seas, Hellespontines by race, and veteran rovers. After this battle had lasted 3 days, he ceased fighting, having bargained for their sister in half the tribute which they had imposed on those they had conquered. After this, Bic, the son of the king of the Livonians, escaped from the captivity in which he lay under these said brothers, and went to Jarmeric. But he did not forget his wrongs, Jarmeric having long before deprived him of his own brothers. He was received kindly by the king, in all whose secret councils he soon came to have a notable voice. And, as soon as he found the king pliable to his advice in all things, he led him, when his counsel was asked, into the most abominable acts, and drove him to commit crimes and infamies. Thus he sought some device to injure the king by a feint of loyalty, and tried above all to steel him against his nearest of blood, attempting to accomplish the revenge of his brother by guile, since he could not by force. So it came to pass that the king embraced filthy vices instead of virtues, and made himself generally hated by the cruel deeds which he committed at the instance of his treacherous adviser. Even the Sclavs began to rise against him. And, as a means of quelling them, he captured their leaders, passed a rope through their shanks, and delivered them to be torn asunder by horses pulling different ways. So perished their chief men, punished for their stubbornness of spirit by having their bodies rent apart. This kept the Sclavs duly obedient in unbroken and steady subjugation. Meantime, the sons of Jarmeric's sister, who had all been born and bred in Germany, took up arms, on the strength of their grandsire's title, against their uncle, contending that they had as good a right to the throne as he. The king demolished their strongholds in Germany with engines, blockaded or took several towns, and returned home with a bloodless victory. The Hellespontines came to meet him, proffering their sister for the promised marriage. After this had been celebrated, at Bick's prompting he again went to Germany, took his nephews in war, and incontinently hanged them. He also got together the chief men under the pretence of a banquet and had them put to death in the same fashion. Meantime, the king appointed Broder, his son by another marriage, to have charge over his stepmother, a duty which he fulfilled with full vigilance and integrity. But Bick accused this man to his father of incest. And, to conceal the falsehood of the charge, suborned witnesses against him. When the plea of the accusation had been fully declared, Broder could not bring any support for his defense, and his father bade his friends pass sentence upon the convicted man. Thinking it less impious to commit the punishment proper for his son to the judgment of others. All thought that he deserved outlawry except Bick, who did not shrink from giving a more terrible vote against his life, and declaring that the perpetrator of an infamous seduction ought to be punished with hanging. But lest any should think that this punishment was due to the cruelty of his father, Bick judged that, when he had been put in the noose, the servants should hold him up on a beam put beneath him, so that, when weariness made them take their hands from the burden, they might be as good as guilty of the young man's death, and by their own fault exonerate the king from an unnatural murder. He also pretended that, unless the accused were punished, he would plot against his father's life. The adulteress Swanhild, he said, ought to suffer a shameful end, trampled under the hoofs of beasts. The king yielded to Bick. And, when his son was to be hanged, he made the bystanders hold him up by means of a plank, that he might not be choked. Thus his throat was only a little squeezed, the knot was harmless, and it was but a punishment in show. But the king had the queen tied very tight on the ground, and delivered her to be crushed under the hoofs of horses. The story goes that she was so beautiful, that even the beasts shrank from mangling limbs so lovely with their filthy feet. The king, divining that this proclaimed the innocence of his wife, began to repent of his error, and hastened to release the slandered lady. But meantime Bick rushed up, declaring that when she was on her back she held off the beasts by awful charms, and could only be crushed if she lay on her face, for he knew that her beauty saved her. When the body of the queen was placed in this manner, the herd of beasts was driven upon it, and trod it down deep with their multitude of feet. Such was the end of Swanhild. Meantime, the favorite dog of Broder came creeping to the king making a sort of moan, and seemed to bewail its master's punishment, and his hawk, when it was brought in, began to pluck out its breast feathers with its beak. The king took its nakedness as an omen of his bereavement, to frustrate which he quickly sent men to take his son down from the noose, for he divined by the featherless bird that he would be childless unless he took good heed. Thus Broder was freed from death, and Bick, fearing he would pay the penalty of an informer, went and told the men of the Hellespont that Swanhild had been abominably slain by her husband. When they set sail to avenge their sister, he came back to Jarmeric, and told him that the Hellespontines were preparing war. The king thought that it would be safer to fight with walls than in the field, and retreated into the stronghold which he had built. To stand the siege, he filled its inner parts with stores, and its battlements with men-at-arms. Targets and shields flashing with gold were hung round and adorned the topmost circle of the building. It happened that the Hellespontines, before sharing their booty, accused a great band of their men of embezzling, and put them to death. Having now destroyed so large a part of their forces by internecine slaughter, they thought that their strength was not equal to storming the palace, and consulted a sorceress named Gudrun. She brought it to pass that the defenders of the king's side were suddenly blinded and turned their arms against one another. When the Hellespontines saw this, they brought up a shield mantlet, and seized the approaches of the gates. Then they tore up the posts, burst into the building, and hewed down the blinded ranks of the enemy. In this uproar Odin appeared, and, making for the thick of the ranks of the fighters, restored by his divine power to the Danes that vision which they had lost by slights, for he ever cherished them with fatherly love. He instructed them to shower stones to batter the Hellespontines, who used spells to harden their bodies against weapons. Thus both companies slew one another and perished. Jarmeric lost both feet and both hands, and his trunk was rolled among the dead. Broder, little fit for it, followed him as king. The next king was Siwald. His son Snio took vigorously to roving in his father's old age, and not only preserved the fortunes of his country, but even restored them, lessened as they were, to their former estate. Likewise, when he came to the sovereignty, he crushed the insolence of the champions Eskil and Alkil, and by this conquest reunited to his country Skane, which had been severed from the general jurisdiction of Denmark. At last he conceived a passion for the daughter of the king of the Goths, it was returned, and he sent secret messengers to seek a chance of meeting her. These men were intercepted by the father of the damsel and hanged, thus paying dearly for their rash mission. Sneo, wishing to avenge their death, invaded Gothland. Its king met him with his forces, and the aforesaid champions challenged him to send strong men to fight. Sneo laid down as condition of the duel, that each of the two kings should either lose his own empire or gain that of the other, according to the fortune of the champions. And that the kingdom of the conquered should be staked as the prize of the victory. The result was that the king of the Goths was beaten by reason of the ill success of his defenders, and had to quit his kingdom for the Danes. Sneo, learning that this king's daughter had been taken away at the instance of her father to wed the king of the Swedes, sent a man clad in ragged attire, who used to ask alms on the public roads, to try her mind. And while he lay, as beggars do, by the threshold, he chanced to see the queen, and whined in a weak voice, "Sneo loves thee." She feigned not to have heard the sound that stole on her ears, and neither looked nor stepped back, but went on to the palace, then returned straightway, and said in a low whisper, which scarcely reached his ears, "I love him who loves me." And having said this she walked away. The beggar rejoiced that she had returned a word of love, and, as he sat on the next day at the gate, when the queen came up, he said, briefly as ever, wishes should have a tryst. Again she shrewdly caught his cunning speech, and passed on, dissembling wholly. A little later she passed by her questioner, and said that she would shortly go to Boshur, for this was the spot to which she meant to flee. And when the beggar heard this, he insisted, with his wonted shrewd questions, upon being told a fitting time for the tryst. The woman was as cunning as he, and as little clear of speech, and named as quickly as she could the beginning of the winter. Her train, who had caught a flying word of this love message, took her great cleverness for the raving of utter folly. And when Sneo had been told all this by the beggar, he contrived to carry the queen off in a vessel, for she got away under pretence of bathing, and took her husband's treasures. After this there were constant wars between Sneo and the king of Sweden, whereof the issue was doubtful and the victory changeful, the one king seeking to regain his lawful, the other to keep his unlawful love. At this time the yield of crops was ruined by most inclement weather, and a mighty dearth of corn befell. Victuals began to be scarce, and the commons were distressed with famine, so that the king, anxiously pondering how to relieve the hardness of the times, and seeing that the thirsty spent somewhat more than the hungry, introduced thrift among the people. He abolished drinking bouts, and decreed that no drink should be prepared from gram, thinking that the bitter famine should be got rid of by prohibiting needless drinking, and that plentiful food could be levied as a loan on thirst. Then a certain wanton slave of his belly, lamenting the prohibition against drink, adopted a deep kind of knavery, and found a new way to indulge his desires. He broke the public law of temperance by his own excess, contriving to get at what he loved by a device both cunning and absurd. For he sipped the forbidden liquor drop by drop, and so satisfied his longing to be tipsy. When he was summoned for this by the king, he declared that there was no stricter observer of sobriety than he, inasmuch as he mortified his longing to quaff deep by this device for moderate drinking. He persisted in the fault with which he was taxed, saying that he only sucked. At last he was also menaced with threats, and forbidden not only to drink, but even to sip, yet he could not check his habits. For in order to enjoy the unlawful thing in a lawful way, and not to have his throat subject to the command of another, he sopped morsels of bread in liquor, and fed on the pieces thus soaked with drink. Tasting slowly, so as to prolong the desired debauch, and attaining, though in no unlawful manner, the forbidden measure of satiety. Thus his stubborn and frantic intemperance risked his life, all for luxury. And, undeterred even by the threats of the king, he fortified his rash appetite to despise every peril. A second time he was summoned by the king on the charge of disobeying his regulation. Yet he did not even theft cease to defend his act, but maintained that he had in no wise contravened the royal decree, and that the temperance prescribed by the ordinance had been in no way violated by that which allured him. Especially as the thrift ordered in the law of plain living was so described, that it was apparently forbidden to drink liquor, but not to eat it. Then the king called heaven to witness, and swore by the general good, that if he ventured on any such thing hereafter he would punish him with death. But the man thought that death was not so bad as temperance, and that it was easier to quit life than luxury, and he again boiled the grain in water, and then fermented the liquor. Whereupon, despairing of any further plea to excuse his appetite, he openly indulged in drink, and turned to his cups again unabashed. Giving up cunning for effrontery, he chose rather to await the punishment of the king than to turn sober. Therefore, when the king asked him why he had so often made free to use the forbidden thing, he said, "O king, this craving is begotten, not so much of my thirst, as of my goodwill towards thee. For I remembered that the funeral rites of a king must be paid with a drinking bout. Therefore, led by good judgment more than the desire to swill, I have, by mixing the forbidden liquid, taken care that the feast whereat thy obsequies are performed should not, by reason of the scarcity of corn, lack the due and customary drinking. Now I do not doubt that thou wilt perish of famine before the rest, and be the first to need a tomb, for thou hast passed this strange law of thrift in fear that thou wilt be thyself the first to lack food. Thou art thinking for thyself, and not for others, when thou bringest thyself to start such strange miserly ways." This witty quibbling turned the anger of the king into shame. And when he saw that his ordinance for the general good came home in mockery to himself, he thought no more of the public profit, but revoked the edict, relaxing his purpose sooner than anger his subjects. Whether it was that the soil had too little rain, or that it was too hard baked, the crops, as I have said, were slack, and the fields gave but little produce, so that the land lacked victual, and was worn with a weary famine. The stock of food began to fail, and no help was left to stave off hunger. Then, at the proposal of Ag and of Eb, it was provided by a decree of the people that the old men and the tiny children should be slain. That all who were too young to bear arms should be taken out of the land, and only the strong should be vouchsafed their own country. That none but able-bodied soldiers and husbandmen should continue to abide under their own roofs and in the houses of their fathers. When Ag and Eb brought news of this to their mother Gambaruk, she saw that the authors of this infamous decree had found safety in crime. Condemning the decision of the assembly, she said that it was wrong to relieve distress by murder of kindred, and declared that a plan both more honorable and more desirable for the good of their souls and bodies would be to preserve respect towards their parents and children, and choose by lot men who should quit the country. And if the lot fell on old men and weak, then the stronger should offer to go into exile in their place, and should of their own free will undertake to bear the burden of it for the feeble. But those men who had the heart to save their lives by crime and impiety, and to prosecute their parents and their children by so abominable a decree, did not deserve life, for they would be doing a work of cruelty and not of love. Finally, all those whose own lives were dearer to them than the love of their parents or their children, deserved but ill of their country. These words were reported to the assembly, and assented to by the vote of the majority. So the fortunes of all were staked upon the lot, and those upon whom it fell were doomed to be banished. Thus those who had been loath to obey necessity of their own accord had now to accept the award of chance. So they sailed first to Bleaking, and then, sailing past mooring, they came to anchor at Gothland, where, according to Paulus, they are said to have been prompted by the goddess Frigg to take the name of the Longobardi, Lombards, whose nation they afterwards founded. In the end they landed at Rügen, and, abandoning their ships, began to march overland. They crossed and wasted a great portion of the world, and at last, finding an abode in Italy, changed the ancient name of the nation for their own. Meanwhile, the land of the Danes, where the tillers labored less and less, and all traces of the furrows were covered with overgrowth, began to look like a forest. Almost stripped of its pleasant native turf, it bristled with the dense unshapely woods that grew up. Traces of this are yet seen in the aspect of its fields. What were once acres fertile in grain are now seen to be dotted with trunks of trees. And where of old the tillers turned the earth up deep and scattered the huge clods, there has now sprung up a forest covering the fields, which still bear the tracks of ancient tillage. Had not these lands remained untilled and desolate with long overgrowth, the tenacious roots of trees could never have shared the soil of one and the same land with the furrows made by the plough. Moreover, the mounds which men laboriously built up of old on the level ground for the burial of the dead are now covered by a mass of woodland. Many piles of stones are also to be seen interspersed among the forest glades. These were once scattered over the whole country, but the peasants carefully gathered the boulders and piled them into a heap that they might not prevent furrows being cut in all directions. For they would sooner sacrifice a little of the land than find the whole of it stubborn. From this work, done by the toil of the peasants for the easier working of the fields, it is judged that the population in ancient times was greater than the present one, which is satisfied with small fields, and keeps its agriculture within narrower limits than those of the ancient tillage. Thus the present generation is amazed to behold that it has exchanged a soil which could once produce grain for one only fit to grow acorns, and the plough handle and the cornstalks for a landscape studded with trees. Let this account of Sneo, which I have put together as truly as I could, suffice. Sneo was succeeded by Bjorn, and after him Harold became sovereign. Harold's son Joram won no mean place of honor among the ancient generals of the Danes by his record of doughty deeds. For he ventured into fresh fields, preferring to practice his inherited valor, not in war, but in searching the secrets of nature. And, just as other kings are stirred by warlike ardor, so his heart thirsted to look into marvels, either what he could experience himself, or what were merely matters of report. And being desirous to go and see all things foreign and extraordinary, he thought that he must above all test a report which he had heard from the men of Thule concerning the abode of a certain Geared. For they boasted past belief of the mighty piles of treasure in that country, but said that the way was beset with peril, and hardly passable by mortal man. For those who had tried it declared that it was needful to sail over the ocean that goes round the lands, to leave the sun and stars behind, to journey down into chaos, and at last to pass into a land where no light was and where darkness reigned eternally. But the warrior trampled down in his soul all fear of the dangers that beset him. Not that he desired booty, but glory, for he hoped for a great increase of renown if he ventured on a wholly unattempted quest. 300 men announced that they had the same desire as the king, and he resolved that Thorkill, who had brought the news, should be chosen to guide them on the journey, as he knew the ground and was versed in the approaches to that country. Thorkill did not refuse the task, and advised that, to meet the extraordinary fury of the sea they had to cross, strongly made vessels should be built, fitted with many knotted cords and close-set nails, filled with great store of provision. and covered above with ox hides to protect the inner spaces of the ships from the spray of the waves breaking in. Then they sailed off in only 3 galleys, each containing 100 chosen men. Now when they had come to Helgeland, they lost their favoring breezes, and were driven and tossed divers ways over the seas in perilous voyage. At last, in extreme want of food, and lacking even bread, they staved off hunger with a little pottage. Some days passed, and they heard the thunder of a storm brawling in the distance, as if it were deluging the rocks. By this perceiving that land was near, they bade a youth of great nimbleness climb to the masthead and look out, and he reported that a precipitous island was in sight. All were overjoyed, and gazed with thirsty eyes at the country at which he pointed, eagerly awaiting the refuge of the promised shore. At last they managed to reach it, and made their way out over the heights that blocked their way, along very steep paths, into the higher ground. Then Thorkill told them to take no more of the herds that were running about in numbers on the coast, than would serve once to appease their hunger. If they disobeyed, the guardian gods of the spot would not let them depart. But the seamen, more anxious to go on filling their bellies than to obey orders, postponed counsels of safety to the temptations of gluttony, and loaded the now emptied holds of their ships with the carcasses of slaughtered cattle. These beasts were very easy to capture, because they gathered in amazement at the unwonted sight of men, their fears being made bold. On the following night monsters dashed down upon the shore, filled the forest with clamor, and beleaguered and beset the ships. One of them, huger than the rest, strode over the waters, armed with a mighty club. Coming close up to them, he bellowed out that they should never sail away till they had atoned for the crime they had committed in slaughtering the flock, and had made good the losses of the herd of the gods by giving up 1 man for each of their ships. Thorkill yielded to these threats, and, in order to preserve the safety of all by imperiling a few, singled out 3 men by lot and gave them up. This done, a favoring wind took them, and they sailed to further Permland. It is a region of eternal cold, covered with very deep snows, and not sensible to the force even of the summer heats, full of pathless forests, not fertile in grain and haunted by beasts uncommon elsewhere. Its many rivers pour onwards in a hissing, foaming flood, because of the reefs embedded in their channels. Here Thorkill drew up his ships ashore, and bade them pitch their tents on the beach, declaring that they had come to a spot whence the passage to Girid would be short. Moreover, he forbade them to exchange any speech with those that came up to them, declaring that nothing enabled the monsters to injure strangers so much as uncivil words on their part. It would be therefore safer for his companions to keep silence. None but he, who had seen all the manners and customs of this nation before, could speak safely. As twilight approached, a man of extraordinary bigness greeted the sailors by their names, and came among them. All were aghast, but Thorkill told them to greet his arrival cheerfully, telling them that this was Gudmund, the brother of Girid, and the most faithful guardian in perils of all men who landed in that spot. When the man asked why all the rest thus kept silence, he answered that they were very unskilled in his language, and were ashamed to use a speech they did not know. Then Gudmund invited them to be his guests, and took them up in carriages. As they went forward, they saw a river which could be crossed by a bridge of gold. They wished to go over it, but Gudmund restrained them, telling them that by this channel nature had divided the world of men from the world of monsters, and that no mortal track might go further. Then they reached the dwelling of their guide. And here Thorkill took his companions apart and warned them to behave like men of good counsel amidst the diverse temptations chance might throw in their way, to abstain from the food of the stranger, and nourish their bodies only on their own. And to seek a seat apart from the natives, and have no contact with any of them as they lay at meat. For if they partook of that food they would lose recollection of all things, and must live for ever in filthy intercourse amongst ghastly hordes of monsters. Likewise he told them that they must keep their hands off the servants and the cups of the people. Round the table stood 12 noble sons of Gudmund, and as many daughters of notable beauty. When Gudmund saw that the king barely tasted what his servants brought, he reproached him with repulsing his kindness, and complained that it was a slight on the host. But Thorkill was not at a loss for a fitting excuse. He reminded him that men who took unaccustomed food often suffered from it seriously, and that the king was not ungrateful for the service rendered by another, but was merely taking care of his health, when he refreshed himself as he was wont, and furnished his supper with his own viands. An act, therefore, that was only done in the healthy desire to escape some bane, ought in no wise to be put down to scorn. Now when Gudmund saw that the temperance of his guest had baffled his treacherous preparations, he determined to sap their chastity, if he could not weaken their abstinence, and eagerly strained every nerve of his wit to enfeeble their self-control. For he offered the king his daughter in marriage, and promised the rest that they should have whatever women of his household they desired. Most of them inclined to his offer, but Thorkill by his healthy admonitions prevented them, as he had done before, from falling into temptation. With wonderful management Thorkill divided his heed between the suspicious host and the delighted guests. 4 of the Danes, to whom lust was more than their salvation, accepted the offer. The infection maddened them, distraught their wits, and blotted out their recollection, for they are said never to have been in their right mind after this. If these men had kept themselves within the rightful bounds of temperance, they would have equalled the glories of Hercules, surpassed with their spirit the bravery of giants, and been ennobled forever by their wondrous services to their country. Gudmund, stubborn to his purpose, and still spreading his nets, extolled the delights of his garden, and tried to lure the king thither to gather fruits. Desiring to break down his constant wariness by the lust of the eye and the baits of the palate. The king, as before, was strengthened against these treacheries by Thorkill, and rejected this feint of kindly service. He excused himself from accepting it on the plea that he must hasten on his journey. Gudmund perceived that Thorkill was shrewder than he at every point, so, despairing to accomplish his treachery, he carried them all across the further side of the river, and let them finish their journey. They went on, and saw, not far off, a gloomy, neglected town, looking more like a cloud exhaling vapor. Stakes interspersed among the battlements showed the severed heads of warriors, and dogs of great ferocity were seen watching before the doors to guard the entrance. Thorkill threw them a horn smeared with fat to lick, and so, at slight cost, appeased their most furious rage. High up the gates lay open to enter, and they climbed to their level with ladders, entering with difficulty. Inside the town was crowded with murky and misshapen phantoms, and it was hard to say whether their shrieking figures were more ghastly to the eye or to the ear. Everything was foul, and the reeking mire afflicted the nostrils of the visitors with its unbearable stench. Then they found the rocky dwelling which Geirrod was rumored to inhabit for his palace. They resolved to visit its narrow and horrible ledge, but stayed their steps and halted in panic at the very entrance. Then Thorkill, seeing that they were of 2 minds, dispelled their hesitation to enter by manful encouragement, counseling them to restrain themselves, and not to touch any piece of gear in the house they were about to enter. Albeit it seemed delightful to have or pleasant to behold. To keep their hearts as far from all covetousness as from fear, neither to desire what was pleasant to take, nor dread what was awful to look upon, though they should find themselves amidst abundance of both these things. If they did, their greedy hands would suddenly be bound fast, unable to tear themselves away from the thing they touched, and knotted up with it as by inextricable bonds. Moreover, they should enter in order, 4 by 4. Broder and Butchie, Book, were the first to show courage to attempt to enter the vile palace. Thorkill with the king followed them, and the rest advanced behind these in ordered ranks. Inside, the house was seen to be ruinous throughout, and filled with a violent and abominable reek. And it also teemed with everything that could disgust the eye or the mind. The doorposts were begrimed with the soot of ages, the wall was plastered with filth, the roof was made up of spearheads. The flooring was covered with snakes and bespattered with all manner of uncleanliness. Such an unwonted sight struck terror into the strangers, and, over all, the acrid and incessant stench assailed their afflicted nostrils. Also bloodless phantasmal monsters huddled on the iron seats, and the places for sitting were railed off by leaden trellises, and hideous doorkeepers stood at watch on the thresholds. Some of these, armed with clubs lashed together, yelled, while others played a gruesome game, tossing a goat's hide from one to the other with mutual motion of goatish backs. Here Thorkill again warned the men, and forbade them to stretch forth their covetous hands rashly to the forbidden things. Going on through the breach in the crag, they beheld an old man with his body pierced through, sitting not far off, on a lofty seat facing the side of the rock that had been rent away. Moreover, 3 women, whose bodies were covered with tumors, and who seemed to have lost the strength of their backbones, filled adjoining seats. Thorkill's companions were very curious. And he, who well knew the reason of the matter, told them that long ago the god Thor had been provoked by the insolence of the giants to drive red-hot irons through the vitals of Geirrid, who strove with him, and that the iron had slid further, torn up the mountain, and battered through its side. While the women had been stricken by the might of his thunderbolts, and had been punished, so he declared, for their attempt on the same deity, by having their bodies broken. As the men were about to depart thence, there were disclosed to them 7 butts hooped round with belts of gold, and from these hung circlets of silver entwined with them in manifold links. Near these was found the tusk of a strange beast, tipped at both ends with gold. Close by was a vast stag horn, laboriously decked with choice and flashing gems, and this also did not lack chasing. Hard by was to be seen a very heavy bracelet. One man was kindled with an inordinate desire for this bracelet, and laid covetous hands upon the gold, not knowing that the glorious metal covered deadly mischief, and that a fatal bane lay hid under the shining spoil. A second also, unable to restrain his covetousness, reached out his quivering hands to the horn. A third, matching the confidence of the others, and having no control over his fingers, ventured to shoulder the tusk. The spoil seemed alike lovely to look upon and desirable to enjoy, for all that met the eye was fair and tempting to behold. But the bracelet suddenly took the form of a snake, and attacked him who was carrying it with its poisoned tooth. The horn lengthened out into a serpent, and took the life of the man who bore it. The tusk wrought itself into a sword, and plunged into the vitals of its bearer. The rest dreaded the fate of perishing with their friends, and thought that the guiltless would be destroyed like the guilty. They durst not hope that even innocence would be safe. Then the side door of another room showed them a narrow alcove, and a privy chamber with a yet richer treasure was revealed, wherein arms were laid out too great for those of human stature. Among these were seen a royal mantle, a handsome hat, and a belt marvellously wrought. Thorkill, struck with amazement at these things, gave rein to his covetousness, and cast off all his purposed self-restraint. He who so oft had trained others could not so much as conquer his own cravings. For he laid his hand upon the mantle, and his rash example tempted the rest to join in his enterprise of plunder. Thereupon the recess shook from its lowest foundations, and began suddenly to reel and totter. Straightway the women raised a shriek that the wicked robbers were being endured too long. Then they, who were before supposed to be half dead or lifeless phantoms, seemed to obey the cries of the women, and, leaping suddenly up from their seats, attacked the strangers with furious onset. The other creatures bellowed hoarsely. But Broder and Butchie fell to their old and familiar arts, and attacked the witches, who ran at them, with a shower of spears from every side, and with the missiles from their bows and slings they crushed the array of monsters. There could be no stronger or more successful way to repulse them, but only 20 men out of all the king's company were rescued by the intervention of this archery, the rest were torn in pieces by the monsters. The survivors returned to the river, and were ferried over by Gudmund, who entertained them at his house. Long and often as he besought them, he could not keep them back, so at last he gave them presents and let them go. Butchie relaxed his watch upon himself, his self-control became unstrung, and he forsook the virtue in which he hitherto rejoiced. For he conceived an incurable love for one of the daughters of Gudmund, and embraced her. But he obtained a bride to his undoing, for soon his brain suddenly began to whirl, and he lost his recollection. Thus the hero who had subdued all the monsters and overcome all the perils was mastered by passion for one girl. His soul strayed far from temperance, and he lay under a wretched sensual yoke. For the sake of respect, he started to accompany the departing king. But as he was about to ford the river in his carriage, his wheels sank deep, he was caught up in the violent eddies and destroyed. The king bewailed his friend's disaster and departed hastening on his voyage. This was at first prosperous, but afterwards he was tossed by bad weather. His men perished of hunger, and but few survived, so that he began to feel awe in his heart, and fell to making vows to heaven, thinking the gods alone could help him in his extreme need. At last the others besought sundry powers among the gods, and thought they ought to sacrifice to the majesty of divers deities. But the king, offering both vows and peace offerings to Utgardaloki, obtained that fair season of weather for which he prayed. Coming home, and feeling that he had passed through all these seas and toils, he thought it was time for his spirit, wearied with calamities, to withdraw from his labors. So he took a queen from Sweden, and exchanged his old pursuits for meditative leisure. His life was prolonged in the utmost peace and quietness. But when he had almost come to the end of his days, certain men persuaded him by likely arguments that souls were immortal. So that he was constantly turning over in his mind the questions, to what abode he was to fare when the breath left his limbs, or what reward was earned by zealous adoration of the gods. While he was thus inclined, certain men who wished ill to Thorkill came and told Gorm that it was needful to consult the gods, and that assurance about so great a matter must be sought of the oracles of heaven, since it was too deep for human wit and hard for mortals to discover. Therefore, they said, Utgardaloki must be appeased, and no man would accomplish this more fitly than Thorkill. Others, again, laid information against him as guilty of treachery and an enemy of the king's life. Thorkill, seeing himself doomed to extreme peril, demanded that his accusers should share his journey. Then they who had aspersed an innocent man saw that the peril they had designed against the life of another had recoiled upon themselves, and tried to take back their plan. But vainly did they pester the ears of the king. He forced them to sail under the command of Thorkill, and even upbraided them with cowardice. Thus, when a mischief is designed against another, it is commonly sure to strike home to its author. And when these men saw that they were constrained, and could not possibly avoid the peril, they covered their ship with ox hides, and filled it with abundant store of provision. In this ship they sailed away, and came to a sunless land, which knew not the stars, was void of daylight, and seemed to overshadow them with eternal night. Long they sailed under this strange sky. At last their timber fell short, and they lacked fuel, and, having no place to boil their meat in, they staved off their hunger with raw viands. But most of those who ate contracted extreme disease, being glutted with undigested food. For the unusual diet first made a faintness steal gradually upon their stomachs, then the infection spread further, and the malady reached the vital parts. Thus there was danger in either extreme, which made it hurtful not to eat, and perilous to indulge, for it was found both unsafe to feed and bad for them to abstain. Then, when they were beginning to be in utter despair, a gleam of unexpected help relieved them, even as the string breaks most easily when it is stretched tightest. For suddenly the weary men saw the twinkle of a fire at no great distance, and conceived a hope of prolonging their lives. Thorkill thought this fire a heaven-sent relief, and resolved to go and take some of it. To be sure of getting back to his friends, Thorkill fastened a jewel upon the masthead, to mark it by the gleam. When he got to the shore, his eyes fell on a cavern in a close defile, to which a narrow way led. Telling his companions to await him outside, he went in, and saw two men, swart and very huge, with horny noses, feeding their fire with any chance-given fuel. Moreover, the entrance was hideous, the doorposts were decayed, the walls grimy with mold, the roof filthy, and the floor swarming with snakes, all of which disgusted the eye as much as the mind. Then one of the giants greeted him, and said that he had begun a most difficult venture in his burning desire to visit a strange god, and his attempt to explore with curious search an untrodden region beyond the world. Yet he promised to tell Thorkill the paths of the journey he proposed to make, if he would deliver 3 true judgments in the form of as many sayings. Then said Thorkill, in good truth, I do not remember ever to have seen a household with more uncomely noses, nor have I ever come to a spot where I had less mind to live. Also he said, that, I think, is my best foot which can get out of this foremost. The giant was pleased with the shrewdness of Thorkill, and praised his sayings, telling him that he must first travel to a grassless land which was veiled in deep darkness. But he must first voyage for 4 days, rowing incessantly, before he could reach his goal. There he could visit Utgardaloki, who had chosen hideous and grisly caves for his filthy dwelling. Thorkill was much aghast at being bidden to go on a voyage so long and hazardous, but his doubtful hopes prevailed over his present fears, and he asked for some live fuel. Then said the giant, "If thou needest fire, thou must deliver 3 more judgments in like sayings." Then said Thorkill, "Good counsel is to be obeyed, though a mean fellow gave it. Likewise, I have gone so far in rashness, that if I can get back I shall owe my safety to none but my own legs. And again, were I free to retreat this moment, I would take good care never to come back." Thereupon Thorkill took the fire along to his companions, and finding a kindly wind, landed on the 4th day at the appointed harbour. With his crew he entered a land where an aspect of unbroken night checked the vicissitude of light and darkness. He could hardly see before him, but beheld a rock of enormous size. Wishing to explore it, he told his companions, who were standing posted at the door, to strike a fire from flints as a timely safeguard against demons, and kindle it in the entrance. Then he made others bear a light before him, and stooped his body through the narrow jaws of the cavern, where he beheld a number of iron seats among a swarm of gliding serpents. Next there met his eye a sluggish mass of water gently flowing over a sandy bottom. He crossed this, and approached a cavern which sloped somewhat more steeply. Again, after this, a foul and gloomy room was disclosed to the visitors, wherein they saw Utgardaloki, laden hand and foot with enormous chains. Each of his reeking hairs was as large and stiff as a spear of cornel. Thorkill, his companions lending a hand, in order that his deeds might gain more credit, plucked one of these from the chin of Utgardaloki, who suffered it. Straightway such a noisome smell reached the bystanders, that they could not breathe without stopping their noses with their mantles. They could scarcely make their way out, and were bespattered by the snakes which darted at them on every side. Only 5 of Thorkill's company embarked with their captain, the poison killed the rest. The demons hung furiously over them, and cast their poisonous slaver from every side upon the men below them. But the sailors sheltered themselves with their hides, and cast back the venom that fell upon them. One man by chance at this point wished to peep out, the poison touched his head, which was taken off his neck as if it had been severed with a sword. Another put his eyes out of their shelter, and when he brought them back under it they were blinded. Another thrust forth his hand while unfolding his covering, and, when he withdrew his arm, it was withered by the virulence of the same slaver. They besought their deities to be kinder to them, vainly, until Thorkill prayed to the God of the universe, and poured forth unto him libations as well as prayers. And thus, presently finding the sky even as before and the elements clear, he made a fair voyage. And now they seemed to behold another world, and the way towards the life of man. At last Thorkill landed in Germany, which had then been admitted to Christianity, and among its people he began to learn how to worship God. His band of men were almost destroyed, because of the dreadful air they had breathed, and he returned to his country accompanied by 2 men only, who had escaped the worst. But the corrupt matter which smeared his face so disguised his person and original features that not even his friends knew him. But when he wiped off the filth, he made himself recognizable by those who saw him, and inspired the king with the greatest eagerness to hear about his quest. But the detraction of his rivals was not yet silenced. And some pretended that the king would die suddenly if he learnt Thorkill's tidings. The king was the more disposed to credit this saying, because he was already credulous by reason of a dream which falsely prophesied the same thing. Men were therefore hired by the king's command to slay Thorkill in the night. But somehow he got wind of it, left his bed unknown to all, and put a heavy log in his place. By this he baffled the treacherous device of the king, for the hireling smote only the stock. On the morrow Thorkill went up to the king as he sat at meat, and said, I forgive thy cruelty and pardon thy error, in that thou hast decreed punishment, and not thanks, to him who brings good tidings of his errand. For thy sake I have devoted my life to all these afflictions, and battered it in all these perils. I hope that thou wouldst requite my services with much gratitude, and behold, I have found thee, and thee alone, punish my valor sharpliest. But I forbear all vengeance, and am satisfied with the shame within thy heart, if, after all, any shame visits the thankless, as expiation for this wrongdoing towards me. I have a right to surmise that thou art worse than all demons in fury, and all beasts in cruelty, if, after escaping the snares of all these monsters, I have failed to be safe from thine. The king desired to learn everything from Thorkild's own lips. And, thinking it hard to escape destiny, bade him relate what had happened in due order. He listened eagerly to his recital of everything, till at last, when his own God was named, he could not endure him to be unfavorably judged. For he could not bear to hear Utgardaloki reproached with filthiness, and so resented his shameful misfortunes, that his very life could not brook such words, and he yielded it up in the midst of Thorkild's narrative. Thus, whilst he was so zealous in the worship of a false god, he came to find where the true prison of sorrows really was. Moreover, the reek of the hair, which Thorkild plucked from the locks of the giant to testify to the greatness of his own deeds, was exhaled upon the bystanders, so that many perished of it. After the death of Gorm, Gottric his son came to the throne. He was notable not only for prowess but for generosity, and none can say whether his courage or his compassion was the greater. He so chastened his harshness with mercy, that he seemed to counterweigh the one with the other. At this time Got, the king of Norway, was visited by Bjorn, and Ref, men of Thule. Got treated Ref with attention and friendship, and presented him with a heavy bracelet. One of the courtiers, when he saw this, praised the greatness of the gift overzealously, and declared that no one was equal to King Got in kindliness. But Ref, though he owed thanks for the benefit, could not approve the inflated words of this extravagant praiser, and said that Gottric was more generous than Got. Wishing to crush the empty boast of the flatterer, he chose rather to bear witness to the generosity of the absent than tickle with lies the vanity of his benefactor who was present. For another thing, he thought it somewhat more desirable to be charged with ingratitude than to support with his assent such idle and boastful praise, and also to move the king by the solemn truth than to beguile him with lying flatteries. But Ulf persisted not only in stubbornly repeating his praises of the king, but in bringing them to the proof, and proposed their gainsayer a wager. With his consent Ref went to Denmark, and found Gottric seated in state, and dealing out the pay to his soldiers. When the king asked him who he was, he said that his name was Fox Cub. The answer filled some with mirth and some with marvel, and Gottric said, "Yeah, and it is fitting that a fox should catch his prey in his mouth." And thereupon he drew a bracelet from his arm, called the man to him, and put it between his lips. Straightway Ref put it upon his arm, which he displayed to them all adorned with gold, but the other arm he kept hidden as lacking ornament. For which shrewdness he received a gift equal to the first from that hand of matchless generosity. At this he was overjoyed, not so much because the reward was great, as because he had won his contention. And when the king learned from him about the wager he had laid, he rejoiced that he had been lavish to him more by accident than of set purpose, and declared that he got more pleasure from the giving than the receiver from the gift. So Ref returned to Norway and slew his opponent, who refused to pay the wager. Then he took the daughter of Got captive, and brought her to Gottric for his own. Gottric, who is also called Godfried, carried his arms against foreigners, and increased his strength and glory by his successful generalship. Among his memorable deeds were the terms of tribute he imposed upon the Saxons. Namely, that whenever a change of kings occurred among the Danes, their princes should devote 100 snow-white horses to the new king on his accession. But if the Saxons should receive a new chief upon a change in the succession, this chief was likewise to pay the aforesaid tribute obediently, and bow at the outset of his power to the sovereign majesty of Denmark. Thereby acknowledging the supremacy of our nation, and solemnly confessing his own subjection. Nor was it enough for Gottric to subjugate Germany, he appointed Ref on a mission to try the strength of Sweden. The Swedes feared to slay him with open violence, but ventured to act like bandits, and killed him, as he slept, with the blow of a stone. For, hanging a millstone above him, they cut its fastenings, and let it drop upon his neck as he lay beneath. To expiate this crime it was decreed that each of the ringleaders should pay 12 golden talents, while each of the common people should pay Gottric 1 ounce. Men called this the Foxcub's tribute. Reef skilled. Meanwhile it befell that Karl, king of the Franks, crushed Germany in war, and forced it not only to embrace the worship of Christianity, but also to obey his authority. When Gottric heard of this, he attacked the nations bordering on the Elbe, and attempted to regain under his sway as of old the realm of Saxony, which eagerly accepted the yoke of Karl, and preferred the Roman to the Danish arms. Karl had at this time withdrawn his victorious camp beyond the Rhine, and therefore forbore to engage the stranger enemy, being prevented by the intervening river. But when he was intending to cross once more to subdue the power of Gottric, he was summoned by Leo the Pope of the Romans to defend the city. Obeying this command, Karl entrusted his son Pepin with the conduct of the war against Gottric. So that while he himself was working against a distant foe, Pepin might manage the conflict he had undertaken with his neighbor. For Karl was distracted by 2 anxieties, and had to furnish sufficient out of a scanty band to meet both of them. Meanwhile Gottric won a glorious victory over the Saxons. Then gathering new strength, and mustering a larger body of forces, he resolved to avenge the wrong he had suffered in losing his sovereignty, not only upon the Saxons, but upon the whole people of Germany. He began by subduing Friesland with his fleet. This province lies very low, and whenever the fury of the ocean bursts the dikes that bar its waves, it is wont to receive the whole mass of the deluge over its open plains. On this country Gottric imposed a kind of tribute, which was not so much harsh as strange. I will briefly relate its terms and the manner of it. First, a building was arranged, 240 feet in length, and divided into 12 spaces. Each of these stretching over an interval of 20 feet, and thus making together, when the whole room was exhausted, the aforesaid total. Now at the upper end of this building sat the king's treasurer, and in a line with him at its further end was displayed a round shield. When the Frisians came to pay tribute, they used to cast their coins one by one into the hollow of this shield. But only those coins which struck the ear of the distant toll-gatherer with a distinct clang were chosen by him, as he counted, to be reckoned among the royal tribute. The result was that the collector only reckoned that money towards the treasury of which his distant ear caught the sound as it fell. But that of which the sound was duller, and which fell out of his earshot, was received indeed into the treasury, but did not count as any increase to the sum paid. Now many coins that were cast and struck with no audible loudness whatever on the collector's ear, so that men who came to pay their appointed toll sometimes squandered much of their money in useless tribute. Karl is said to have freed them afterwards from the burden of this tax. After Gottric had crossed Friesland, and Karl had now come back from Rome, Gottric determined to swoop down upon the further districts of Germany, but was treacherously attacked by one of his own servants, and perished at home by the sword of a traitor. When Karl heard this, he leapt up overjoyed, declaring that nothing more delightful had ever fallen to his lot than this happy chance. Book 9. After Gottric's death reigned his son Olaf, who, desirous to avenge his father, did not hesitate to involve his country in civil wars, putting patriotism after private inclination. When he perished, his body was put in a barrow, famous for the name of Olaf, which was built up close by Lair. He was succeeded by Hemming, of whom I have found no deed worthy of record, save that he made a sworn peace with Kaiser Ludwig. And yet, perhaps, envious antiquity hides many notable deeds of his time, albeit they were then famous. After these men there came to the throne, backed by the Scanians and Zealanders, Seward, surnamed Ring. He was the son, born long ago, of the chief of Norway who bore the same name, by Gottric's daughter. Now Ring, cousin of Seward, and also a grandson of Gottric, was master of Jutland. Thus the power of the single kingdom was divided. And, as though its 2 parts were contemptible for their smallness, foreigners began not only to despise but to attack it. These Seward assailed with greater hatred than he did his rival for the throne. And, preferring wars abroad to wars at home, he stubbornly defended his country against dangers for 5 years, for he chose to put up with a trouble at home that he might the more easily cure one which came from abroad. Wherefore Ring, desiring his command, seized the opportunity, tried to transfer the whole sovereignty to himself, and did not hesitate to injure in his own land the man who was watching over it without. For he attacked the provinces in the possession of Seward, which was an ungrateful requital for the defense of their common country. Therefore, some of the Zealanders who were more zealous for Seward, in order to show him firmer loyalty in his absence, proclaimed his son Ragnar as king, when he was scarcely dragged out of his cradle. Not but what they knew he was too young to govern, yet they hoped that such a gage would serve to rouse their sluggish allies against Ring. But, when Ring heard that Seward had meantime returned from his expedition, he attacked the Zealanders with a large force, and proclaimed that they should perish by the sword if they did not surrender. But the Zealanders, who were bidden to choose between shame and peril, were so few that they distrusted their strength, and requested a truce to consider the matter. It was granted. But, since it did not seem open to them to seek the favor of Seward, nor honorable to embrace that of Ring, they wavered long in perplexity between fear and shame. In this plight even the old were at a loss for counsel. But Ragnar, who chanced to be present at the assembly, said, "The short bow shoots its shaft suddenly. Though it may seem the hardihood of a boy that I venture to forestall the speech of the elders, yet I pray you to pardon my errors, and be indulgent to my unripe words. Yet the counselor of wisdom is not to be spurned, though he seem contemptible. For the teaching of profitable things should be drunk in with an open mind. Now it is shameful that we should be branded as deserters and runaways, but it is just as foolhardy to venture above our strength. And thus there is proved to be equal blame either way. We must, then, pretend to go over to the enemy, but, when a chance comes in our way, we must desert him betimes. It will thus be better to forestall the wrath of our foe by reined obedience than, by refusing it, to give him a weapon wherewith to attack us yet more harshly. For if we decline the sway of the stronger, are we not simply turning his arms against our own throat? Intricate devices are often the best nurse of craft. You need cunning to trap a fox. By this sound counsel he dispelled the wavering of his countrymen, and strengthened the camp of the enemy to its own hurt. The assembly, marveling at the eloquence as much as at the wit of one so young, gladly embraced a proposal of such genius, which they thought excellent beyond his years. Nor were the old men ashamed to obey the bidding of a boy when they lacked counsel themselves, for, though it came from one of tender years, it was full, notwithstanding, of weighty and sound instruction. But they feared to expose their adviser to immediate peril, and sent him over to Norway to be brought up. Soon afterwards, Seward joined battle with Ring and attacked him. He slew Ring, but himself received an incurable wound, of which he died a few days afterwards. He was succeeded on the throne by Ragnar. At this time Frey, the king of Sweden, after slaying Seward, the king of the Norwegians, put the wives of Seward's kinsfolk in bonds in a brothel, and delivered them to public outrage. When Ragnar heard of this, he went to Norway to avenge his grandfather. As he came, many of the matrons, who had either suffered insult to their persons or feared imminent peril to their chastity, hastened eagerly to his camp in male attire, declaring that they would prefer death to outrage. Nor did Ragnar, who was to punish this reproach upon the women, scorn to use against the author of the infamy the help of those whose shame he had come to avenge. Among them was Legerda, a skilled Amazon, who, though a maiden, had the courage of a man, and fought in front among the bravest with her hair loose over her shoulders. All marveled at her matchless deeds, for her locks flying down her back betrayed that she was a woman. Ragnar, when he had justly cut down the murderer of his grandfather, asked many questions of his fellow soldiers concerning the maiden whom he had seen so forward in the fray, and declared that he had gained the victory by the might of one woman. Learning that she was of noble birth among the barbarians, he steadfastly wooed her by means of messengers. She spurned his mission in her heart, but feigned compliance. Giving false answers, she made her panting wooer confident that he would gain his desires. But ordered that a bear and a dog should be set at the porch of her dwelling, thinking to guard her own room against all the ardor of a lover by means of the beasts that blocked the way. Ragnar, comforted by the good news, embarked, crossed the sea, and, telling his men to stop in Gallardale, as the valley is called, went to the dwelling of the maiden alone. Here the beasts met him, and he thrust one through with a spear, and caught the other by the throat, wrung its neck, and choked it. Thus he had the maiden as the prize of the peril he had overcome. By this marriage he had 2 daughters, whose names have not come down to us, and a son Fridleif. Then he lived 3 years at peace. The Jutlanders, a presumptuous race, thinking that because of his recent marriage he would never return, took the Scanians into alliance, and tried to attack the Zealanders, who preserved the most zealous and affectionate loyalty towards Ragnar. He, when he heard of it, equipped 30 ships, and, the winds favoring his voyage, crushed the Scanians, who ventured to fight, near the stead of Whiteby. And when the winter was over he fought successfully with the Jutlanders who dwelt near the Limfjord in that region. A 3rd and a 4th time he conquered the Scanians and the Hallanders triumphantly. Afterwards, changing his love, and desiring Thora, the daughter of the king Harald, to wife, Ragnar divorced himself from Legerda. For he thought ill of her trustworthiness, remembering that she had long ago set the most savage beasts to destroy him. Meantime Harald, the king of the Swedes, happening to go and hunt in the woods, brought home some snakes, found by his escort, for his daughter to rear. She speedily obeyed the instructions of her father, and endured to rear a race of adders with her maiden hands. Moreover, she took care that they should daily have a whole ox carcass to gorge upon, not knowing that she was privately feeding and keeping up a public nuisance. The vipers grew up, and scorched the countryside with their pestilential breath. Whereupon the king, repenting of his sluggishness, proclaimed that whosoever removed the pest should have his daughter. Many warriors were thereto attracted by courage as much as by desire, but all idly and perilously wasted their pains. Ragnar, learning from men who travelled to and fro how the matter stood, asked his nurse for a woolen mantle, and for some thigh pieces that were very hairy, with which he could repel the snake bites. He thought that he ought to use a dress stuffed with hair to protect himself, and also took one that was not unwieldy, that he might move nimbly. And when he had landed in Sweden, he deliberately plunged his body in water, while there was a frost falling, and, wetting his dress, to make it the less penetrable, he let the cold freeze it. Thus attired, he took leave of his companions, exhorted them to remain loyal to Fridleif, and went on to the palace alone. When he saw it, he tied his sword to his side, and lashed a spear to his right hand with a thong. As he went on, an enormous snake glided up and met him. Another, equally huge, crawled up, following in the trail of the first. They strove now to buffet the young man with the coils of their tails, and now to spit and belch their venom stubbornly upon him. Meantime the courtiers, betaking themselves to safer hiding, watched the struggle from afar like affrighted little girls. The king was stricken with equal fear, and fled, with a few followers, to a narrow shelter. But Ragnar, trusting in the hardness of his frozen dress, foiled the poisonous assaults not only with his arms, but with his attire, and, single-handed, in unweariable combat, stood up against the 2 gaping creatures, who stubbornly poured forth their venom upon him. For their teeth he repelled with his shield, their poison with his dress. At last he cast his spear, and drove it against the bodies of the brutes, who were attacking him hard. He pierced both their hearts, and his battle ended in victory. After Ragnar had thus triumphed the king scanned his dress closely, and saw that he was rough and hairy, but, above all, he laughed at the shaggy lower portion of his garb, and chiefly the uncouth aspect of his breeches. So that he gave him in jest the nickname of Lodbrog. Also he invited him to feast with his friends, to refresh him after his labors. Ragnar said that he would first go back to the witnesses whom he had left behind. He set out and brought them back, splendidly attired for the coming feast. At last, when the banquet was over, he received the prize that was appointed for the victory. By her he begot 2 nobly gifted sons, Radbard and Dunwat. These also had brothers, Seward, Bjorn, Agner, and Iwar. Meanwhile, the Jutes and Scanians were kindled with an unquenchable fire of sedition, they disallowed the title of Ragnar, and gave a certain herald the sovereign power. Ragnar sent envoys to Norway, and besought friendly assistance against these men, and Legerda, whose early love still flowed deep and steadfast, hastily sailed off with her husband and her son. She brought herself to offer 120 ships to the man who had once put her away. And he, thinking himself destitute of all resources, took to borrowing help from folk of every age, crowded the strong and the feeble all together, and was not ashamed to insert some old men and boys among the wedges of the strong. So he first tried to crush the power of the Scanians in the field which in Latin is called Lanius, Woolly. Here he had a hard fight with the rebels. Here, too, Ewar, who was in his 7th year, fought splendidly, and showed the strength of a man in the body of a boy. But Seward, while attacking the enemy face to face, fell forward upon the ground wounded. When his men saw this, it made them look round most anxiously for means of flight, and this brought low not only Seward, but almost the whole army on the side of Ragnar. But Ragnar by his manly deeds and exhortations comforted their amazed and sunken spirits, and, just when they were ready to be conquered, spurred them on to try and conquer. Lagerda, who had a matchless spirit though a delicate frame, covered by her splendid bravery the inclination of the soldiers to waver. For she made a sally about, and flew round to the rear of the enemy, taking them unawares, and thus turned the panic of her friends into the camp of the enemy. At last the lines of Harold became slack, and Harold himself was routed with a great slaughter of his men. Lagerda, when she had gone home after the battle, murdered her husband in the night with a spearhead, which she had hid in her gown. Then she usurped the whole of his name and sovereignty, for this most presumptuous dame thought it pleasanter to rule without her husband than to share the throne with him. Meantime, Seward was taken to a town in the neighborhood, and gave himself to be tended by the doctors, who were reduced to the depths of despair. But while the huge wound baffled all the remedies they applied, a certain man of amazing size was seen to approach the litter of the sick man, and promised that Seward should straightway rejoice and be whole, if he would consecrate unto him the souls of all whom he should overcome in battle. Nor did he conceal his name, but said that he was called Rostar. Now Seward, when he saw that a great benefit could be got at the cost of a little promise, eagerly acceded to this request. Then the old man suddenly, by the help of his hand, touched and banished the livid spot, and suddenly scarred the wound over. At last he poured dust on his eyes and departed. Spot suddenly arose, and the dust, to the amaze of the beholders, seemed to become wonderfully like little snakes. I should think that he who did this miracle wished to declare, by the manifest token of his eyes, that the young man was to be cruel in future, in order that the more visible part of his body might not lack some omen of his life that was to follow. When the old woman, who had the care of his draughts, saw him showing in his face signs of little snakes, she was seized with an extraordinary horror of the young man, and suddenly fell and swooned away. Hence it happened that Seward got the widespread name of Snake Eye. Meantime Thora, the bride of Ragnar, perished of a violent malady, which caused infinite trouble and distress to the husband, who dearly loved his wife. This distress, he thought, would be best dispelled by business, and he resolved to find solace in exercise and qualify his grief by toil. To banish his affliction and gain some comfort, he bent his thoughts to warfare, and decreed that every father of a family should devote to his service whichever of his children he thought most contemptible, or any slave of his who was lazy at his work or of doubtful fidelity. And albeit that this decree seemed little fitted for his purpose, he showed that the feeblest of the Danish race were better than the strongest men of other nations. And it did the young men great good, each of those chosen being eager to wipe off the reproach of indolence. Also he enacted that every piece of litigation should be referred to the judgment of 12 chosen elders, all ordinary methods of action being removed, the accuser being forbidden to charge, and the accused to defend. This law removed all chance of incurring litigation lightly. Thinking that there was thus sufficient provision made against false accusations by unscrupulous men, he lifted up his arms against Britain, and attacked and slew in battle its king, Haim, the father of Ella, who was a most noble youth. Then he killed the earls of Scotland and of Pictland, and of the isles that they call the southern or meridional, Sudreyar, and made his sons Seward and Radbard masters of the provinces, which were now without governors. He also deprived Norway of its chief by force, and commanded it to obey Fridleif, whom he also set over the Orkneys, from which he took their own earl. Meantime, some of the Danes who were most stubborn in their hatred against Ragnar were obstinately bent on rebellion. They rallied to the side of Harold, once an exile, and tried to raise the fallen fortunes of the tyrant. By this hardihood they raised up against the king the most virulent blasts of civil war, and entangled him in domestic perils when he was free from foreign troubles. Ragnar, setting out to check them with a fleet of the Danes who lived in the Isles, crushed the army of the rebels, drove Harold, the leader of the conquered army, a fugitive to Germany, and forced him to resign unbashfully an honor which he had gained without scruple. Nor was he content simply to kill his prisoners, he preferred to torture them to death, so that those who could not be induced to forsake their disloyalty might not be so much as suffered to give up the ghost save under the most grievous punishment. Moreover, the estates of those who had deserted with Harold he distributed among those who were serving as his soldiers. Thinking that the fathers would be worse punished by seeing the honor of their inheritance made over to the children whom they had rejected, while those whom they had loved better lost their patrimony. But even this did not sate his vengeance, and he further determined to attack Saxony, thinking it the refuge of his foes and the retreat of Harold. So, begging his sons to help him, he came on Karl, who happened then to be tarrying on those borders of his empire. Intercepting his sentries, he eluded the watch that was posted on guard. But while he thought that all the rest would therefore be easy and more open to his attacks, suddenly a woman who was a soothsayer, a kind of divine oracle or interpreter of the will of heaven, warned the king with a saving prophecy. And by her fortunate presage forestalled the mischief that impended, saying that the fleet of Seward had moored at the mouth of the river Seine. The emperor, heeding the warning, and understanding that the enemy was at hand, managed to engage with and stop the barbarians, who were thus pointed out to him. A battle was fought with Ragnar. But Karl did not succeed as happily in the field as he had got warning of the danger. And so that tireless conqueror of almost all Europe, who in his calm and complete career of victory had travelled over so great a portion of the world, now beheld his army, which had vanquished all these states and nations, turning its face from the field, and shattered by a handful from a single province. Ragnar, after loading the Saxons with tribute, had sure tidings from Sweden of the death of Herod, and also heard that his own sons, owing to the slander of Sorel, the king chosen in his stead, had been robbed of their inheritance. He besought the aid of the brothers Bjorn, Fridleif, and Ragbard, for Ragnald, Hvitserk, and Eric, his sons by Swanloga, had not yet reached the age of bearing arms, and went to Sweden. Sorel met him with his army, and offered him the choice between a public conflict and a duel. And when Ragnar chose personal combat, he sent against him Starkad, a champion of approved daring, with his band of 7 sons, to challenge and fight with him. Ragnar took his 3 sons to share the battle with him, engaged in the sight of both armies, and came out of the combat triumphant. Bjorn, having inflicted great slaughter on the foe without hurt to himself, gained from the strength of his sides, which were like iron, a perpetual name, Ironsides. This victory emboldened Ragnar to hope that he could overcome any peril, and he attacked and slew Sorel with the entire forces he was leading. He presented Bjorn with the lordship of Sweden for his conspicuous bravery and service. Then for a little interval he rested from wars, and chanced to fall deeply in love with a certain woman. In order to find some means of approaching and winning her the more readily, he courted her father, Esbern, by showing him the most obliging and attentive kindness. He often invited him to banquets, and received him with lavish courtesy. When he came, he paid him the respect of rising, and when he sat, he honored him with a set next to himself. He also often comforted him with gifts, and at times with the most kindly speech. The man saw that no merits of his own could be the cause of all this distinction, and casting over the matter every way in his mind, he perceived that the generosity of his monarch was caused by his love for his daughter, and that he colored this lustful purpose with the name of kindness. But, that he might balk the cleverness of the lover, however well calculated, he had the girl watched all the more carefully that he saw her beset by secret aims and obstinate methods. But Ragnar, who was comforted by the surest tidings of her consent, went to the farmhouse in which she was kept, and fancying that love must find out a way, repaired alone to a certain peasant in a neighboring lodging. In the morning he exchanged dress with the women, and went in female attire, and stood by his mistress as she was unwinding wool. Cunningly, to avoid betrayal, he set his hands to the work of a maiden, though they were little skilled in the art. In the night he embraced the maiden and gained his desire. When her time drew near, and the girl growing big, betrayed her outraged chastity, the father, not knowing to whom his daughter had given herself to be defiled, persisted in asking the girl herself who was the unknown seducer. She steadfastly affirmed that she had had no one to share her bed except her handmaid, and he made the affair over to the king to search into. He would not allow an innocent servant to be branded with an extraordinary charge, and was not ashamed to prove another's innocence by avowing his own guilt. By this generosity he partially removed the woman's reproach, and prevented an absurd report from being sown in the ears of the wicked. Also he added, that the son to be born of her was of his own line, and that he wished him to be named Ab. When this son had grown up somewhat, his wit, despite his tender years, equaled the discernment of manhood. For he took to loving his mother, since she had had converse with a noble bed, but cast off all respect for his father, because he had stooped to a union too lowly. After this Ragnar prepared an expedition against the Hellespontines, and summoned an assembly of the Danes, promising that he would give the people most wholesome laws. He had enacted before that each father of a household should offer for service that one among his sons whom he esteemed least, but now he enacted that each should arm the son who was stoutest of hand or of most approved loyalty. Thereon, taking all the sons he had by Thora, in addition to Ub, he attacked, crushed in sundry campaigns, and subdued the Hellespont with its king Diameter. At last he involved the same king in disaster after disaster, and slew him. Gia's sons, Gia and Daxo, who had before married the daughters of the Russian king, begged forces from their father-in-law, and rushed with most ardent courage to the work of avenging their father. But Ragnar, when he saw their boundless army, distrusted his own forces. And he put brazen horses on wheels that could be drawn easily, took them round on carriages that would turn, and ordered that they should be driven with the utmost force against the thickest ranks of the enemy. This device served so well to break the line of the foe, that the Danes' hope of conquest seemed to lie more in the engine than in the soldiers, for its insupportable weight overwhelmed whatever it struck. Thus one of the leaders was killed, while one made off in flight, and the whole army of the area of the Hellespont retreated. The Scythians, also, who were closely related by blood to Daxo on the mother's side, are said to have been crushed in the same disaster. Their province was made over to Huitzerk, and the king of the Russians, trusting little in his own strength, hastened to fly out of the reach of the terrible arms of Ragnar. Now Ragnar had spent almost 5 years in sea roving, and had quickly compelled all other nations to submit, but he found the Perms in open defiance of his sovereignty. He had just conquered them, but their loyalty was weak. When they heard that he had come they cast spells upon the sky, stirred up the clouds, and drove them into most furious storms. This for some time prevented the Danes from voyaging, and caused their supply of food to fail. Then, again, the storms suddenly abated, and now they were scorched by the most fervent and burning heat, nor was this plague any easier to bear than the great and violent cold had been. Thus the mischievous excess in both directions affected their bodies alternately, and injured them by an immoderate increase first of cold and then of heat. Moreover, dysentery killed most of them. So the mass of the Danes, being pent in by the dangerous state of the weather, perished of the bodily plague that arose on every side. And when Ragnar saw that he was hindered, not so much by a natural as by a factitious tempest, he held on his voyage as best he could, and got to the country of the Kurlanders and Sems, who paid zealous honor to his might and majesty, as if he were the most revered of conquerors. This service enraged the king all the more against the arrogance of the men of Permland, and he attempted to avenge his slighted dignity by a sudden attack. Their king, whose name is not known, was struck with panic at such a sudden invasion of the enemy, and at the same time had no heart to join battle with them, and fled to Maddel, the prince of Finnmark. He, trusting in the great skill of his archers, harassed with impunity the army of Ragnar, which was wintering in Permland. For the Finns, who are wont to glide on slippery timbers, snow skates, scud along at whatever pace they will, and are considered to be able to approach or depart very quickly. For as soon as they have damaged the enemy they fly away as speedily as they approach, nor is the retreat they make quicker than their charge. Thus their vehicles and their bodies are so nimble that they acquire the utmost expertness both in advance and flight. Ragnar was filled with amazement at the poorness of his fortunes when he saw that he, who had conquered Rome at its pinnacle of power, was dragged by an unarmed and uncouth race into the utmost peril. He, therefore, who had signally crushed the most glorious flower of the Roman soldiery, and the forces of a most great and serene captain, now yielded to a base mob with the poorest and slenderest equipment. And he whose luster in war the might of the strongest race on earth had failed to tarnish, was now too weak to withstand the tiny band of a miserable tribe. Hence, with that force which had helped him bravely to defeat the most famous pomp in all the world and the weightiest weapon of military power, and to subdue in the field all that thunderous foot, horse, and encampment. With this he had now, stealthily and like a thief, to endure the attacks of a wretched and obscure populace. Nor must he blush to stain by a treachery in the night that noble glory of his which had been won in the light of day, for he took to a secret ambuscade instead of open bravery. This affair was as profitable in its issue as it was unhandsome in the doing. Ragnar was equally as well pleased at the flight of the Finns as he had been at that of Karl, and owned that he had found more strength in that defenseless people than in the best equipped soldiery. For he found the heaviest weapons of the Romans easier to bear than the light darts of this ragged tribe. Here, after killing the king of the Perms and routing the king of the Finns, Ragnar set an eternal memorial of his victory on the rocks, which bore the characters of his deeds on their face, and looked down upon them. Meanwhile Ub was led by his grandfather, Esbern, to conceive an unholy desire for the throne, and, casting away all thought of the reverence due to his father, he claimed the emblem of royalty for his own head. When Ragnar heard of his arrogance from Kelthur and Thorkill, the earls of Sweden, he made a hasty voyage towards Gothland. Esbern, finding that these men were attached with a singular loyalty to the side of Ragnar, tried to bribe them to desert the king. But they did not swerve from their purpose, and replied that their will depended on that of Bjorn, declaring that not a single Swede would dare to do what went against his pleasure. Esbern speedily made an attempt on Bjorn himself, addressing him most courteously through his envoys. Bjorn said that he would never lean more to treachery than to good faith, and judged that it would be a most abominable thing to prefer the favor of an infamous brother to the love of a most righteous father. The envoys themselves he punished with hanging, because they counseled him to so grievous a crime. The Swedes, moreover, slew the rest of the train of the envoys in the same way, as a punishment for their mischievous advice. So Esbern, thinking that his secret and stealthy maneuvers did not succeed fast enough, mustered his forces openly, and went publicly forth to war. But Ivar, the governor of Jutland, seeing no righteousness on either side of the impious conflict, avoided all unholy war by voluntary exile. Ragnar attacked and slew Esbern in the bay that is called in Latin Voridus. He cut off the dead man's head and bade it be set upon the ship's prow, a dreadful sight for the seditious. But Ub took to flight, and again attacked his father, having revived the war in Zealand. Ub's ranks broke, and he was assailed single-handed from all sides. But he felled so many of the enemy's line that he was surrounded with a pile of the corpses of the foe as with a strong bulwark, and easily checked his assailants from approaching. At last he was overwhelmed by the thickening masses of the enemy, captured, and taken off to be laden with public fetters. By immense violence he disentangled his chains and cut them away. But when he tried to sunder and rend the bonds that were, then, put upon him, he could not in any wise escape his bars. But when Ivar heard that the rising in his country had been quelled by the punishment of the rebel, he went to Denmark. Ragnar received him with the greatest honor, because, while the unnatural war had raged its fiercest, he had behaved with the most entire filial respect. Meanwhile Daxo long and vainly tried to overcome Hvitserk, who ruled over Sweden. But at last he enwrapped him under pretense of making a peace, and attacked him. Hvitserk received him hospitably, but Daxo had prepared an army with weapons, who were to feign to be trading, ride into the city in carriages, and break with a night attack into the house of their host. Wihtcirc smote this band of robbers with such a slaughter that he was surrounded with a heap of his enemies' bodies, and could only be taken by letting down ladders from above. 12 of his companions, who were captured at the same time by the enemy, were given leave to go back to their country, but they gave up their lives for their king, and chose to share the dangers of another rather than be quit of their own. Saxo, moved with compassion at the beauty of Wihtcirc, had not the heart to pluck the budding blossom of that noble nature, and offered him not only his life, but his daughter in marriage, with a dowry of half his kingdom. Choosing rather to spare his comeliness than to punish his bravery. But the other, in the greatness of his soul, valued as nothing the life which he was given on sufferance, and spurned his safety as though it were some trivial benefit. Of his own will he embraced the sentence of doom, saying, that Ragnar would exact a milder vengeance for his son if he found that he had made his own choice in selecting the manner of his death. The enemy wondered at his rashness, and promised that he should die by the manner of death which he should choose for this punishment. This leave the young man accepted as a great kindness, and begged that he might be bound and burned with his friends. Saxo speedily complied with his prayers that craved for death, and by way of kindness granted him the end that he had chosen. When Ragnar heard of this, he began to grieve stubbornly even unto death, and not only put on the garb of mourning, but, in the exceeding sorrow of his soul, took to his bed and showed his grief by groaning. But his wife, who had more than a man's courage, chid his weakness, and put heart into him with her manful admonitions. Drawing his mind off from his woe, she bade him be zealous in the pursuit of war. Declaring that it was better for so brave a father to avenge the blood-stained ashes of his son with weapons than with tears. She also told him not to whimper like a woman, and get as much disgrace by his tears as he had once earned glory by his valor. Upon these words Ragnar began to fear lest he should destroy his ancient name for courage by his womanish sorrow. So, shaking off his melancholy garb and putting away his signs of mourning, he revived his sleeping valor with hopes of speedy vengeance. Thus do the weak sometimes nerve the spirits of the strong. So he put his kingdom in charge of Iwar, and embraced with a father's love Ub, who was now restored to his ancient favor. Then he transported his fleet over to Russia, took Saxo, bound him in chains, and sent him away to be kept in Utgard. 11. Ragnar showed on this occasion the most merciful moderation towards the slayer of his dearest son, since he sufficiently satisfied the vengeance which he desired, by the exile of the culprit rather than his death. This compassion shamed the Russians out of any further rage against such a king, who could not be driven even by the most grievous wrongs to inflict death upon his prisoners. Ragnar soon took Saxo back into favor, and restored him to his country, upon his promising that he would every year pay him his tribute barefoot, like a suppliant, with 12 elders, also unshod. For he thought it better to punish a prisoner and a suppliant gently, than to draw the axe of bloodshed, better to punish that proud neck with constant slavery than to sever it once and for all. Then he went on and appointed his son Eric, surnamed Windhat, over Sweden. Here, while Fridleif and Seward were serving under him, he found that the Norwegians and the Scots had wrongfully conferred the title of king on 2 other men. So he first overthrew the usurper to the power of Norway, and let Bjorn have the country for his own benefit. Then he summoned Bjorn and Eric, ravaged the Orkneys, landed at last on the territory of the Scots, and in a 3 days' battle wearied out their king Muriel, and slew him. But Ragnar's sons, Dunwat and Radbard, after fighting nobly, were slain by the enemy. So that the victory their father won was stained with their blood. He returned to Denmark, and found that his wife Swanloga had in the meantime died of disease. Straightway he sought medicine for his grief in loneliness, and patiently confined the grief of his sick soul within the walls of his house. But this bitter sorrow was driven out of him by the sudden arrival of Iwar, who had been expelled from the kingdom. For the Gauls had made him fly, and had wrongfully bestowed royal power on a certain Ella, the son of Haim. Ragnar took Iwar to guide him, since he was acquainted with the country, gave orders for a fleet, and approached the harbor called York. Here he disembarked his forces, and after a battle which lasted 3 days, he made Ella, who had trusted in the valor of the Gauls, desirous to fly. The affair cost much blood to the English and very little to the Danes. Here Ragnar completed a year of conquest, and then, summoning his sons to help him, he went to Ireland, slew its king Melbrick, besieged Dublin, which was filled with wealth of the barbarians, attacked it, and received its surrender. There he lay in camp for a year, and then, sailing through the Midland Sea, he made his way to the Hellespont. He won signal victories as he crossed all the intervening countries, and no ill fortune anywhere checked his steady and prosperous advance. Harold, meanwhile, with the adherence of certain Danes who were cold-hearted servants in the army of Ragnar, disturbed his country with renewed sedition, and came forward claiming the title of king. He was met by the arms of Ragnar returning from the Hellespont, but being unsuccessful, and seeing that his resources of defense at home were exhausted, he went to ask help of Ludwig, who was then stationed at Mainz. But Ludwig, filled with the greatest zeal for promoting his religion, imposed a condition on the barbarian, promising him help if he would agree to follow the worship of Christ. For he said there could be no agreement of hearts between those who embraced discordant creeds. Anyone, therefore, who asked for help, must first have a fellowship in religion. No men could be partners in great works who were separated by a different form of worship. This decision procured not only salvation for Ludwig's guest, but the praise of piety for Ludwig himself, who, as soon as Harold had gone to the holy font, accordingly strengthened him with Saxon auxiliaries. Trusting in these, Harold built a temple in the land of Schleswig with much care and cost, to be hallowed to God. Thus he borrowed a pattern of the most holy way from the worship of Rome. He unhallowed, pulled down the shrines that had been profaned by the error of misbelievers, outlawed the sacrificers, abolished the heathen priesthood, and was the first to introduce the religion of Christianity to his uncouth country. Rejecting the worship of demons, he was zealous for that of God. Lastly, he observed with the most scrupulous care whatever concerned the protection of religion. But he began with more piety than success. For Ragnar came up, outraged the holy rites he had brought in, outlawed the true faith, restored the false one to its old position, and bestowed on the ceremonies the same honor as before. As for Harold, he deserted and cast in his lot with sacrilege. For though he was a notable ensample by his introduction of religion, yet he was the first who was seen to neglect it, and this illustrious promoter of holiness proved a most infamous forsaker of the same. Meanwhile, Ella betook himself to the Irish, and put to the sword or punished all those who were closely and loyally attached to Ragnar. Then Ragnar attacked him with his fleet, but, by the just visitation of the Omnipotent, was openly punished for disparaging religion. For when he had been taken and cast into prison, his guilty limbs were given to serpents to devour, and adders found ghastly substance in the fibers of his entrails. His liver was eaten away, and a snake, like a deadly executioner, beset his very heart. Then in a courageous voice he recounted all his deeds in order, and at the end of his recital added the following sentence: if the porkers knew the punishment of the boar-pig, surely they would break into the sty and hasten to loose him from his affliction. At this saying, Ella conjectured that some of his sons were yet alive, and bade that the executioners should stop and the vipers be removed. The servants ran up to accomplish his bidding, but Ragnar was dead, and forestalled the order of the king. Surely we must say that this man had a double lot for his share. By one, he had a fleet unscathed, an empire well inclined, and immense power as a rover. While the other inflicted on him the ruin of his fame, the slaughter of his soldiers, and a most bitter end. The executioner beheld him beset with poisonous beasts, and asps gorging on that heart which he had borne steadfast in the face of every peril. Thus a most glorious conqueror declined to the piteous lot of a prisoner. A lesson that no man should put too much trust in fortune. Iwar heard of this disaster as he happened to be looking on at the games. Nevertheless, he kept an unmoved countenance, and in nowise broke down. Not only did he dissemble his grief and conceal the news of his father's death, but he did not even allow a clamor to arise, and forbade the panic-stricken people to leave the scene of the sports. Thus, loath to interrupt the spectacle by the ceasing of the games, he neither clouded his countenance nor turned his eyes from public merriment to dwell upon his private sorrow. For he would not fall suddenly into the deepest melancholy from the height of festal joy, or seem to behave more like an afflicted son than a blithe captain. But when Seward heard the same tidings, he loved his father more than he cared for his own pain, and in his distraction plunged deeply into his foot the spear he chanced to be holding, dead to all bodily troubles in his stony sadness. For he wished to hurt some part of his body severely, that he might the more patiently bear the wound in his soul. By this act he showed at once his bravery and his grief, and bore his lot like a son who was more afflicted and steadfast. But Bjorn received the tidings of his father's death while he was playing at dice, and squeezed so violently the piece that he was grasping that he wrung the blood from his fingers and shed it on the table. Whereon he said that assuredly the cast of fate was more fickle than that of the very die which he was throwing. When Ella heard this, he judged that his father's death had been borne with the toughest and most stubborn spirit by that son of the three who had paid no filial respect to his decease, and therefore he dreaded the bravery of Iwar most. Iwar went towards England, and when he saw that his fleet was not strong enough to join battle with the enemy, he chose to be cunning rather than bold, and tried a shrewd trick on Ella. Begging as a pledge of peace between them a strip of land as great as he could cover with a horse's hide. He gained his request, for the king supposed that it would cost little, and thought himself happy that so strong a foe begged for a little boon instead of a great one, supposing that a tiny skin would cover but a very little land. But Iwar cut the hide out and lengthened it into very slender thongs, thus enclosing a piece of ground large enough to build a city on. Then Ella came to repent of his lavishness, and tardily set to reckoning the size of the hide, measuring the little skin more narrowly now that it was cut up than when it was whole. For that which he had thought would encompass a little strip of ground, he saw lying wide over a great estate. Iwar brought into the city, when he founded it, supplies that would serve amply for a siege, wishing the defences to be as good against scarcity as against an enemy. Meantime, Seward and Bjorn came up with a fleet of 400 ships, and with open challenge declared war against the king. This they did at the appointed time. And when they had captured him, they ordered the figure of an eagle to be cut in his back, rejoicing to crush their most ruthless foe by marking him with the cruelest of birds. Not satisfied with imprinting a wound on him, they salted the mangled flesh. Thus Ella was done to death, and Bjorn and Seward went back to their own kingdoms. Iwar governed England for 2 years. Meanwhile the Danes were stubborn in revolt, and made war, and delivered the sovereignty publicly to a certain Seward and to Eric, both of the royal line. The sons of Ragnar, together with a fleet of 1,700 ships, attacked them at Sleswick, and destroyed them in a conflict which lasted 6 months. Barrows remained to tell the tale. The sound on which the war was conducted has gained equal glory by the death of Seward. And now the royal stock was almost extinguished, saving only the sons of Ragnar. Then, when Bjorn and Eric had gone home, Iwar and Seward settled in Denmark, that they might curb the rebels with a stronger reign, setting Agnar to govern England. Agnar was stung because the English rejected him, and, with the help of Seward, chose, rather than foster the insolence of the province that despised him, to dispeople it and leave its fields, which were matted in decay, with none to till them. He covered the richest land of the island with the most hideous desolation, thinking it better to be lord of a wilderness than of a headstrong country. After this he wished to avenge Eric, who had been slain in Sweden by the malice of a certain Austin. But while he was narrowly bent on avenging another, he squandered his own blood on the foe. And while he was eagerly trying to punish the slaughter of his brother, sacrificed his own life to brotherly love. Thus Seward, by the sovereign vote of the whole Danish assembly, received the empire of his father. But after the defeats he had inflicted everywhere he was satisfied with the honor he received at home, and liked better to be famous with the gown than with the sword. He ceased to be a man of camps, and changed from the fiercest of despots into the most punctual guardian of peace. He found as much honor in ease and leisure as he had used to think lay in many victories. Fortune so favored his change of pursuits, that no foe ever attacked him, nor he any foe. He died, and Eric, who was a very young child, inherited his nature, rather than his realm or his tranquility. For Eric, the brother of Harold, despising his exceedingly tender years, invaded the country with rebels, and seized the crown, nor was he ashamed to assail the lawful infant sovereign, and to assume an unrightful power. In thus bringing himself to despoil a feeble child of the kingdom, he showed himself the more unworthy of it. Thus he stripped the other of his throne, but himself of all his virtues, and cast all manliness out of his heart, when he made war upon a cradle, for where covetousness and ambition flamed, love of kindred could find no place. But this brutality was requited by the wrath of a divine vengeance. For the war between this man and Gorm, the son of Harold, ended suddenly with such slaughter that they were both slain, with numberless others. And the royal stock of the Danes, now worn out by the most terrible massacres, was reduced to the only son of the above Seward. This man, Eric, won the fortune of a throne by losing his kindred. It was luckier for him to have his relations dead than alive. He forsook the example of all the rest, and hastened to tread in the steps of his grandfather, for he suddenly came out as a most zealous practitioner of roving. And would that he had not shown himself rashly to inherit the spirit of Ragnar, by his abolition of Christian worship. For he continually tortured all the most religious men, or stripped them of their property and banished them. But it were idle for me to blame the man's beginnings when I am to praise his end. For that life is more laudable of which the foul beginning is checked by a glorious close, than that which begins commendably but declines into faults and infamies. For Eric, upon the healthy admonitions of Ansgarius, laid aside the errors of his impious heart, and atoned for whatsoever he had done amiss in the insolence thereof. Showing himself as strong in the observance of religion as he had been in slighting it. Thus he not only took a draught of more wholesome teaching with obedient mind, but wiped off early stains by his purity at the end. He had a son Canute by the daughter of Gorm, who was also the granddaughter of Harold, and him he left to survive his death. While this child remained in infancy, a guardian was required for the pupil and for the realm. But inasmuch it seemed to most people either invidious or difficult to give the aid that this office needed, it was resolved that a man should be chosen by lot. For the wisest of the Danes, fearing much to make a choice by their own will in so lofty a matter, allowed more voice to external chance than to their own opinions, and entrusted the issue of the selection rather to luck than to sound counsel. The issue was that a certain Enup, Steepbrow, a man of the highest and most entire virtue, was forced to put his shoulder to this heavy burden. And when he entered on the administration which Chalice had decreed, he oversaw, not only the early rearing of the king, but the affairs of the whole people. For which reason some who are little versed in our history give this man a central place in its annals. But when Canute had passed through the period of boyhood, and had in time grown to be a man, he left those who had done him the service of bringing him up, and turned from an almost hopeless youth to the practice of unhoped-for virtue. Being deplorable for this reason only, that he passed from life to death without the tokens of the Christian faith. But soon the sovereignty passed to his son Frode. This man's fortune, increased by arms and warfare, rose to such a height of prosperity that he brought back to the ancient yoke the provinces which had once revolted from the Danes, and bound them in their old obedience. He also came forward to be baptized with holy water in England, which had for some while past been versed in Christianity. But he desired that his personal salvation should overflow and become general, and begged that Denmark should be instructed in divinity by Agapit, who was then Pope of Rome. But he was cut off before his prayers attained this wish. His death befell before the arrival of the messengers from Rome, and indeed his intention was better than his fortune, and he won as great a reward in heaven for his intended piety as others are vouchsafed for their achievement. His son Joram, who had the surname of the Englishman, because he was born in England, gained the sovereignty in the island on his father's death, but his fortune, though it came soon, did not last long. He left England for Denmark to put it in order, but a long misfortune was the fruit of this short absence. For the English, who thought that their whole chance of freedom lay in his being away, planned an open revolt from the Danes, and in hot haste took heart to rebel. But the greater the hatred and contempt of England, the greater the loyal attachment of Denmark to the king. Thus while he stretched out his two hands to both provinces in his desire for sway, he gained one, but lost the lordship of the other irretrievably, for he never made any bold effort to regain it. So hard is it to keep a hold on very large empires. After this man his son Harold came to be king of Denmark. He is half forgotten by posterity, and lacks all record for famous deeds, because he rather preserved than extended the possessions of the realm. After this the throne was obtained by Joram, a man whose soul was ever hostile to religion, and who tried to efface all regard for Christ's worshippers, as though they were the most abominable of men. All those who shared this rule of life he harassed with divers kinds of injuries and incessantly pursued with whatever slanders he could. Also, in order to restore the old worship to the shrines, he razed to its lowest foundations, as though it were some unholy abode of impiety, a temple which religious men had founded in a stead in Schleswig. And those whom he did not visit with tortures he punished by the demolition of the holy chapel. Though this man was thought notable for his stature, his mind did not answer to his body. For he kept himself so well sated with power that he rejoiced more in saving than increasing his dignity, and thought it better to guard his own than to attack what belonged to others, caring more to look to what he had than to swell his havings. This man was counseled by the elders to celebrate the rites of marriage, and he wooed Thyra, the daughter of Ethelred, the king of the English, for his wife. She surpassed other women in seriousness and shrewdness, and laid the condition on her suitor that she would not marry him till she had received Denmark as a dowry. This compact was made between them, and she was betrothed to Gorm. But on the first night that she went up onto the marriage bed, she prayed her husband most earnestly that she should be allowed to go for 3 days free from intercourse with man. For she resolved to have no pleasure of love till she had learned by some omen in a vision that her marriage would be fruitful. Thus, under pretense of self-control, she deferred her experience of marriage, and veiled under a show of modesty her wish to learn about her issue. She put off lustful intercourse, inquiring, under the feint of chastity, into the fortune she would have in continuing her line. Some conjecture that she refused the pleasures of the nuptial couch in order to win her mate over to Christianity by her abstinence. But the youth, though he was most ardently bent on her love, yet chose to regard the continence of another more than his own desires, and thought it nobler to control the impulses of the night than to rebuff the prayers of his weeping mistress. For he thought that her beseechings, really coming from calculation, had to do with modesty. Thus it befell that he who should have done a husband's part made himself the guardian of her chastity so that the reproach of an infamous mind should not be his at the very beginning of his marriage. As though he had yielded more to the might of passion than to his own self-respect. Moreover, that he might not seem to forestall by his lustful embraces the love which the maiden would not grant, he not only forbore to let their sides that were next one another touch, but even severed them by his drawn sword. And turned the bed into a divided shelter for his bride and himself. But he soon tasted in the joyous form of a dream the pleasure which he postponed from free loving kindness. For, when his spirit was steeped in slumber, he thought that 2 birds glided down from the privy parts of his wife, one larger than the other. That they poised their bodies aloft and soared swiftly to heaven, and, when a little time had elapsed, came back and sat on either of his hands. A second, and again a third time, when they had been refreshed by a short rest, they ventured forth to the air with outspread wings. At last the lesser of them came back without his fellow, and with wings smeared with blood. He was amazed with this imagination, and, being in a deep sleep, uttered a cry to betoken his astonishment, filling the whole house with an uproarious shout. When his servants questioned him, he related his vision. And Thyra, thinking that she would be blessed with offspring, forbore her purpose to put off her marriage, eagerly relaxing the chastity for which she had so hotly prayed. Exchanging celibacy for love, she granted her husband full joy of herself, requiting his virtuous self-restraint with the fullness of permitted intercourse, and telling him that she would not have married him at all, had she not inferred from these images in the dream which he had related, the certainty of her being fruitful. By a device as cunning as it was strange, Thyra's pretended modesty passed into an acknowledgment of her future offspring. Nor did fate disappoint her hopes. Soon she was the fortunate mother of Canute and Harold. When these princes had attained man's estate, they put forth a fleet and quelled the reckless insolence of the Sclavs. Neither did they leave England free from an attack of the same kind. Ethelred was delighted with their spirit, and rejoiced at the violence his nephews offered him, accepting an abominable wrong as though it were the richest of benefits. For he saw far more merit in their bravery than in piety. Thus he thought it nobler to be attacked by foes than courted by cowards, and felt that he saw in their valiant promise a sample of their future manhood. For he could not doubt that they would some day attack foreign realms, since they so boldly claimed those of their mother. He so much preferred their wrongdoing to their service, that he passed over his daughter, and bequeathed England in his will to these two, not scrupling to set the name of grandfather before that of father. Nor was he unwise. For he knew that it beseemed men to enjoy the sovereignty rather than women, and considered that he ought to separate the lot of his unwarlike daughter from that of her valiant sons. Hence Thyra saw her sons inheriting the goods of her father, not grudging to be disinherited herself. For she thought that the preference above herself was honorable to her, rather than insulting. Canute and Harold enriched themselves with great gains from sea-roving, and most confidently aspired to lay hands on Ireland. Dublin, which was considered the capital of the country, was besieged. Its king went into a wood adjoining the city with a few very skilled archers, and with treacherous arts surrounded Canute, who was present with a great throng of soldiers witnessing the show of the games by night. And aimed a deadly arrow at him from afar. It struck the body of the king in front, and pierced him with a mortal wound. But Canute feared that the enemy would greet his peril with an outburst of delight. He therefore wished his disaster to be kept dark. And summoning voice with his last breath, he ordered the games to be gone through without disturbance. By this device he made the Danes masters of Ireland ere he made his own death known to the Irish. Who would not bewail the end of such a man, whose self-mastery served to give the victory to his soldiers, by reason of the wisdom that outlasted his life? For the safety of the Danes was most seriously endangered, and was nearly involved in the most deadly peril, yet because they obeyed the dying orders of their general they presently triumphed over those they feared. Germ had now reached the extremity of his days, having been blind for many years, and had prolonged his old age to the utmost bounds of the human lot. Being more anxious for the life and prosperity of his sons than for the few days he had to breathe. But so great was his love for his elder son that he swore that he would slay with his own hand whosoever first brought him news of his death. As it chanced, Thyra heard sure tidings that this son had perished. But when no man durst openly hint this to Germ, she fell back on her cunning to defend her, and revealed by her deeds the mischance which she durst not speak plainly out. For she took the royal robes off her husband and dressed him in filthy garments, bringing him other signs of grief also, to explain the cause of her mourning. For the ancients were wont to use such things in the performance of obsequies, bearing witness by their garb to the bitterness of their sorrow. Then said Germ, "Dost thou declare to me the death of Canute?" 12 And Thyra said, "That is proclaimed by thy presage, not by mine." By this answer she made out her lord a dead man and herself a widow, and had to lament her husband as soon as her son. Thus, while she announced the fate of her son to her husband, she united them in death, and followed the obsequies of both with equal mourning. Shedding the tears of a wife upon the one and of a mother upon the other. Though at that moment she ought to have been cheered with comfort rather than crushed with disasters.